Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I'll be to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesdat. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we have got a Champions League knockout tie against Manchester City, the old enemy who scored those two annoying kickoff goals against us earlier this season. In other news, we have a youth intake. Can Emmett Doran do the business and finally deliver us a player worthy of note? There are other Hungarian sides in action. They're struggling though. Find out. All come out today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. Now we go! I ran out of time. All right, I ran out of time. Help me. Oh. Also, sorry, Asher, that was right on the cusp where the TTS didn't trigger. Oh, a lot of pointing. I'll point for days. Let me just see what you actually said. Now I have to read it. That was a better intro than I did.
Time of the month again. So hold on, I'm in a grumpy mood. Kappa less than 3.
Oh god, what's Saz gonna do? Asher, thank you so much though for the 18 months. That's really nice. And Saz, thank you for the 15 months at tier 2. You mad lad. Thank you, friend. That's really, really kind of you. How's everyone going this morning? Feels like ages since I've seen you last. I've just missed you. I've been away from you for so long. It's been like 14 hours since we last saw each other. Hey, Ulips, how's it going, man? Twitch messing up. I don't think so. It might honestly leave. If in doubt, refresh the page in it. Speedy speaking, I had to be done. Yeah, there was this imposter streaming on my channel last night. Like, wasn't even streaming MTK Budapest. What kind of fucking loser does that? Like, in this house. Connor, I will get to that absolutely once we get fully into the once I get off my big face cam screen, basically. Hopefully I won't forget, but if I do, remind me. Stream burnout. Nah, mate, honestly, I'm the whatever the opposite of burnout is, that's what I have currently, and that's a rarity for me. I am fucking on it. Yeah, bastard streaming last night wasn't even wearing headphones, chat. Mainly because we got 40 minutes in and then they just turned themselves off and I went, oh yeah, I don't need headphones because I've got no music on. Like, I can see the notifications coming through. Oh dear. Oh, welcome in, Thomas. How's it going, man? It's a long 14 hours. Yeah, it was great. Like, literally, Pog... The reason I ended up streaming when I did, we kind of already ran its course, but Pog was like, can I start making food now? Because, like, we hadn't eaten all day, and that was a bit of a... So, luckily, though, whacked a bit of pasta in, got some garlic bread out, because, you know, we love garlic bread in this. This is a garlic bread house, as you know, and I'm sure you're all with me with that. Sat in bed, ate pasta and garlic bread, and watched Scorpion. It was a lovely old time. You love to see it. Oh, no, yesterday's video, or yesterday's stream, if you like, which was what it was that went way better than I was expecting it to go. Very smoothly. I think it was... I had a lot of fun. I don't know if you, from a viewer perspective, whether it was that fun or not. Chat was absolutely popping. I was like, whoa. It was hard to keep track of sometime. And hopefully, I haven't actually looked through the VOD yet. I'm going to have to download it and try and edit it. Because it's only going to be like 2 or 3 minutes of the VOD are actually going to make it into the video. But, man, it's... I'm hoping it makes a good video. It's going to be out on Friday night at 7 p.m. That's the plan anyway. San Marino. Oh, of course. That's... What's changed? I'm curious now. Yeah, we had some serious garlic bread chat. Where was it? It was last week, wasn't it? I think it was this time last week. We had a good old garlic bread chattery. Well, we could make it a regular thing, even if it doesn't always become a video, potentially, because obviously I'm trying to do like a little twist. Whenever I come up with a format, which is very rare, admittedly, and I'm so glad I have a thing now that's like a thing I can do that people recognize, I want to try to innovate it each time rather than just keeping it to be like doing the same thing each time. I feel like if I do that, it can fade, but I want to be doing little tweaks to it each time. So the one with Chatto was one I really wanted. Plus that way I got to use a yellow and purple color scheme for the banner. That was part of the other reason I wanted to do that as well. ChatGPT, that would be very, very difficult, I think. And I don't know how well that would actually work. Oh, God. Well, the things that will make it into the video will be things other than the obvious stuff, like us actually picking the teams. The hilarious thing, it'll be things like Almeria having a player on £240,000 a week. It'll also be Scott Parker managing Bournemouth and bringing a lot of Fulham players with him. Not Bournemouth, sorry. Brentford. I've confused the two. I'm so sorry. A rematch. Well, potentially, yeah. I think the next one I want to do probably is either one with another FM creator, which I think will be really fun as a face-off. Not sure who. Maybe Clates. Or one where I do regens. Let's not talk about that. Hey, he got you promoted, Dash. You should be thankful. What happened on Sunday? Nothing happened at all. There was a perfectly normal game and we were very bad. Fuck, we might as well just talk about this now. Grant Harrison, thank you very much for the 24 months. That's super nice of you. How is your Tuesday morning coming, my friend? Yeah, Sunday was... Oh, wow. And, hang on, wait. Whopper Schlop Schlop. Beautiful name. Reminds me of Mopper Top Shop for some reason. Thank you very much for the Prime as well. That's really, really kind of you. Yeah, Sunday was an experience, wasn't it? Right. I'm going to talk about this now because that way in the future, when anyone asks for later in the stream, I'm just going to go, I've never been that embarrassed about a football match. So we move. It was one of those things where we were playing so fucking well. They got better when Anthony came on. I think he changed the game for sure. Not that much, but he did change the game. And then just let him score. I personally blame Jadon Sancho because if he'd have just fucking scored like a normal person instead of trying to dribble around the entire team, none of this would have happened. Great save by Willian, yeah. It's one of those things, isn't it? I personally also blame Marco Silva for this as well because I feel like, unfortunately, he loses his head more than a lot of managers do, and I feel like players can tend to, kind of like dogs being like their owners in a way, players tend to pick up on that, and I don't think it helps when his intensity carries over into them sometimes, and it really does not help the situation. But the thing is, what sucks about it is because we were playing so fucking well. David De Gea made some absolutely brilliant saves prior to that. There was the Mitrovic header, but also I think the one that's gone under the radar a little bit is the save he makes off of Willian, where he cuts inside and bends one in the far post. De Gea can barely see a thing, and he somehow gets that. Doesn't need an excuse. Well, the thing is, he does. Like, the man's been not sent off in 7 years since in the club, but, like, clearly it's obviously ridiculous. And let's face it, I hope they throw the book at him. It's fucking ridiculous behaviour. The worst thing about it as well, honestly, is the fact that he didn't even have, not that there's any justification for doing that to an official, but there wasn't any, like, what are you complaining about? It's a blatant handball, blatant red card penalty. Like, there's no debate about it. I don't understand why he's so annoyed about that specifically. Like, of all the things to use a situation like that to do something like that, at least be justified and be like, the decision is wrong in some way, right? It's just, like, what are you going to do it? Yeah, well, then lots of players get away with shit over the years, don't they? So, I mean, what I will say, well, that's what I was going to say, Connor. I hope that they should have gone back and looked at that as well. I think, honestly, that they need to start bringing in retrospective bans for players harassing referees in general, even if they're not physically laying hands on them. Some of the things that players get away with it, same as Di Candia, that would be ridiculous. Particularly as Leandro Bacuna got 6 games for basically, not headbutting a referee, but squaring up to a linesman and sticking his head in. He got 6 games for that in 2017. It'll have to be, I reckon it'll be somewhere in between. But as long as it's somewhere in between, I'm fully on board with them, honestly. That's what I mean. It's such a stupid thing to get that kind of out for the season. Well, we've got more than those games left, so if that's the case, then they're just taking a piss at that point. Had to adjust for inflation. Have we got 11 games left? That still, for me, would be too much. Because if they're going to do it, it needs to be proportional, because otherwise they're just taking the piss. Because if they come out and say, hey, we're going to do like 20 games or something stupid, then I hope they're going to send everyone off ever going near a referee ever again then, because they kind of have to. That being said, they really should. Well, if they do that, then like I said, Aaron, if they're going to do that, then they need to also uphold that further down the line and stop players from getting referees' faces ever, because they shouldn't be able to do that. It's bollocks, you know? Planted Wolf, thank you very much for the follow. Right, let's go for this now and actually get that yoga so I can calm myself down. I'm actually getting angry just thinking about it again. Where's my yoga? There it is. Lovely news. Oh. I think 6 is the minimum. It has to be 6 or more because of the same thing that Bacuna did, right? But what I also do find funny is the same pundits and stuff that will constantly sort of stir up shit against referees and now suddenly pearl clutching about it when someone actually does. It's like, it's a bit rich in it from some of them. But yeah, at the end of the day, as long as it's proportional, throw the book at him. And same with Marco Silva as well. That's behavior that you're the manager. You're supposed to set an example. The only person that got a red card out of that I'm just like, you know what, whatever, is fucking Willian. He's just like, hi. He only gets a 1-match ban. The one thing I will say is I would have still much rather lost Mitrovic than Polina. I think we've won games without Mitrovic. We've not won games without Polina. You know? Too protective? I don't think they are. I think they're protected in certain ways, but I think they should always be protected on the pitch. Like, you can't have... Who's going to want to be a referee if you can't be protected on the pitch from people ganging up on you? That's just... You have to be able to protect referees. I don't think they do enough in some ways to protect referees, honestly. I honestly feel like... What Bruno said, it is silly, but also he should also have been punished for that. I think that the idea that that wasn't punished is ridiculous, but also they're not the same. Absolutely. Oh, who's me? Thank you for the 18 months. Oh, dear.
Howdy.
Yeah, I think they should be protected on the pitch, but I also think they should have to justify actions, though. Oh, yeah, Willian knew. He's like, he's even pointing at his hand as if, like, that's supposed to help him. We've got Carlos Vinicius. He's a good player. Willian's only out for 1 game, and... We've got Manor Solomon, right? Oh, I think... Yeah. Joe the Bringer's got... Yeah, that's the thing. It's definitely different, but he should have been punished too. For me, honestly, if I think the best way that you want to protect referees is that if players start surrounding the referees, which that happens in virtually every game, anytime there's a contentious decision, they need to start handing out retroactive fines and bans for players doing that, because they will stop it fucking fast if that's the case. They actually start punishing them and missing football matches for doing it, because that's the reason that players feel like they can get away with stuff like that. Because it's like, you know, it's the road to hell, isn't it, right? Williams, do you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Pushed him first. True, but then don't push him back. Like, you still don't push a linesman. Don't push a referee. Just don't get involved, right? Mic'd up would be interesting, yeah. A Simbin. I think well, I mean, at that point, yeah. It's mad, though. But honestly, that's the first football match I've ever watched and come away feeling genuinely embarrassed. Like, sometimes you feel angry at your team's performance or like a certain player for doing things. That one made me feel embarrassed. Like, genuinely, oh, Christ, this is on ITV1, you know? That's why he got away with it. But I don't think he should have got away with it. I don't think that's justification for getting away with it. You know? It's like when you were at school. If someone hit you and you hit them back, you'd still both get in trouble, wouldn't you? So they don't appear to have won anything. No, they've won... Well, actually... No, they haven't won anything, sadly. Errol Bulut is the manager. We haven't looked up Gaziantep for a while. I don't think I've ever looked them up in FM, you know? So, it's actually Youth Intake Day. Well, it's tomorrow. I stopped the save specifically on the 8th because we've got Youth Intake Day the next day. Now, as a prediction, different views on stuff, and probably that's the thing. But that's always a bit of a difficult one. But I understand the referee's in a difficult position there. But also, I feel like he's well within his rights to handle it. But I don't feel they give them enough power in some ways to actually handle things like that, you know? I'm embarrassed to be fair, I was watching the Brighton game before, and then all of a sudden I was like, hang on, where's the Fulham match? It's going to be dog shit. So this is our prediction. This is the worst Youth Intake prediction I think I've ever seen. That's the thing. They just don't do it. And they need to. But I wonder if they need to bring in like some... I don't know. You're right. They're almost like they're not using it. But they need to be encouraged to do it more, I think. Same with the players scuffing up penalty spots, because they were trying to do that shit at Old Trafford as well. Fucking stop it. It's pathetic. Do you know what I mean? I hate seeing players trying to scuff penalty spots to stop penalties being taken properly. It really irks me, because it's just like, that should be a straight red. Honestly, that should be a straight red card, in my mind, because you are literally affecting the playing field deliberately. And to me, that's an act of sabotage that should result in a red card, honestly. Like, and that's saying it's because there was Fulham players doing it. Right, let's go. Look at someone getting an... The thing is, though, right, what are they going to do that Emmett doesn't do? He's got 19 working with youngsters and really solid stuff here. I'm not sure what else would affect his youth intakes. He's a solid head of youth development, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's just really childish, isn't it? I've noticed with FM that it's sort of like... Although, what would be funny is, do you remember what we did on the Treaty United save? Just moving on from this for a little bit. Where we deliberately hired a shit head of youth intake, which actually was Emmett at the time, purely because of the memes. And then he actually started giving us good youth intakes. So maybe our plan for next year, this is Emmett's last chance. All right, how about that? Last chance. Maybe not last chance. Maybe next year's his last chance. If he doesn't produce a solid-ish youth intake next year, then we sack him and get the worst head of youth development we can possibly find and see if it makes any difference. McLeod, thank you very much for the follow. A last chance CD7. True. Still gets thrown in the... You're right, yeah, I agree. All right, this isn't his last chance because we've decided now. Next year is his last chance. When's his contract up, actually? Someone from Hungary could help, maybe, yeah. As long as we'll find the worst person from Hungary. His contract actually expires next year. So he could be, like, it's not even a case of him being sacked. He could just get released. Sorry, like, part ways happily. No, there was no other European games between streams. I don't think there was, anyway. There was Harju... Good to... I didn't even notice that. Which is weird, because we must have been set to a 10. I must have just been hitting continue. Just like... No. I must have seen that. I must have seen that, because otherwise... Let's have a look at the game. What was the other... Hang on, who was the other match? Or are they already out? I guess it must be. Oh, Debrett's... No. Oh, of course, they knocked them out, didn't they? Let's have a, actually look at the match. We've never had an Irish player come through the youth intake, no. I've only tried it for one game, Anarith, because we've only played like 3 or 4 matches off stream, and I was messing around with stuff, so I tried the double trek thing for a bit. I also tried... There was something else I tried too, and I can't remember what it was. But I want to try that thing you suggested as well. Yeah, I forgot that Debrecen lost to Uipesh, so... Honestly... That's not unfair. May have been an own goal, but... Oh, it was the double Deuter before that too, yeah. So what I'm messing at the moment with is double APs. One of them is an attacking AP and then a poacher. So we'll try that a bit today. Obviously not in the Champions League. They deserve the win. They were the better side. That's mad. Big lads. Bamba's injured is not great. They deserve that. Hardy gets a yellow. Good stuff. Hey, Inferno, how's it going, man? Okay, that's good. I don't think there was any Europa League, was there? Not that it matters, because they're both out, Matt. You moron. I forgot that they all got knocked out, didn't they? Because of, who were they playing? I've literally forgotten who they were playing. Ferencváros got beat by Tottenham, that's right. And then Malfoy got beat by Lille. Yeah, so they went out. Hi, Days. I'm excellent, my friend. How are you? We were just treating ourselves to remembering, in fact, that... How did I miss that? That Everton lost. They'll probably still win the home game, right? But still. How many players do I have on the list of potential talents? As in our loan farm, we've got 117 players. I don't know where we're at on the scouting, actually, at the moment. About 490 left, which should get us up. We'll probably have a nice 250 for transfer stream. Then again, unless we pull off a miracle today, Thursday will be a transfer stream. Let's be honest. So, here we go. Youth intake. I actually worked this out, Arrow. There is a way that you can find out the exact number, because this number here lies. There is a way, though. If you want to find out the exact number of players you have, obviously you could just, like, probably, like, do that, and then you could just... I think this might work. I want to see if this number's the same. Fuck's sake. 157. We have 157 players at the club currently. If you count the ones. I'm excellent, Inferno. I had a great time last night. And I'm glad to be back just doing something a little bit different. The Birkenabe boys will be in there. So yeah, we currently have 157 players under contract at the club. Not enough. Not enough. Which isn't bad. We have 47 players with breakthrough prospect. That's what the other guy was looking at earlier. I don't know why they're lying to us there, but like, because this number doesn't make sense. We have 101 players at the club, which makes sense, but then 52 in the first team, which is fine. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to give you an accurate number. That's the only way I think you can get an accurate number. Oh, nice one, Jeff. Thank you. Yeah, I had a really good time last night. I think it was just really fun. It just went really smoothly. I was really worried about it all day because I don't normally do that. I wasn't sure if anybody would turn up, honestly. That was my big concern. Tim! Thank you for the 5 months. I'm sorry about your ribs. So I did see your DM, I just forgot.
The notification came through yesterday evening, but here's a hello in chat.
You'd love to see it. How's it going, man? See reports today. My guess is, Anarith, remind me later in stream, once we're out of the Champions League, and we can maybe start queuing some of those up. Right, so yeah. What was that thing you recommended about the poacher? Was it, roam from position and move into channels were the 2 things you recommended to stick on? So this is what I've been running as like a cheeky test idea with APs out wide. It's called Death by Experimentation. It's just an idea that I've been working on potentially as an option for us. So we'll have to sort of try that out in some league games today and see how it goes. But obviously the next game isn't for a little while yet. So, youth intake. I'm very happy that Palace did that. It's nice to see Woy back in there, right? with inside forward. Okay, so maybe if we went back to our other tactic, potentially it could work. No Hungarian team borrows them. How can I do that? You just have to go through the same system that I use. Exclamation mark loans is basically the entire methodology that I use from start to finish. That will get you your answer, basically. Budapest. Nice. I mean, hey, fair play to him. Whereabout? Are they like in the mud in that save, or are they just like doing normal Budapest things? No, you got to get the owl back. You got to get him in there. Lovely guy. Right. Let's see. Why do they go up to Roy Hodgson? Because it's Roy. They get stability out of Roy. Like, unless you're Watford. Like, you'll get stability with him for the most part. I think that he's more of a stopgap, isn't he, really? Until they can find, like... Because it can't have been a particularly long... I think his greatest achievement is probably keeping Fulham up, getting us into the Europa League, and then taking us to the final. I imagine that's probably his biggest achievement. Right. Where is the youth intake, by the way? Can we have a youth intake? Hi FM? Chat, where's the youth intake? It's the 9th of March. What's going on here? Oh, shit. I will never have a bad word to say about Roy. Not with what he's done for my club. Never. Mitrovic wouldn't have been sent off under him. Right, where is it? It's always been the 9th. Right? Watch us just not get one. Oh, here we go. What? You're right there, lads. Just to clarify, the friendly match between MTK Budapest under-19s and MTK Budapest youth candidates has been cancelled due to a clash with MTK. How many times are we playing Honvi? Jesus Christ. Well, all right then. Oh yeah, we got Xhaka in. We tried to get... Who was it we tried to get to be Xhaka's assistant last stream? Was it Harry Maguire? Is Emmett all right? Is he just a bit flustered? Right, all right. Go on, chat. Predictions then. What is bro doing? I don't think it's a bug. I think what it is, it's because it's rescheduling youth team games because of the one that it wants to schedule, but there's already youth team games, so it like staggers down the list almost like a ripple. I reckon it's going to be... I reckon 2 yellow star potential with a little bit of white on the end, so 2.5 essentially. Emmett, bud. We've got to talk. One chance. You have one last chance next year, bud. Like, next year, that's your last chance. Like, we knew this one wasn't going to be good because of the already prediction, but next year's his last chance. Any non-Hungarian... But we got one dude. We got Nenad Milojevic. Yep. Okay, let's actually have a look at the team, the players. Marco Marcus. Love to see it. Oh, my God. Another chance. Well, we already said that early in the stream. We said we were going to give him one more chance next year because that's when his contract expires anyway, so we can just release him at the end of it. Obviously, we've improved, but we've got the best youth recruitment. We've got the best everything, really. He's an all-nonsense fullback, yeah. We've got Daniel Burrows. Good finishing. But as we know, that doesn't matter. We've got... Composure is gaff. Likes the lob keepers. No-nonsense centre-back. He's okay, actually. He's got good jumping reach. He's 6'4". He's got no physicality whatsoever. He's all right. I mean, he's not, is he? But for a 15-year-old in our youth team, he's okay. Any funny names in there? We got Mate Kiss. We've got Mate Kish, who's another centre-back who's arguably better than the other chap, right? I mean, I am polishing a super hard turd right now, aren't we? No, the Irish one. It's not that much lower, but it is lower, for sure. But we also have... You'd expect... We haven't really seen good youth intakes throughout the save. We had some quite a couple at the very start. Oh, that's an Italian. Because obviously, Roberto Crivello. Who's fairly loyal, and is going to have to be. Lord Richard, thank you for the 100 bits.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my days ruin frown.
I mean, just, you speak only in truths. Well, I'll be amazed if we actually sign any of these guys. Truth be told, I will be genuinely surprised if there's actually... Usually they pick like one dude, but they're considered good talents. Not top talents, not elite talents, nout. So this is Hakon Anar Haraldsson, 27-year-old Icelandic international at FC Copenhagen. He's a very solid player. He's been there for a while now. Hasn't played that much. Considering his apparent quality, doesn't seem to play. I mean, maybe he's had some injuries, but he's only really now in the last couple of seasons actually starting to get regular game time for FCK. What are we looking at with the fringes? Oh, yes. Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. That's him. Well, sort of. It's blonde. It needs to be black hair for that. Well, that was trash. Luckily, we can cheer ourselves up by getting absolutely rolled over by Manchester City. Although, actually, before I even start that, let me just immediately not... I don't want to accidentally play that system. There's only push guys to anyone else. When you say get better, you mean like get any players? So I have been scouting the Hungarian national teams as well. I didn't do that on previous saves, but during this save, I have been looking at other Hungarian sides' youth intakes. They've been part of the process, just in case. Because just in case we find a really good player in like the lower divisions or the second tier that we can bring in like we did with Pushkas. So that's something I have actually been paying attention to this time, and it hasn't been a great deal, truth be told. Hence why the national team's been full of naturalized players. See you later, Inferno. Dios Juries. I'll cross it. Oh god, what did he do? Is that because of the thing where he saved the shots from that kid? That was hilarious. Apparently, from what Dressage guy told me, they've... Oh, what was it he said? Hang on. I've got to find this. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? He said, yeah, kid had a birthday party and they gifted the kickoff for the second half. Stieber. Oh no, it's a different guy. Wait. Give him the ball, encourage him to go and shoot. Oh, I see, yeah. The coach said he instructed the keeper to save it as he was not discussed beforehand. DVTK had now invited the kid to their next match as consolation, and the keeper has also apologised. Oh. And they then lost the game. So there you go. Me from Twitter. Yes, that was an MTK game, which is hilarious. I also loved, do you know when we were doing Career Resurrection last night, how many like 180 plus PA regens we found when we were looking in, particularly in Italy? They were stacked. Complete book 1 yet? Yes, I have. I finished Way of Kings on early last week, I think I finished it. No, it was like late last week I finished book 1. Really, really enjoyed it. Listened to a bit of the second one while I was out running, but I've just taken a little break to read a romantic comedy book in between, just to cleanse the palate a little bit before I get stuck into another 1,100 pages, you know? The VOD is up on Twitch, but it's not going to go on YouTube because that would kind of, it would sort of take away from the actual video itself going up, but the Twitch VOD is still going to be up. Wow, we're trash. I suppose there's no players in the squad, is there? Morning sort, I mean, fair one. That's some expensive squirty cream, surely. Just get the Aldi stuff, right? But no, I have actually finished it, Paul. Route to recruitment exceptional, except where it's not, right? Rate is good. Yeah, bear in mind, this is what we're currently like. We've got exceptional recruitment, exceptional junior coach. These are maxed out, and these are as far as I can take them currently. Do it when the video is released? Probably not, just because it would have to go on the second channel, and I don't think it would make for particularly... I mean, I could maybe do it. I mean... Yeah, I suppose I could do it. I just don't want it to confuse people, because I'd have to make a thumbnail for it, and that's effort. Like, I probably could do it, you know? Or at least I could put it up as unlisted and just give it to people that want it. So it doesn't have to go into the main feed. It doesn't take much effort for me to do that. But I'm more than happy to do it if you want. Hi, FIFA Horizon. Behind the scenes or into the... It's funny you call it Into the Hive Mind, because that's what I've been referring to you lot as in the video itself. I've been referring to Chatto as the Hive Mind. No, Hungary have been kind of crap, but they have at least managed to naturalize a shitload of people. So there's a lot of players that are not Hungarian that are now. Let's see. Right, yeah. So Castillo, Malero, Navarro, Silva. Jarju was the RPM. Are you mad, bruv? Is he suspended? He must be. Yeah, I mean, Jarju's going to have to play as the anchor, which is not ideal. Nakanishi will have to rest out here. Oh, my days. We are missing people. Terranova, I guess. And surely we've not got... We've got no Darla. We've got no Abdul Nabi. Donovan's pissed. It might have to... No, it can't be Medinger. He's not fit. At least De La Cruz is fit. Epple. Get Epple in. Montiel and Fernandez is going to have to do... Where's Alvarado? No, Alvarado and Fernandez. Sorry, Alvarado and Montiel for me. Just because of that height. Challenge for a Euro World Cup. Never. I would be very surprised if in this save Hungary ever challenged for a Euro or World Cup. Just because we're not trying to make them anyway. If that happens, it happens. But I'd be very, very surprised if it does. Highmind commands it. No, apparently I need to be an Apex streamer or something. I can't remember what it was last time. There we go. Naturalize. Isn't that what I meant? I think that's what I meant, right? I think I said naturalize. Or did I say neutralize? I might have said neutralize. Oops. I meant naturalize. Like they are naturalized Hungarians. Ooh. I think Costa Rica are a dark horse threat as well. They've got some stacked ass players with Navarro in their team. He's got 44 caps at the age of 22. They've got Sequeira and whatnot as well. Letting others have a chance. Yeah, they're just waiting in limbo for their moment to pounce like a panther. And God, I used to play H1Z1 with Viking and Twozok back in the day. And, oh my life. Okay. Is this a different system to they played last time? Nah, it's not, is it? Because I remember us calling it out when we saw it then, too. Okay. Our training pitch is a nudist retreat. Why not, eh? Why not? Right, that'll have to do. We could bring Abdelnaby off the bench should the situation call it. Were they robbed? Because I read the book, The Word So Long Ago, or whatever it's called. And they did talk about the 1954, because that was the Germany one, wasn't it? The one against Germany, where they were like flew into like a 2-0 lead or something. I think we get hammered here. Which would be a shame. Oh, they were... Oh, really? Okay. I think they might have touched on that in the book. I can't actually remember. It was a while ago. Plus, I had COVID while I was reading it, so my brain wasn't really working properly. God, I'm loving the fact that there's no stutterings anymore, I must say. That is a huge factor. And it was all down to those stupid animations. Okay, at least at home, right? That's where our chance lies. If we've got any hope of doing... By the way, João Virginia has underperformed this season. I looked, he's actually negative... Like, his XG prevented is 0.7, whereas he's had seasons of, like, 10, 15 plus. So, meanwhile, Farkashan, out on loan at whoever he's with, I think it might be Uipest, has got, like, a +7 for him, which is mad. Okay. Right. Let's do it. I don't know what to expect for this, honestly. Motorsport, I read, there was the Pit Crew guy's biography, which was quite interesting. I also read Jason Plato's biography last year, which is kind of fascinating, too. Okay, a slow start, but a decent amount of possession from us, which is nice. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes. Come on, Alvarado. This is what we need. Or back to him, perhaps. Jarju's already booked, which is not entirely surprising, but still a little disappointing. Wow, they've got nobody forward. They're leaving no players up from corners. Okay. Mark Priestley, yes, that's the guy. Oh, ball through. Brandon Silva! Yes! Come on, have that, City. What? Oh, come on. Brandon Silva's so unbelievably underperformed his XG this season. It is going to get given. It is 1-0. It's 1-0. Yeah, no, Plato's one's very interesting. It's called, like, How Not to Be a Racing Driver or something like that. Something along those lines. That's a great pass from Seri. Look at that. Wonderful. But yeah, Silva has got, like, an XG of, like, 14 this season and has underperformed so much. He needs goals. That was a bit tight, but this is a lovely pass, particularly with his right foot as well. I love how the line is drawn there when his foot is clearly, like, way past. Okay, 1-0 MTK. Good start. This is what we need. If we could get a good result at home and it isn't like a shitty, annoying one where City suddenly just got a couple of goals, which is what I expect will happen here, no matter how well we play. But Seri looks up for it today, which is lovely. What a pass. Come on, Donovan. There's a space on the edge of the box. Oh, okay. No, they've won the ball, but I don't know. I feel like we can still get this back off them here. Their system doesn't seem to give them much of an out ball. Watch them now score from this play. There we go. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think they can be got at. Seri again. He's found Brandon Silva again. He scored again. It's 2. It's the same exact goal. It's MTK 2, Manchester City 0. I think the Seri to Silva pipeline might be quite fruitful today. Brandon Silva, who is inconsistent at best, has absolutely turned up today. Look at this pass from Seri. Slide rule in between the defenders. Terrible goalkeeping from Brun. That's the French national team keeper, by the way. That guy was the... he's the first regen player to make it to the goal 50 list. Let's just let that in. So let that be known about them. Yeah. Yeah, watch Silva have, like... He'll get a red card now, and then someone will, like, push a referee. What if that could happen in FM? Well, we almost did them with 2 Insta highlights there. But so far, so decent. Well, we've got a lot of yellows in the first half. Surely not. Surely we aren't going to fly into a 3-0 lead, but Seri is on it in this game. Every time he gets the ball, I think he's going to pick a perfect pass, and he nearly did it again there. Come on. De La Cruz is... Oh, look at that. He's taking people on. Ball in. Clear. Ah, no. Right, get to him quickly. Don't let him clear this. It's Haaland versus Alvarado, which I don't like the idea of. But that's held them up a little bit. But Singer, all right, now they've finally broken out. How did our defender not clear that? It went through him. How did he let that get past him? That's so disappointing, and you know what's about to happen. That went right through our defender's legs. Look, as this ball is cleared in, it goes right through Montiel. How is he not getting a touch on that? That's disappointing from him. That's really bad defending. City are back in, though. That's annoying. Like, look, it goes through his legs. Brahim Diaz has had a serious injury, which is why he's not been so prevalent in the team. He has also been kind of put down the pecking order with Navarro anyway, but he got like an Achilles. He tore his Achilles and was out for like 4 months earlier this season. So he's only just back into training. It was really fun, Aiden. I think it was, hopefully it was a good stream. Oh. Okay, well, 2-1 is disappointing. City have been okay in this game, to be fair. I might just open it up a little bit. We're not being quite as fluent as I would have liked, and yet again the striker's gone missing, which seems to be happening too often with us lately. It's like we're definitely going to have to work, but that's why we've got that tactics indicator test. Right, speaking of, because by all means just slow down and let the defender clear the ball. We didn't want the ball anyway, I guess. Oh, Navarro, come on, get him. Oh, it's over the bar. He just stopped running. I feel like he gets that. That was disappointing. But we are still winning. Might even be Suhi for a minute. You're getting subbed for that. Lack of effort, innit? Speaking of, Brahim Diaz. Let's have it. Jarju's on a... We've got really no obvious replacement for Jarju here. And he's still fully fit. He's actually the freshest player on the pitch, so I don't think I want to get rid of him. I might go... You know what? This could do with a bit of Yeboah magic. It's the type of game where he could... And as much as Abdul Nabi is a little bit dead, I think he maybe could give us a little bit extra down that right-hand side. Him and Yeboah teaming up for the next 20 minutes could maybe produce a bit of ridiculousness. Maybe not in a good way. Interesting. So what we might do, Anarith, then, is try out the poacher idea with the APs thing I want to try. But then if that seems to look a bit dodgy, we could always just move back to this tactic and then just switch the striker to a poacher with those instructions you've gave, and now Foden equalises for City. Yeah. Facing the gameplay says shitty personalities. I mean, technically yes, but like under what grounds? Defamation? Like you'd have to prove a lot of stuff for that, particularly in the UK. It's very difficult to win those kind of lawsuits in the UK.
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
That's disappointing. Disguised monkey. Thank you very much for the follow. What are you disguised as? Is it a monkey or is it a monkey disguised as something else? I gotta know. It's preying on my mind.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Yeah, Phil has been a good lad to us over the years, but not today. A 1-1 draw. Yeah, City, we kind of started really well in this game, and then we just sort of fell off. As the game's worn on, we've not been able to offer anything, and Suhi's done nothing off the bench. I think our second half is going to look like a flat line. Oh, apparently it isn't, but... Like, I mean, sorry, you realize you can't see, can you? But it wasn't great. We really did tail off after the second goal, to be honest. That was our main moment in the game. City were good value for that. Probably should have won, honestly. It's not a dreadful result, but I feel like we're not going to go to the Etihad and win, right? Good enough selling us. Believe me, I'd love to, but the bids we got for him are absolute trash. My hope is that we can get a big enough bid for him in the summer. Maybe, when there's more time for a bid. Clubs seem to be a bit more willing to shove a load of money around in the summer, so I'm hoping we won't get the money we were offered last year. Celtic just beat Juventus 3-1 on aggregate, which means if we could get past City, which, let's face it, we're probably not going to, is... Well, unless Ferencvaros have got 50 million, then he's not going there, unfortunately. We need the cash. Like, we're not in a good state financially right now. We've only got 25 million in the bank at the moment, plus there's other fees to come out still. We need a big sale just to kind of settle things. Oh, and now Silva's going to be suspended. Oh, dear. Right. Disappointing. It's national teams. Maybe after the next tournament, honestly. Pay seats for him. Well, that's the plan anyway. It's the hope. Basically, what I'm hoping is that we can get Inter, Milan, and Juve into a bidding war for him. Right. Budapest, you're our only hope. If they draw here, they're through. If they lose by a goal, there's a chance in extra time and penalties, maybe. Come on. I think they lose like 2-0. So it's close enough that they could have done it, but I reckon they lose 2-0. They even took the lead through Baldanzi. Then Maddison, Bowen, Andrews, and Holgate. James Maddison, Jared Bowen play for Everton in this timeline. Well, we dreamed. They got us at least a point from the last one, so it's 13.3 we're up to now. I don't think we're going to go much further than that unless we somehow get a win at the Etihad. And you can see that the gap that Portugal have pulled on us this year. Luckily, we gain 4 points on them next year, so it's going to be neck and neck with them next year. So that's something, right? Oh. That, yeah. Away at Everton, particularly with Everton having lost the first leg, it just wasn't happening, was it? A draw and then pens would be something. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually. We've won at Anfield before. Wow, we just got absolutely destroyed by Milan as well. Our second team doesn't seem to be flourishing as well. But I suppose there's just no players in it, is there? Wait, you say that Austria... Hang on, let me have a look at Austria. Let me just look on the year. Yeah, shit in hell. 13.2 point season for Austria, which for a 13th place, and Turkey as well, having a really goated year. Netherlands having a shocking year, will fall much further because of that. In fact, they're going to fall right into the clutches potentially in a couple of years of the likes of Austria and Turkey, who are only going to be gaining over the next few years because they've had a better time of it, but they have also had these 2 years. So I think Turkey might make a comeback in the next couple of years if they get rid of these. Luckily, next year we're losing a 7-point season, so we should be able to get comfortably into the 70s next year. Scotland just casually nobbing along at Scotland rate. I think it's going to be really tough for us to crack the top 4 or 5. Getting past Portugal should be easily doable. I think what the key thing is to... They just need a little bit more cash knocking about. Really. To strengthen them a little bit more. And some better loanees. But that's something that we can handle. It'll come in time. Wow. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of players to get rid of there. Would it be cool if you added a player to the not interested list? It would also remove them from short lists, but that seems a bit too much to ask, right? 2 and 5. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a nice battle, though. But it does mean if you can catch up with those top 5, if you catch 5th, you basically catch 2nd as well. So that might be how we could sneak ourselves in there. Any fun ones in here as well? Not amazing. Actually, hang on, wait. So really low release clause for Pascual. 17, though, so probably unlikely to talk to us, but might as well... Thoughts? 17 years old. Pascal. Centre-back, but he's not. He's a DM. Because he's 5'11". Good tackling, good marking, good positioning. We've got one guy joining in the summer, which is Hurley. The Mexican winger that we signed, who's basically going to be probably the Pereira replacement. Because I feel like Pereira's fallen off the wagon a little bit. I'd say he's a punt-worthy player, right? 400k. Just a straight-up anchor, isn't he? And I feel like beyond Velázquez, we're kind of lacking a bit of depth in the anchor role. I think he might be slightly above. Well, that's the thing, yeah. Particularly with the release clause of that. He's probably got that 1-year extension, but that doesn't work for release clauses, does it? 12 jumping, which isn't hideous, but I'd still rather have him as a DM. Give him what I know about him. Well, whether they want to talk, bear in mind, his wanting to talk. If he didn't want to talk, it would, in theory, it would show up there and say he wouldn't. So we'll see. Right, we'll just keep searching for these guys. But it's just because he's rated 5 stars and he's worth... Hang on a minute, there's another guy at Católica. Probably a bit too soon. We'll get a full scout report on him. There's no rush on him. Plus, he's outside of EU, so that might make it a bit more tough anyway. Which could help. But he could be the next Brandon Silva right there. Intriguing. Yeah, he's slightly interested. Okay, we can work with that. What does he want? Squad player. Bold. But I can't really knock him down any further than that because impact sub will just annoy... Oh! Alright. Fair enough. He wants decent money, but he is Spanish, so we had to work with that. His Spanishness is actually going to be what makes this workable for me. Because it will allow us to get all the clauses we want. Straight off the bat and not have to worry about his contract getting put through the roof at some point. It's a shame I can't go any longer than that because he's only 17. There you go. Cool. He only speaks basic. The man's good for computers though, right? He'll do all sorts. Right, okay. That's an interesting one then. Right, let me do... Lorenzo Luca. I think Lorenzo Luca had like some mad-ass season in the Europa last season. Not Lukaku, Matt. Luka. There it is. Oh. That would be why, because he's playing for Fenerbahce. Jesus, that jumping reach. There he is, 6'7". But with 14 pace to go with him. Yeah, he's absolutely killing. See, this is what Madueke could have done. If he'd have just agreed to move to a Turkish club, this could have been him. You never know. Star Wars C#, true. Audited. It's right, I'm non-domicile or something. Yeah, that's a lot of goals. Falling off a little bit now, but he had, which was the season? Continental, it was 11 goals. Yeah, it's this year. He's got 11 goals in, I believe it's the Europa League. Yeah, there you go. He's the top scorer in the Europa League with 11 goals this season. And he's had 11 goals for a while. Like, he had 11 by the end of the group stage, I think. It's quite a good run he's been on. He'll do for Leverkusen. Hopefully. I'm very curious to see how he turns out at Leverkusen. Because, believe me, had I noticed that when I was doing my picks, I would have probably put him at Leverkusen myself. So, I think you might have the up on me. So, Will Still is still at Rom. And did you know that he plays Football Manager? Do you know what, right? Here's a bold prediction from me. It might be it's not even that bold. Here's a prediction for the future of Will Still. I'm sure he's a lovely chap. Probably an excellent manager. Here's what I predict happens with Will Still in the next couple of years. Success he will have with Rom, as you can see he's doing. Long, unbeaten run, whatever. Right? He gets poached from Rom next season in the middle by a Premier League side that's starting to struggle a little bit because they go, hey, he's an English manager from abroad. He might bring a slightly different style of, say English/Belgian. He joins that team. Things go appalling for them because it's just a terrible appointment, not because he's a bad manager, but only because it's just a bad fit for them. He then ruins his reputation and ends up going back abroad again. And then it sort of disappears and no one's heard. But then, when it starts to go badly with him at that Premier League team, the media will be like, well, he learned it all from Football Manager, so what do you really expect? Do you know what I mean? That exact flip when suddenly it's gone against him for some reason. That's exactly that's what I predict will happen with Will Still in the next 2 years. Youth and Take was probably the worst we've ever had so far, Noel. Unfortunately. Cox's Star, thank you for the follow. Let's see. So, Raul Koenig is at Wolfsburg. He's only just at Wolfsburg. He's not had a lot of games in his career. He's only had 100 games in his career and he's 20. Oh, he's only 25, I suppose. Could do with a resurrection in a way, but actually, he kind of did that, didn't he, by leaving Arsenal. Moved to Arsenal for £8 million, played 4 games for them. Hang on, wait. Let me do it in resurrection voice. He played just 4 games for the Gunners, only one of which was from the start. And then we got great season at Stuttgart. And just 1 year at Stuttgart earned them 28 million quid. He will still be Will Still, true. Will Still be at his current club next year? That is the big question. Hang on. Agaholm. Thank you for the follow. You love to see it. Needs to go the Potter route. Yeah, it needs to go the Potter route up until the latest installment of the Potter route. That seems like Then again, I don't know if Chelsea are actually getting better lately or whether they've just had some results that make it look like they have. I don't know. I've not really watched Chelsea. The last time I watched a Chelsea game was the Chelsea-Fulham game, and that did not cover them in glory. Although one of the best players actually was probably Noni Madueke when he came off the bench. Bino Gittins. He's an intriguing one at Roma. Wow, he's been around. He's at. Wow, hang on a minute. How many? Oh, it must have been a loan move to Fulham, surely, right? Yeah. In the chat. Damn it. So, wow. Okay, that is too long. Admittedly, some of these are hidden by the fact it's not as long as it looks, but yeah. He got loaned to Red Bull Salzburg and then didn't play a single minute. What's the point? Finally gets a move, and he's not playing at Roma either. We're in March. He finally moves somewhere, and this is the danger. This is the danger with a career resurrection, right? If you move them to a club where they're still not going to get that guaranteed football, the same exact thing happens. He's made a grand total of 87 appearances. Nearly half of them came in one season in the Championship for Fulham. Which is mad. Wittercast, thank you for the 14 months. How's your Tuesday morning going? I'd love to see a big bit of war back. You need an owl, right? You got to. He hunts at night. It's good times. Wait. When is that? Are you joking? That's during... That better not be during the... Why would they be going away during the season? For what tournament? Cameroon, Japan, and Australia. What tournament could they possibly be playing in there that requires them to leave? That hopefully that's two like youth players that are leaving there, right? I fucking hope it is. Otherwise, why on earth are they scheduling a tournament in the middle of the season like that? No, AFCON's not in March. Plus, we've already had AFCON. Hopefully that's just youth players. Friendlies. Yeah. Just happens that Cameroon are playing against Japan or something. Olympics qualifying. Surely that wouldn't be during the middle of the season outside of an international break, right? Right? That's the hope anyway. At 33. Does Madueke maybe have quite low low natural fitness so that he might go quite early? Oh, so he could be in the B teams. True. But they still allowed a couple, aren't they? It does seem silly that a player would be out for a massively crucial Champions League tie because of international duty. So yeah, this is Erkan Kirkcu at Feyenoord, which is where he has been the entire time, and he's just loving life, apparently. He's just smashing it. He's having a lovely time. 80 turkey caps, lovely wage. It's the dream, isn't it? Absolute dream. Yeah, we'll have a look at the schedules. Fuck it. I want to find out what... I'm doing an investigation. Right, Japan, schedule. What's up? 26th of March. So that's... Yeah, he won't miss that game. It's just... That is an actual international break, surely, then. And presumably Australia are in that same little thing. Yeah, 23rd. So that just leaves a Wono, and we don't care about a Wono because he's not actually with us at the moment. He's on loan anyway, although it would suck for Molfehova. So yeah, presumably it's just youngsters that are going on to like youth tournaments or something. Scary though when you see that. Yeah, that's Ecuador on the 26th. So yeah, that's fine. Don't know what players those are that we've been missing for those two games, but whenever you see like two players on international duty during a Champions League tie, you're like, what? Oh, we've got an extra scout. An extra 2 scouts. Oh, Chato. It's that time again. Particularly as, yeah, we've just been given 2 extra scout slots. Right, first things first though, let's get the City game out the way first. And then we'll do, we'll play the game we like to call, whereabouts in the world can we find someone with random scouting knowledge? Everyone's favourite. But we do need to do that after the City game, just in case. Well, we're getting Pascual. Interesting. That was remarkably easy, which makes me wonder if he's maybe not as good as we think. But for 400 grand, it was worth a punt, right? Just to find out. Now we should see his full attributes. Oh, we actually didn't. Usually you do when you get that done, but oh well, fair enough. Okay, yeah, it's FM Christmas as well. I love the youth intake streams just because we've got so much. You get the youth intake, which is often shit. You get Champions League ties usually, and then obviously FM Christmas as well. That is a lot of changes needed. Though, oh, that's much better. That lineup is so much better. With Dala back, Abdul Nabi back, Yoshi and Velazquez back as well. That, although Seri probably deserves a start, right? I feel like I want to start Seri over Yoshi here. Then again, he does have the link. And I wonder if the link could help us here. Because Seri was great in the first leg. But he also is unhappy, as they always are. Pascal under a lot of pressure to sight. What you did there? I see it. So Castillo or Suhi through the middle? I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter, really, does it? Like, Flavien Moores can't play. Montiel and Fernandez again. Surely Alvarado again. I just trust him a little bit more in these matches. Because he's got that height, and you never know when you can get a corner goal or something, right? I will absolutely... I'll do it now. Let me just do that. Same system for City. Not a huge surprise there. Time... Den Bogenda. Oh, there he is. Utrecht. And it looks like he's still there. Then again, he's still only 24. He has got 1 cap for the Netherlands. Now, where that actually came... But he's regularly playing for Utrecht now. Took him a little while to get fully in there. A few substitute appearances, but then he was just straight in there. From the start of the 2028-2027 season... Straight in there. 19 goals in the Eredivisie. What a season that is. 19 in 33. He must have been one of the top scorers in the league that year. Honestly, that's a really good record. I imagine he probably wasn't because there'll be some Ajax guy that's on like 35. But for Utrecht to get 19 goals in a season with him, that's really good. This year he's fallen off massively for some reason. I don't know if he's had an injury or something. Damaged foot. No. Oh, he broke his ankle in 2029, which probably didn't help. I suspect that might have put him down the pecking order a little bit in that period. I like finding players like that. Right, okay, here we go. Moment of truth, I guess. Manchester City versus us. All on the line, right? It's only 2-2. If we don't lose, we've got a chance. Obviously. Captain Obvious. Jesus Christ, man. Did you know, chat? If you win the race, you get the most... What's that Will Buxton quote? I can never remember what the Will Buxton quote is. Appeared unsure. What are you unsure about, Jose? Well done, he's 13. Oh, if you finish first place, you win the race. Yes. That's the one. I still need to finish this season's Drive to Survive. Just didn't feel as good. There just wasn't much in it, it felt like. Oh, hello. Early doors. Malero. Montiel. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Wait. Oh. Bust. Hang on. Snurgle. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. If you want to win, you can't lose. True. Well, this is a trash start, but we've got a lot less possession than we had in the first game. And Abdul Nabi's already dead, although he seems to be recovering now. Oh, God. Right, come on, lads. Don't concede from a set piece to Manchester City, and we didn't. Oh. Wow, what a start in the United PSG game. United with 2 quick goals, followed by 2 quick goals for PSG. We've once actually scored a goal while the music was still playing. Okay, possession's coming back our way a little bit here. We're not committing too many fouls. Weirdly, they are. They're quite foul heavy here, actually. We've offered nothing. They've offered nothing. It is a complete stalemate. Wow, this might be the worst for... Oh, surely not. Malero. Monty. Oh, it's over the bar from Alvarado. I mean, this is a terrible match. This is an absolutely woeful display of football from both sides. A combined 0.36 XG between Man City and MTK Budapest. Like, one good chance is better than that. Wow. But we're keeping it tight. We're locking it down. Which is something, right? I'd honestly take boring stalemate if it allows us to maybe make a change or two later in the game and try and not go for the win, but just try and set ourselves up for extra time and maybe a cheeky one, right? Yeah, they've gone very defensively heavy with the little back seven there. They've got a Segundo Volante in there too. And Haaland obviously is the complete forward. It's going to be a corner that decides this game, isn't it? One of us is bound to score one, and there's the goal. It's Ruben Diaz. I don't know if it is or not, Cox's but it's the one I use. Well, there we go. That's a bit of a mismatch at the far post. Who's that marking him? I mean, technically at the end, no one, because he just ran away from him. Great work. Great stuff there. Okay. Hopefully we don't completely go out on a whimper here. What I will do, I think, is turn off work ball in the box again. Against these bigger sides. United back in front again, too. That is not what you want when you're trying to win. And now Darla's hurt himself. That's just the exact opposite of what you want when you're trying to win. Who's been shit other than everyone? Wow, Malero's had a bad one. And Silva's suspended, isn't he? So we can't even bring him on. Anxious. I want to try and get rid of the anxious players. We got Bellingham as well. But Yoshi's actually focused. He's just not playing well. Fuck it. I think Seri as well. We're going to just go for it. We're going to run the changes at this point. Castillo's bit... You know what? Fuck it. 5 subs. We're doing it. We'll go over the huge subby. Because what choice? Might as well just... Got to throw something at him right now. 5 subs. See what they can come up with. Maybe if we hit some early crosses. Just get some balls in the box. Let's go for it. No point in hitting it on attacking because that doesn't do anything. It just makes us give the ball away loads. Good clearance. All right, now, if we could win the ball hit... No, we haven't, but we could... Oh, no! Just bad clearances repeatedly. Foden's in there, and this is going to be a penalty, isn't it? Because Velasquez is going to push him over. No? Yep. You just can't beat these teams, can you? Because shit like that just happens. Do you remember the error from the goalkeeper in the first game against Manchester City, where it went right through his hands? The keeper, I think either it deflects... No, it's just... Yeah, it's just... Welcome to playing Manchester City. Where your world-class goalkeeper just does that, unfortunately. Just like it did in the previous game against them as well. That's a shame. We've not been at it today. We might as well now throw it on attacking. Because what's the choice? Disappointing. Didn't look normal in 2D. We just haven't been at it today. City are very good. But as you know, both games against PSG not the first leg, sorry, but the game we played against PSG earlier this season, a ball was weakly headed at our goalkeeper, and instead of like just catching it or letting it go through his hands even, he actually dived out of the way of the ball, like to his side, to let the ball go past him, and then they scored 2 kickoff goals after we took the late lead. That's very shit and very disappointing. That's the most meek we've looked against a massive side. Generally speaking, our performances against big sides this season have actually been quite good. And we definitely look better. PSG won in the end. Wow. Did they draw the first leg 0-0 then? They were just saving all the goals for the second leg, apparently. Well, that's us done. And Dala's out for... We've got 8 million quid, I guess, which is useful. We'll get some more money later, too, which is very much needed at this point. 32 million pounds in the bank. Okay, that's a bit better. We've lost a lot of money this year, but we'll recoup some of that in the summer. Upsets. I think you get upsets. It's just that... It's the way that the games tend to be when you don't get the upset. You'll often find that when you lose those games against those big sides, you don't often get battered. You will sometimes get battered. They won't play off the park, though. Usually it'll be a case of, like, you'll get goals like that is how they win, rather than them just playing around you and being the better side. It's like this weird... I don't know why it happens like that, but that's what I seem to have noticed. Yeah, Celtic had already won. That was from last week's. They actually played that second leg last week for some reason. Classic still top scorer. So what's the round of quarter-final? Oh, they haven't drawn it. Okay. Needless to say, they're through. But luckily, we've got all sorts of fun to still have, because we've got Next Gen Day coming up. We've got to sort this tactic out. We've got some scouting to do. Lovely stuff. Right, scouts. Speaking of scouting, actual scouts. We want to sort that before anything else. So, to the world map, chatto. What are we thinking? Right, we want to set it to nations, not regions, because that makes us look like we know everything. Less so here. Europe is mostly covered. We probably should have someone in Scotland, right? We kind of do need to fill the Scotland gap. And Southeast Asia is clearly key as well. The thing is with Africa, you have to pay attention to like where we actually... I wish you could click on the countries and it would just tell you exactly... Like, because obviously I know most of these are, but it's nice to like just have to just click, right? We still need to find someone who knows Bolivia exists as well. Scotland would be good to have. The problem with Scotland is that if we find a scout with Scotland knowledge, I don't know what other knowledge they'd have to make it worthwhile. Maybe some knowledge out here of like... Is that Ukraine? Southern Profit. Not really, because most of the time you can't, Scott. Most of those players you won't get any money for anyway, so it sort of defeats the... It wouldn't... If you've got that money, then you then just have to go buy new players anyway, so in my mind it's just easier to keep those same players out on loan. Well, we've got Australia already, so we don't need Australia. You can see it behind my face cam, hopefully. Scotland and like Ukraine would be good, but China, India... Yeah, China and Thailand would be good as well. Is that Wales grey? You're right, it might be. Well, let's have a look. Hey, let's have a look, right? Let's start finding these peoples. Since we've now got that search set up. I don't know. I might have actually had to delete it because I was looking at someone else. We've still got the actual base search in there. Recruitment team, scout. Let's just set this up to Scouty Scouts. But we also want to be thinking about where we're going to get good quality players from as well. That's what matters too, rather than just like filling in the gaps. We also want to find players from... What we want is basically to get knowledge of nations where we really... When we're looking through, we'll get that little extra stuff. South Korea scouts. Do we have scouts? I swear we had South Korea, right? I thought we did. Maybe we didn't. We've got Korea. Oh, hang on. Wait, no, we haven't. No, we do. Oh, that's Japan. Yeah, we've got South Korea. That's fine. Anywhere that's already got someone there, we don't want. Right. So I think we want to find someone with Scotland. I like the idea of Ukraine as well. If there's any African nations here that maybe have good players that we don't really know about, and obviously Bolivia would be good too. Georgia, yeah. Well, we've actually found some... We've got the country sticker from Georgia after all. Let's just try and find Scotland and Ukraine first, because we know that we'll be able to find those without a shadow of a doubt. Of Scotland. Let's see what else they've got maybe on the way. So there's 13 guys with Scotland knowledge. I'll just sort by this anyway and see. Scotland, Ireland, and France. I think we've got Iran already. If they're on that map, we've already got Iran. Because we don't want to be getting players... We don't want to get scouts that already have those places on the map occupied. And we're not concerned about the overall quality of the scout too much either. We're more interested in their knowledge levels. Costa here looks kind of interesting because he's got New Zealand, Greeks, Australia, and he must have Scotland too. He's interesting because he ticks a lot of boxes. including Canada as well. To hit Scotland and Canada at the same time would be pretty useful. I like him. And got extra Greece. And, of course, Vanuatu, chatto. The very finest from Vanuatu. I like him because he's got Scotland and Canada, and it would fill the gap for us. And he's interested. Long-term contract, knock your wage down. Oh, okay, maybe not. How about 1.1? There we go. Cool. So that'll fill Scotland and Canada. So I think the next best thing is to look at Ukraine and see if they had... Ukraine and then some others would be good. Maybe, alongside him. Thailand and Ukraine, yeah. We looked at Thailand before. Actually, let's just look at Thailand before, because I swear we've looked at Thailand before and then couldn't find anyone that had what we needed. Okay, we've got 9 dudes with Thailand knowledge. Imagine if we see Thailand and Ukraine in the same on the same guy. So he's Brazilian and Thai. He's been on holiday once. That's what's happened there. He's been on holiday once. Franz Putros with Iraq, Denmark, and Thailand. Strange, but he's got it. There's this Japanese dude here who has Indonesia and Thailand, and also South Korea and Germany too. Mitsuru Maraoka, he's an intriguing option. That's a nice little set. Tristan Du with a bit of France. Also has Brazil, South Korea, and Japan. Presumably he played there, right? Hey, Kitty! We're just trying to find a new scout. There's Mosquito. With Saudi Arabia, Thailand, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Spain. Barbarouses. Well, we just did. We were literally just looking at him. Danilo. Problem with these guys now is that they are genuinely shit. Like, obviously, I don't care too much, but I would like... I think my favourite one out of these guys is probably Maruoka. There's also Gilbert Coomson. Got a bit of Africa in there, too, with Ghana, Croatia, Norway, Australia, Cote d'Ivoire. Oh. Yeah, he's buzzing around the world here. What about this guy here with the Philippines knowledge? Thailand, Malaysia. Let's have a look at the Malaysia Gambia. Yeah, he only has Malaysia. I was hoping that because he had those, he had loads of others. Coaches with Thai knowledge. We can have a look. Gilbert's got a lot of knowledge, but he doesn't have any ability to actually... Yeah, that's tough. Because the problem is... I don't know if I want to sign a scout that has 3 and 3. I know that we don't care about it too much, but it's... Skill rather than area. No, we only care about area. Well, no, not only care about area. At this stage now, we care about 90% area, 10% skill, 15% concentrated power of will. That's generally where we're at, because we've already got good scouts. What we're looking for now is coverage. Because you can send your good scouts anywhere, but what you don't get with the good scouts is the initial knowledge. That's generally what we're doing now. That's how I like to prioritize our scouts. Because this is the 18th and 19th scouts that we're signing here. So we've got some like lots of 2020, 18, 19 guys. Hit a bit of Fort Minor on you there, chat. So let's just check Ukraine. See if we can find a guy with Ukraine and... okay, there's at least a lot of... What the fuck? You're right there, Belgium. Okay, apparently Belgium love Ukraine. Holy shitting balls. Johan Mays has got a stupid amount of knowledge. Let me just sort that by secondary, actually. We're going to have to just look through some of these, really, aren't we? There's a lot of knowledge here. Shitting hell. There's a lot of knowledge. They all seem to be the same nations, though. Weirdly. 150% scout. Absolutely. That's what I want. That's my coverage level. Ukraine and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I just don't think we get a guy with Ukraine and Mishi Bashuai. Jesus me. They seem to have the same knowledge. It feels like all these players have the... Sorry, players. Scouts have the exact same levels of knowledge. Okay, this guy does. He's got a bit of Cyprus in there too. I don't know, but Belgium seem to have the knowledge levels. There's also Ngoy. I feel that's the same exact teams again. But apparently still no one's heard of Bolivia. What about Victor Gay? Now, does have Ukraine, does have Moldova. What about... Of course they've got knowledge of the Congo. That doesn't surprise me. I just want to see a mad one that's got like Ukraine and Saudi Arabia or something. That'd be incredible. Fuck it, let's try it. Can't hurt to test. See if we can find a magical one, right? Right, Saudi Arabia... Just in case. Oh, imagine though. Imagine if we'd found someone that had Ukraine and Saudi Arabia knowledge. That would have been perfect. Feels like the difference between sporadic and good is kind of non-existent as well, because it's the same number of people. He's rubbish, but... Hey, Maurici. Algerian dude here. I'm not sure about this one. David Pollitt. Like, if we're going to get someone, because it seems like they all have the exact same knowledge, it might as well be someone from the top, because they just have, you know, better quality scouts. Oh. Kazakhstan, maybe? Because you maybe you get a lot of surrounding nations with Kazakhstan, and it might fill a lot of gaps there. Oh, that's technically Europe, isn't it? That might actually be what holds it back in a way, because the game might not consider it the same. Well, there's Pavel Zakharov, who's got loads of shit like this. He's got Mongolia knowledge. Kazakhstan, Belarus, Crimea, Uzbekistan, Armenia, Georgia, Latvia. That's some nice setups. Anatoly Katrish. Similar but less. Doesn't have Mongolia. Marusi, thank you for the follow. Mamayev. He's got a bit more knowledge. It's basically... Oh, there's a guy with Poland knowledge. It's got Greece as well. A Croatian dude here with Kosovo, Montenegro. He's basically just got that entire region on lock. And then Kazakhstan too. Kind of like that. Presumably because he played for Kairat. That has to be the reason. And Aktobe. But he's just got that entire area and then Kazakhstan. He's quite interesting. But I think we've got a lot of those nations. Or do we have all of those nations? Kozlov, maybe? Fiji World Ranking. So we have lookups for stuff like that, just so that we don't get too distracted. Hope that's all right. Yeah, he's just like, I know the Balkans. That's the same guy, isn't it? Oh, this is tough. Zarkov is... I like Zakharov because he's got Kazakhstan as well, but he's also got a nice little smattering of some of these smaller nations, and he's got decent... Oh, imagine, Wills. Imagine. But you can't do that. Well, you can, but not very well. Belarus is new too. I think we were lacking Georgia as well. Gives us the Kazakhstan blob, and he's actually a decent scout on top of it. Yeah, I think we add him. Oh, he's cheap as chips as well. Yeah, fuck it. We'll get those two. That'll strengthen our knowledge a little bit further. Imagine if you could actually get like 100% scouting. Because that takes us to 19 scouts. I know we could have like 30. So there's no room. There's plenty of room for us to get more of them. Right. Oscar Schwartau, because we haven't actually... Good, it's Schwartau again. God. I swear he's get looks up more than anyone else these days. There he is. Always recognise that face. We did actually look at doing that, Kaka, but then with the thing is with coaches, I do want quality coaches, and finding quality coaches that have the scouting knowledge as well, it's just that's just unlikely. With scouts, after a certain point, it doesn't matter, but you don't want the coaching quality to drop because players actually they do care about that. I feel like if you've got really good coaches, it stops you getting the whole, well, you improve the coaching team every time I sign a player, because that can often be a problem. But yeah, Schwartau, just like last time, back at OB, back in Denmark at the moment with Odense, and yeah, not really playing for them, unfortunately. But there you go. Database is 110,000, Scrappy. That's what we're currently sat. And medical team, I don't think I've ever seen a medical team that actually have any scouting knowledge. That makes a difference, anyway. Better scout than coach. The game thinks they're a coach. True, but I feel like we've got these two guys. That's maybe a story for another day. I suspect there would be diminishing returns. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Certain there are certain roles that you don't get any of the scouting knowledge for them. What was it? I signed a guy specifically because of his scouting knowledge, and then he just didn't do any scouting or something. I can't remember who it was. It was a guy it was a former Portsmouth player. That's all I remember. So yeah, Fiji 141st in the world. Sadly. I mean, that could be good for them, honestly. They've been as high as 139. They've been as low as 162nd. A big old ground, to be fair. Like, it's not a bad stand, and just stand around it, isn't it? Yeah, I think it was... Oh. I can't remember exactly what it was. I mean, to be fair, he deserves to be left out after his performance against City this season. Luckily, we've still got time to replace him eventually, but I do wonder if the Real Virginia... Not experiment, this Real Virginia train might be coming to a halt lately. But Farkshan's doing well out on loan. So we're going to switch back to the other tactic for the next game and try this out. Oh, there they go. There's all the youth call-ups. Even Redacted, getting into the Danish under-21s. Presumably he's got a case there, right? That's the only thing it can be. Okay. Who? I've never heard of him. We don't speak his name. Recruitment analyst. I don't know, actually. So Laturi scored for Kishvada. They're looking really good this season. And Uipest are in danger of coming... I feel like Virginia hasn't been the same since the update, truth be told. I feel like the biggest sort of denominator with him changing is the latest update to FM. He does not seem to have been the same player since then. Porto are through as well, to add insult to injury. But Bayern are through, despite Saboslai getting sent off. Yeah, so Portugal are doing everything they can. It's going to make next season pretty tough. It doesn't help that we've had a bit of a naff year. We've had some bad luck in the fact that we had more teams in Europe this year, but they all got shocking draws when they all got through. They got probably some of the toughest draws you could possibly imagine is what they ended up with, which I think is what really cost us in those. Cool. You're right, they probably will draw Celtic now. The draw's probably happened, doesn't it? Okay, Celtic play Real Madrid, Porto play Bayern. That should help. I don't mind if Celtic do okay, honestly. Scotland are far enough behind at the moment that it doesn't matter too much, but I don't want to give them any ideas, you know. Except that we pitched first round. No, for me, that's still bad luck, because it meant that we could only gain a maximum of 1 point, essentially, overall for that round, whereas if we'd had them in separate ties, they could have got 2, potentially. That's the issue. It's good for getting them guaranteed progression, but I'd much rather have Hungarian sides face each other later in the tournament to guarantee it stuff. Hiraguchi is from MTK. The stadium's actually named after him. So yeah, he's a club legend. Not only is the stadium named after him, but our new stadium, until I change the name, once we move into it in June, is also going to be named after him. Because the board are just like, we just love this dude. We just love him a lot. But it will probably be the Bing.com Arena once the stadium's actually built. Do you have more space? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to test it for, like, 1 game. I want to give us, like, a run of 3 or 4 matches with it over the next sort of... We've got loads of time. We've got 3 hours. Right, okay, so no intensive language course. I'm not going to ask him to recommend a signing because I don't care what he thinks. I love that Kokuk Jin is actually getting caps for North Korea now. What a lad. I think it has to be Bung.com, right? Presumably. In the coefficients, we're currently 7th. Closing in on Portugal, but this year they've had a good year and we've had a bit of a middling year, I suppose. However, next year we gain 4 points on them, which would get us neck and neck right at the start of the season. So we're close to 6th for next year. But then it's a real big jump up to 5th because 5th and 2nd are basically the same. So if you catch 5th, you catch 2nd. At the moment, anyway. Which is where it gets very interesting. So we're going to sort of have to get our heads down for a bit and hope that the other Hungarian sides start making a bit more progress. It doesn't help that they keep getting, like, other than the likes of Ferencváros, the others seem to kind of come in and out of Europe, and we don't really need that. Like a Japanese conglomerate model. That's true. Kind of like the GER in the TV show 30 Rock. How, you know, how Alec Baldwin's character's like head of the microwave oven division or something. It's not really a big gap, but it's like 15 points, which is something you can't close up in 1 season. You have to slowly build your way there. But bear in mind, as you're getting those extra points, you have to be taking them off of someone. And I find as you start to do better, they do slightly worse as well, because that's where the points are coming from. Potentially, anyway. Breaking that top 5. I think I don't remember the exact number of coefficient points that we've had in the previous saves. Like the actual, I don't know where we've maxed out, so to speak. So Castillo with Malero and Silva. Silva's not starting there. As good as he is for that role, which he actually genuinely is. We're going to start... Oh, fuck. I guess Pereira there. Actually, we could even start Brahim Diaz there because he's got the passing for it, which might work. Recruitment analysis give you equal knowledge to scouts. Really? Intriguing. How many recruitment analysts have I got knocking about? We've got 2 spaces for recruitment analysts. And we don't care how good they are at their jobs either. So we can ignore their actual, like, and what I'll do is I'll use the scout filter on them rather than the, and I know what you're thinking. Maybe we could get some scouts to take the recruitment analyst role. They won't do it. They will simply just refuse to take that role. Okay. We just need their knowledge and their brain. Okay, so let's try this. Oh, Medinger was so cheap. I actually don't know. I really don't know, Captain Backlog, why he was so cheap. To be fair, he still cost us £12 million. It wasn't that cheap, but it was just surprising. I don't think he had 7 months left on his contract, did he? So I want recruitment analysts. So I guess the problem is that there's just less of them in general. Canada could... Yeah, we probably need like more well-known... That's Europe, Matt. Okay, let's just see what recruitment analysts there are. Because there's 500 of them. Okay, so they do have knowledge there. Does it, like, not get filtered or something? We already got Canada, did we? Oh, yeah, we got Canada with the first guy, didn't we? This Hungarian dude here who has Hungary knowledge. Wow, and he's scary. You're right, yeah, we don't need Canada. There's Syria, but he's only got Syria. I think best to look for, like, multiple nationalities. But it seems like they only seem to have the nationalities that are listed there. It feels like they don't... Because they're not going to gain extra knowledge, which a scout would have. It seems like they're mostly just going to have the knowledge that is their nationalities, essentially. But this guy does have China. Grad Gilhouse with Netherlands and China. And he's actually got good judging PA and judging... So he might even be right about it occasionally. Oh, he did. Oh, fair one. In that case... But he still wasn't that cheap, though, was he? It was like £12 million, I think. He could be useful. Particularly as he's got the... But to me, I've not seen a single one of these guys yet. Okay, I was going to say I've not seen a single one of these guys yet. Oh, it's because he's a scout, but he isn't the scout. Preferred job scout. But as long as they're showing up, I know what we've got to do. Right. Here's the plan. If they've got preferred job scout but are still showing up here, that means they would potentially be willing to be a recruitment analyst. So what we do is we take this and we add a condition that says preferred job. So we can just filter by the ones that are scouts, which means they'll have more... Yeah, we can pay them a little bit more, but if they're... Yeah. But if we're not bothered about their actual quality, this might filter it down a little bit more. Because that's much better. Because the problem with those other guys is all the ones that are just bare bones recruitment analysts. The issue with them is that they're only going to have knowledge of the two countries, either their nationalities, basically. So there's this guy, Mano Miko, who only has Spain knowledge. This might have been a bit of a failed test, honestly. It seems that, for the most part, you don't get many of them, and when you do... Yeah, that's not good enough. It was worth a go, but in my head, it seemed like a good idea at the time. The guy with Chinese knowledge is solid. The guy with German and Paraguay knowledge there, concerningly. Particularly as he's called... Oh, Eichinger. I thought they said Eichmann for a second. Albanian German here in Kedikop. Hang on, sorry. Are you the same person? Do they all just look like this? He's 25. Corporate wants you to point out the difference between these pictures. You said there's a guy with Ukraine knowledge. Didn't we just get Ukraine? I swear we just got Ukraine knowledge from the actual scout we hired, though, right? So he has no... Oh, he's a manager. So he has... Hang on. So he has no knowledge at all. Russia to Kazakh. Oh, we didn't get Ukraine. Oh, in that case, let's go back to Ukraine then. Where was Ukraine? Oh, this guy here, the Ukrainian, who has Hungary and Ukraine knowledge. Has good PA and CA judging as well. Well, I think maybe we get this guy for Ukraine then, and get the other guy for China. Because they're actually good at their jobs too, and have this, which is kind of useful, because it means that their knowledge of those nations might be quite nice. Manager has... Oh, true. Fuck it, I just want to... wow, he's quite expensive. Performance analyst. Wait. No, he has to be a recruitment analyst, doesn't he? Because we didn't test it. I want to make sure that he's actually in the job that we've said he'll have. That's fine. I don't think they care too much. We'll take you. And we want the guy with Chinese knowledge. So Grad Gilhouse. And it gives us a little bit of extra Netherlands knowledge too. Let me guess, he'll want to be a performance analyst too. But that's fine. Recruitment analyst. Boom. Bump the wage up a little bit. Pull that down. Sick. That's true. And because they're large nations, it fills the map up a bit more. And therefore, it looks like we have more knowledge than we do. And that, if anything, is the real quiz. I think it might not work for performance analyst because as far as I'm aware, performance analyst comes under the coaching team and not the recruitment team. And I wonder if that might be the distinction that makes a difference. Then again, that does require a level of coding that maybe they couldn't be asked to do. But luckily, Hadrian's going to find out for us because he's an absolute ledge. Boom, 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 boom. Right, okay, let's test this tactic out then. This is going to be an interesting test. So this is the one with the APs and the poacher with those two little instructions that Anarith had me add. We're going to test this for a few games just to see how it plays. If not, we'll move the APs back to being the inside forwards how they were set up, but leave the poacher. Big smarts is better than deep smarts. Damn straight. That's why giant smarties are better than small smarties. Don't at me. I won't be told. You will not be able to convince me otherwise. Also, for today's whiz quiz, I do have a whiz quiz player for you, but I've also got a test for another idea that someone came up with a little while ago. As Castillo's already through and he's already scored. Well, that was 30 seconds on the clock. You'll have to see. Chocolate buttons, true. Big shout. I feel like most confectionery food is better when bigger. Hang on. It was roam from position and runs into channels. I think the idea, I'm sure Anarith will be able to back me up on this, presumably, is that it allows you the poacher to just not quite... It just stops the poacher from being completely out of the play all the time. Because if he's running into channels more, he's going to stretch defenses and actually potentially provide those exact type of moves. He'll also get into the wide areas a little bit more, particularly with these APs as well. And as for roam from position, it just means that he's not always static. So he's not going to be just easier. He'll be harder to pick up, essentially. I think that's the idea behind it anyway. But I'm totally willing to cede to Anarith's knowledge on that one. Willing to die on this hill? I am willing to. It's a big-ass hill. Because obviously, bigger hill is better, right? I don't die on little hills, damn it. Oh, I'm curious now. I wonder how long it will take to get the knowledge. Only big hills for your boy. Oh, at least we know there's definitely going to be a transfer stream on Thursday now, then. We've still got you, what's-a-majiggy, to do as well. FM Christmas. So it's been a slow start to the game. Not a lot really going on. Just the one chance created thus far. True, but I feel like the FM poachers are a bit weird. The reason I've tended to shy away from poachers in previous FMs is because I've often found that they're too static and they don't do a lot. And sometimes you can feel like you're playing with 10 men a lot of the time. No world-class. I mean, a world-class striker isn't going to join us, as we already know. But we need to find a guy that maybe can turn into a world-class striker. This isn't looking great for us. This is looking like us having a lot of possession and doing soddle with it against a relatively poor side. Obviously, small sample size. We'll try a second game with this same setup just to make sure that we're not judging it too quickly. Because the one thing we did see out of the poacher was good, but I do wonder if it's not the issue. If the issue isn't the poacher, it might be the players around the poacher. FM till 3 a.m. You'll love to see it. I don't know if I remember playing FM at 3 a.m. one time because I was simming the Finnish second division trying to get FC Santa Claus promoted. And then eventually someone just sent me a database, so it was fine. As Jarju scores, you'll love to see a bit of Moses Jarju. This was years ago. This was in 2015. No, yeah, 2014 actually. It was when I made that FC Santa Claus video for Christmas Day. Okay, so we did get a second goal. That's a penalty. Yeah, I'm willing to... Obviously, we've got time to test things, and I don't want to just throw one game out the way because of that. But we haven't looked... I mean, that's a set-piece goal. We've had a penalty and a set-piece goal. So I feel like these are not conducive to the play. We've only really seen, like, one highlight that wasn't those, which was obviously the goal. And I feel like the APs... They're not particularly putting up good ratings so far today either, which means they're probably not completing that many good passes. But luckily, we're winning the match, which is the main thing. I think... Oh, yeah, I did click it. I think my plan might be for the next game to run this again with the same exact setup, but then after that, if I'm not seeing anything particularly interesting with it, then... Let me just switch these two over. Then try this... Go back to basics with the inside forwards idea, because I liked the inside forwards the way they played. They scored a lot of goals, and this might just get that striker to be that little bit better. How many performance analysts can we have, and can you remember the head analyst of... Does it work for performance analysts too? I love it. Because that's why I was a little bit cagey when I said, oh, it won't work for them because they're in separate roles. But I thought, well, when they introduced this, did they really create a separation? This is good knowledge to have. So I guess we're going to go look for some performance analysts after this game then, right? We're going to flood our entire team with scouting knowledge based purely from the performance analysts. This is good knowledge. That was nice play. That was lovely play. Oh, go on. it's a weak effort, but that was better. Poacher got into a good position there, was able to turn it around the sides to the APs, but I wonder if they're inside forwards, would they be getting into those positions more often, perhaps? Because he's in a nice spot there. It's a lovely pass, too. Gets across him, weak effort. And bear in mind, one of the APs is on support and one of them's on attack, like we did with the inside forwards, and that was the attack one. And I wonder if they just... It's an advanced playmaker, and I just wonder if they're not going to get forward as much to make that happen. Lots of possession, though. Get all the scouting knowledge hack, maybe. I'll put it in the pile after the red card video for next week. Only knowledge of their own nations. That makes sense. But there's enough nations. Luckily, with our big database setup, there's enough nations that we could maybe make that work. In the end, 4-0 is actually pretty good. Dominant on the ball. But I feel like this could have easily been a 2-0 game with very little chances. The striker looks good, but I feel like we've maybe sacrificed some of the quality out wide in order to make that. But, sorry, that's not what I mean. I feel like we've sacrificed quality out wide unnecessarily almost, where actually, in fact, the striker role is irrelevant to that, and the striker role is doing really well. But maybe we need to revert back to what we were doing before outside of the striker role, perhaps. I'll give it one more game, though, after the international break, to see if it could have just been the way they were set up. Maybe it's a case of, like, you want to sign... All right, Emmett, buddy. You do you, but if you don't give us a good youth intake next year, you are being released. Basically. The defense this season, it's not as good as it has been in the past. To be honest, how many goals have we conceded? 11. I love how I say that, and that's genuinely true. It isn't as good as it's been in the past, but it's still good in the grand scheme. There we go. Cool. Some cool names in there. It looks like we've hit Israel as far as that level of scouting now. Betting for youth intakes. I mean, he can't be any worse, can he? Well, I mean, that's not true at all. What am I talking about? Right, get rid of that. It's quite a big chunk of players on that one, actually. Any quite high ratings? Costarella, expensive goalkeeper, Inter. Casper Maxson, though. 18-year-old at FC Copenhagen. Hello, Big Dollop. He's intriguing. Shady, thank you for the follow. More knowledge required on him, but he has thighs freeze. He looks like if thighs freeze and Emmett had a baby. Hang on, sorry. Who is Henrik Blåbjerg Tingager? Chat. Redacted. Have you got a friend? Why is everyone in the Danish intelligence services? The Danes are at it again. The Danes are at it again. Maybe. Okay. Wait. That's intriguing. 18 as well. Guy at Ajax, but he's worth shit. Oh, that's the Indonesian dude, isn't it? Nizic at Dino Zagreb is kind of... Oh, intriguing. That's a nice scout report. This guy at Club Brugge, then again, if you've learned anything about Belgian players, you've got to be careful. Okay, I like that. That was a good scout report. So, also this guy, Sol de America. Good aerial reach, 6'2", 101s of 14, reflexes of 15. I like him. I like him a lot.
Do you know if
Realist.
Oh yes, very
He's a very intriguing keeper. I want more information about Aranda. Good agility, true, yeah. Great determination. What's his name on his photo? Just Luis Aranda. Lamb guy, thank you for the follow. Right, let me get these guys all scouted again. That was a nice report. Oh, they're already being scouted. Cool. Okay, I like that. Apparently, that's a thing we're getting. We've qualified for the Conference League. Okay, right. So how many slots have I got available for performance analysts? Probably all of them, right? Oh! Who are our performance analysts? Hungary knowledge. Hungary and Germany knowledge. But right, we can just sack these guys. Hungary and Romania knowledge from Cosmin Krivats. Okay. They have a past club. Potentially they could have been poached from their youth intake. It doesn't show up on the career stats page, but it will show up on their biography. If that happens. I've noticed that you see it a little bit more now. Right. Okay, so... Staff search. Performance analysts, then. See if there's any knocking about. There should be a few. Or 560 of them. It's probably the same players, isn't it? I think it's the exact same people. It feels like they're pretty much either or on this. So the question is, where do we fill now? Because I think it's the exact same chaps. Just with a slightly different role. Past Common Africa. Yeah, it was almost certainly that Brugge have an agreement with a Ghanaian club or something. Let's go back to the map. To the map, chat. What are we missing that needs filling? So Scotland is now... Hang on, wait, is it? So Scotland, we do have Scotland now. Ignore that. Canada, we've also got. China, we've also got. Ukraine, we've also got. It just takes a couple of months for them to actually set it. We are map men today, chat. I'll be Jay Foreman. You can be the other guy. Wales would be useful to have, potentially. How do you get Greenland coverage? I suspect either you don't, or you just get really good... No, we should have Greenland coverage because of Denmark, right? I think you just don't get it. Watch it show up when we get Canada knowledge. Watch Greenland show up as part of Canada. 2 seasons, what should I do now?
It's good.
It depends, Hallis. If you're new to the game, what I would suggest is either managing a massive side, someone like a Milan, or the club you support, and that might well be Milan as well, because then you'll know about the players, you know where getting into things. I think your best bet might be to just like do a few more seasons and sort of just stick around with one save for a little bit before sort of jumping into something new from the start, because obviously a lot of the big stuff goes on at the very beginning. But if you are looking for something a bit random, then there's a website called Perchance that will actually give you like a random save generator, but I don't know if that's maybe what you want at this stage. Iceland would be an interesting one. I love how we've just become cartographers, chatto. Sudan... Oh, I just don't know if we're going to find a performance analyst with Sudan knowledge. I think do we have Algeria? I swear we have Algeria. Do we not? Well, I'll be damned. We don't. In my head, Algeria might work. Saudi Arabia, true. I do. Was it there? It's not showing up here. Or is it? Is it just really out of order? Oh, yeah, this camera. Oh, it's in there. Sorry, it's because they order it within a separate... Yeah, this is not in order, and you can't sort it by... Oh, you can. Oh, no, you can't. You can't sort it by order of the actual... It sorts it by this and not this, which is really dumb. Randy Numbers! Thank you very much for the 9 months. That's a Twitch, Babby. You love to see it. Thank you, friend. That's very, very nice of you. I hope you have a lovely Tuesday morning. It's called Perchance. Has anyone got the Perchance link, chatto? Taja! Thank you for the 25 months. How are you, man? Lovely to see you. So, where are we thinking then? Have we got Tunisia? Yeah, we do. We do have Tunisia. Oh, what face pack? It's the Z-Gens face pack. Let me just get it for you. It is this. That's the face pack. Random season selection and sort it out. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Hey, Gavin! Did Boom break my heart last night? What happened? Tell us your feels. Trauma dump on us, Gav. I kind of like the idea of getting Saudi Arabia knowledge here. Would be good. Or Bolivia, actually. For that, that is annoying me. That little giant gap in the middle of the South American expanse is getting on my titties. I kind of want to fill that or Saudi Arabia. Right, let's have a look. Because I can't be able to sort... Actually, what I could do is just sort the nationalities like that. See if I see any Bolivia in there. Might actually be better to search, just in case. No, because they're not going to have it, are they? But they might. Just find one dude with Bolivia knowledge. Nothing. Nothing. Bolivia doesn't exist, chat. You heard it here first. Burkina Faso, best nation. Bolivia doesn't exist. Right, Saudi Arabia. Nothing. God damn. Why not both? Because there's no way they'll find in both. Okay, so none of those are viable. Just because there simply aren't any performance analysts with their particular nationalities, really. Don't have Costa Rica, really? Do we not have Costa Rica? Oh, there's a Costa Rican dude! Wait a fucking minute. If he would be willing to be a performance analyst for us, with that kind of Central American knowledge, Sean Rubio, he's a scout, but he might, if we pay him enough, he might be willing to be a performance analyst. Let's try it. He is not. He is emphatically not. Even if I'd like offered him more, he went red straight away without negotiating, which means that he just ain't having it. Even if I offer him loads of money, if it goes red immediately like that, it just means that they're not interested in switching roles. That's a shame. I thought our guy was Sean. I thought Sean was the man for us. Right. Let's have a look at Iceland, perhaps. Surely there's an Icelandic dude knocking up. Ah, 2 Icelanders. Oh, surely. Oh, they're both scouts again, though. And oh, this is Thomas Pereira, isn't it? The guy from earlier. We can try him, right? Oh, he wants to... Thomas Pereira. You absolute legend. He already wants to be the head performance analyst. Thomas, come. Come to me, buddy. Embrace me. Join our wonderful inflatable bosom here at MTK Budapest. You'll have to see it. What is start employed? So basically, when you do start employed, Hallies, it means that you don't manage a team. So you start without a club, and then you have to find a job inside the save when a job becomes available, basically. It's how a lot of people like do journeyman stuff. That's good news. Gives us Iceland knowledge, and he just backs up some of our extra knowledge. And he's actually good, too. Lovely stuff. I'll take that. In fact, we've got more slots, haven't we? Because I could just sack the other dudes. Might as well min-max it while we can. Let's have a bit of... Fuck it, let's just try Vietnam. You never know, right? But today we did know. I'm just going to look at nations that I feel like we might not have knowledge of. Like, for example, Burkina Faso. Ah, a man's dream was shattered today, chat, and you witnessed it. We could do regions. I don't think you can. No, you can't. You can't do regions on this menu because it's nation knowledge, and there's no such thing as region knowledge. Change your scout knowledge. Yes, they are. We've tested it, NG. Hadrian did a test earlier, so we found out. For those who just joined, we found out that recruitment analyst and performance analysts' scouting knowledge, like the country knowledge they have, actually affects your world knowledge. It actually does count, which means that you'll get better knowledge out of it. So we're now using our recruitment analysts as extra scouts. That's our next play. What are we thinking? What's missing in Europe? Let's have a look at Wales. There's got to be a Welsh dude. Go on, give me Llewellyn. Chat, there were no Welsh people in existence. Alice has just disappeared into a puff of smoke. Sat the other South American dude. I suppose we could, but I'd rather just keep the guy we currently have. Like, I don't want to get rid of our current scouts because the other guy was doing fine. I think he's a better scout. Mexico, we've got Mexico, right? Jamaica? Okay, she did it of her own accord, but Sean Rubio, we already know he won't do it. What about John Wall? Oh, true, he won't speak to us, will he? So he's got Jamaica, Sweden, and Finland. It's certainly interesting. And what is he? He's a coach. He was the manager of... Okay, he's been all over the shoppy. Caribbean dudes... Maybe, but the problem is any Caribbean dude that will give us... Bear in mind, recruitment analysts, actual recruitment analysts and performance analysts will only have their nation of birth and second nationality. Any ones that have got more than that are not actually recruitment analysts, and they're scouts, and getting them to be recruitment analysts doesn't really work that well, as we've already found out with Mr. Sean Rubio of Cincinnati FC. And it's Cincinnati, baby! Like, geez. What else is there? Trinidad? I just don't know. We could... I mean, there's no reason not to have a look. One dude. It's Sean Rubio. It's just Sean Rubio every single time. It's always Sean Rubio. Balkans. I think we do have a lot of Balkan knowledge, right? The bulk of our Balkan knowledge has probably come from one dude. I'm almost certain we found like a Balkan scout that just had the entirety. Oh, I swear to God, if I see the word Sean Rubio written one more time in there, I'm gonna just have a little bit of a meltdown. To be honest with you, we've got no Bermuda knowledge, unfortunately. Every time we sent a scout there, they never came back, so I just don't really want to do that again. Let's have a look at the nation map again. Back to the map. Right, Right, nation map. Okay. So obviously some of these nations will be filled in. So we've got Ukraine, we've got China, we've got Scotland, we've got Canada, all in the next one. And apparently we also have Lesotho. Indonesia? That could work, maybe. This map's going to look so much better when we get those next ones in, because that's going to fill up suit. They did. They've gone. Estonia's missing. Yeah, but is Estonia actually going to matter? Like, we're also prioritizing it by, like, nations we think we'd actually get reasonable players from occasionally. I think we already have Afghanistan. Even if it isn't highlighted. I swear we got Afghanistan knowledge. There was a guy that... Maybe not. Oh, yeah, we've got it. We do have... Oh, okay, zoom in, why don't you? Indonesia would be a... Yeah. I mean, Estonia, Indonesia, it's... I think we did get a Georgian dude. That's the wrong one. I keep sticking on that. I might just do, like, if we can find an Indonesian, because I don't want to dwell on it for too long. Let's try and find an Indonesian. Surely there's one Indonesian dude. Maybe India? No, not one Indonesian dude. No, Canada, we've got Canada. It just hasn't shown up yet. So when you first sign a new scout, you don't get their knowledge immediately. It takes like a month or so for it to actually show up. It's stupid, but it's true. I just kind of want to find a guy now. Yeah, let's just go back to everyone and scroll for flags, just so that you can notice that. I'll filter it by this, though, so we can actually see if they're a good scout. Like, for example... Fuck, he's really good as well. Only has Syria knowledge, annoyingly. There's Kevin Sutter here, who's got France and Ghana. There's him with Netherlands and Turkey. That's the Chinese guy we already looked at. There's Northern Ireland and England. Portugal, Norway, Nigeria. A few Americans in there too. I mean, do we need Cape Verde? We fancying a bit of Cape Verdean knowledge, maybe? Don't know if we've got that one yet. No. Oh, he might have 3. No, I'll have 2, won't he? Cape Verde, I mean, honestly, of the ones that are left, that before we start getting into 2-port, I might just try and nip this guy. Could always find some good Cape Verdeans. He wants to be a recruitment analyst instead of a performance analyst. I feel like he should be willing to change. Okay, he wants a bit of extra cash. Yeah, we'll do him. That'll allow us a bit of that. We'll get a little bit of extra knowledge, and then we'll let the map slowly fill in. But I want to work on this tactical test, and we've got to get to another game first. Azafev is now a Hungarian citizen. He does have caps for Costa Rica, though, so that's off the table. Yeah, they do seem to be completely interchangeable. Even if they are completely... Like, they shouldn't be completely interchangeable. A recruitment analyst for me and a performance analyst should have very different roles. But I suppose, essentially, the recruitment analyst is essentially just doing what a performance analyst does, just on players that don't play for you, I guess, right? Learn knowledge. Basically, I don't know, but I know for a fact... I say no for a fact. Based on anecdotal and mostly apocryphal stuff I've learned so far, it's not even worth attempting to do, basically. Lurch Streams, thank you for the follow. There's a reason why I don't send my scouts on scouting assignments to actually try and get knowledge, because they don't get knowledge. They get it very slowly, they don't get a lot of knowledge, and then they lose it faster than they gain it to an extreme level that basically means that you can't ever get any kind of progress with it, so I just wouldn't touch it. I say I wouldn't touch it. I don't personally touch it for that reason. Because I wish it worked. I really do, because it would be so much fun to be able to actually have a scouting team that are learning together rather than having to do what we're doing, but it's just too slow. It's such a shame, because it used to be fine. Right, so that's the recruitment analyst. That's Zoltan in. Speak the language of the place. Even then, it's still super. Zealand did a load of tests last year, and I feel like this year it's actually got worse. Because he actually sort of found a maybe slightly workable solution for it. And then it feels like this year it's been made even worse. I don't know why, though. Like, it used to be so cool to be able to do that. It does always feel like whenever there's something in the game that's slightly overpowered, SI nerf it so far the other way that it becomes unusable. Instead of just balancing things a little bit. Which is a shame. We've seen it with so many different features now. So we've got Gilhouse in and we've got Ola. Ola la. So they're both in. So that's the 2 recruitment analysts that are going to give us what was his knowledge? His was Netherlands and China. So that's our China knowledge with Mr. Gilhouse. And you have got the Ukraine knowledge, which won't show up straight away. Maybe it will. No. Yeah, I think it takes a couple of months. Wine tasting course, I forgot how to drive. In it. 3 months to fully show up. Okay, so by next stream, you'll know. Remind me next stream and I'll show you. Lots of stuff like there. Graph reports on burger progress. It's nearly cooked. Do you want anything on the side, chat? Maybe like some garlic bread, bit of mayo. Like, what are we saying? Fries, perhaps? Fries is just in the kitchen now. He's annoying the canteen ladies. I love that we're going to have to sack our head performance analyst. It's cost us £500,000. We've just spent £500,000 on replacing him with him. It was 3 analyzing data. And you... Oh, well, sorry, Daniel, but you've made this easy for me, given that it's free. Soon to be having a barbecue, yeah? Well done. No, I'm a medium rare man myself. Now I want steak. Thank you, chat. Although, on the plus side, I'm going to McDonald's later because Pog is working late and it's going to be delicious. Financials are, they're not great. We are going to need probably a nice sale in... Just get... Oh, that was his secondary role. He was doing 2 jobs. Man doesn't even have a contract. He was doing 2 jobs. Oh. Bizarre. I do like... I'm just... Medium rare for me is just like my jam. Just lovely. Oh. This is how I've got him working zero. He's going to work in Sports Direct later. Prize money in the league, pretty much no. As far as I know, it's not gone up a lot. Expect to see some new sponsors this year too, because every single one of our sponsorship contracts expires this year. So we should get a nice chunk of money from sponsors as well. To give you an idea, we're currently at... I'm a jam medium rare. You know it. Look, they all expire this summer. So in theory, we should get a nice... They should come back as new and better sponsors. So we should get a nice chunk of money from the sponsors too. Possibly upwards of 10 million. But yeah, the prize money is basically... non-existent still. You get 500 grand. We're the 7th best league in Europe and we get 500 grand for winning it. That's actually worse than Ireland. I'm fairly certain, at least in Ireland, we were close to £1 million by this point for winning the league. Medium rare is way more common. Is it really? I don't know. Basically, this all comes from the first time I ever had steak, like in a restaurant. I just kind of went to the waiter, how do you have it? What's your favourite? And he was just like medium rare. I was like, crack on. And it was delicious. I've just had it ever since. First international goal. Oh, God. Who's just... Is it De Bruyne? Kwane Zwane. Okay. Damn. Oh, dynamic prize money would be the dream. Kwane Zwane getting South Africa. He's actually really good. His attributes are filthy. £14 million value. But that's because he asked to leave, and I could even be more than that if I set it to unspecified. No, maybe not. He might be he has like... Oh, he's because of that driven personality as well. I like him. There's a reason why he's actually forced his way into being a first team, not regular so much as... Oh my God, what the hell happened here? Darwin Caicedo also got caps for Ecuador, and then Richardson Soler also... God, some of these low knees, man. Yeah, dynamic TV, man. So apparently there is in certain leagues. But I've just never seen it. Because someone told me that Jack got huge amounts of TV money when he was in Gibraltar doing his save, and I've just never seen it. You must have caps, right? Oh no, you're Brazilian. Tell you what, De Silva might be another one of these Johnny-come-lately Hungarians. This is what I believe it was like good. Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of slightly confusing, isn't it? Just, oh, dude, I miss him. I still regret not having the 12 ounce of that steakhouse I went to last week. Debrecen. I enjoyed that. Oh, hello. Any fun ones in here? God, I hate seeing players from our previous lists of... Then it goes, I suppose they are people we didn't sign. So, in a way, consider it bullets dodged, I guess. Not interested list. Goodo. What I'm noticing, though, is that with these lists, it's no longer like, 10 people. We are actually finding like nice little chunks for each of these scout reports. This is a guy I'm really excited about for the future. This chap here. This is Miguel Benavides. Tell me that he is not going to be an excellent player one day. Despite the unambitious, he does have good determination. 6'2", 14 jumping reach, solid physicals at the age of 17. His temp poles are nice. Mentals are lovely. I think once he turns 18, he's one of these players we just pick straight up for me. In fact, let's just check now, just in case. Okay, cool. I'm just going to sign him now. Just going to sign him now. We apparently actually can sign him now. You'd love to see it. Hey, Mike. First meeting of the day. No, you don't need to go to that. Stay with us and look for big L's. While we take some big L's. Okay. I think still quite a bit, but with the way that we've spotted people like Velasquez, he feels like the next guy like that. Oh, sure, there aren't more, Hadrian. Let me guess. Is it the club chef? I'll try and mentor him with. Don't even speak those words in my presence. Covered in the kitchen for a few shifts recently. My girlfriend asked if I can cook steak. I played the Billy Big Box and said, of course, I'm a chef. She went out and bought some steaks the other day for me to cook. I had to run to the chefs and get them to give me a crash course. To be fair, I wouldn't know what I was doing. Like, Pog and I are like, we kind of just wing it in the kitchen. We don't like, not one of us is like the cook. We just kind of do it together and have a bit of fun with it, right? There's very few recipes that I can actually cook and be like, that I would be comfortable feeding other people with, if that makes sense. Like, you can't get wrong with a lot of things, but there's very few dishes I cook that I'd be like, if I was having a dinner party, I'd be okay serving this, you know? Loan manager, no way. We are struggling for money, yes, but we'll get some more money soon anyway. And he's the kind of player I would want to sign regardless, so I might as well just do it now. Like, hang on, Delphin. He's intriguing. More information required on him, but I like him. That's intriguing. Ooh. Oh, Mihai, yeah, he's gone to Milan now. I don't know why I'm even still looking at him, honestly. What do you serve if fava beans and a nice Chianti? Probably human flesh, if I was going to go somewhere, right? No other clubs interested. Carla Drago. She's scary. She's rocking that top bun. Someone else in the kitchen whilst I'm trying to cook. Well, it depends. It's like, often what will happen, say we're cooking like chef pasta, Pog will be doing like some prep work, like getting things like the garlic sliced and some parsley chopped up while I'm sorting out oil for pans and heating up water and getting the pasta started and stuff like that. And you just kind of like, it's like a dance, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Danny. Welcome aboard, my friend. At the moment, we are, well, essentially today, what we've been mostly spent doing is cartography. We've been trying to fill up our scouting map. Wow, he went for it. And because he's Argentinian, it's like a cheat code. I feel like I've said that a lot, and it's often come back to bite me, but honestly, if he gets Argentina caps, right, he's fully deserving of that amount of money. Plus now we get that clause in there too. I don't think we'll need a relegation release clause to make him... Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Chef, sous chef party. And sometimes she's the chef, sometimes I'm the chef, sometimes we're both the chef. That's hot, you know? Well, that was quick. That took less than an hour. You're the man and here's the map. Indeed. We already established that I am Jay Foreman and you lot are the other guy. I'm sorry to the other guy. Okay, so that's another signing. I hate that we keep... I'm like, oh, we got this money problems, and then I just keep signing new people. But I feel like for the future, I like what I see. He feels like a Velasquez. There's no way in a billion years he's 17. He looks like... What does he look like? He looks like a professional dirt bike racer. So, don't slice garlic? Yeah. If you slice the garlic cloves, and then you toast it in oil. For this particular dish, anyway. That's literally how it's made. He does look a bit like Soldado. I had not thought about that. Is he facing the game? The third Gallagher brother in it. A sponsor-paid F1 driver. That is remarkably niche. Did you guys watch the race on Sunday? I had it on the other monitor while I was busy having a meltdown. Well, he has a face and he's in the game. So, still no win for Dios Juri, by the way. Vasha's probably not going to get promoted now that they've got... How are they top of the league with a plus 9 goal difference? They just don't win by big margins. They just get the results. Quivanino, 20. So it turns out Quivinino is actually legit. 18 goals for Pecci in the second tier. Oh, right, chat then. Here we go. It's your time to shine. What are you saying? So, for those of you who are maybe new to this, what we do every time the next gen list comes around, we predict the nation and the club of the winning player. So, and I got it right last time with Valencia, Spain. Oh, and he can't be on it this year, so I can't cheat and say him again. I don't know. I reckon... Oh, so many club options. I reckon Inter Milan, Italian. It's going to be some like mad Italian striker for me. Have I caught up on all the... Oh, I haven't. Sorry, I've got some requests to do as well, but we'll do those in a second, because this is... I was thinking about maybe one of our players, but I was trying to work out who it could possibly be, because I feel like the guys that could win it are old enough to not be on it anymore now. Ben Does Live, thank you for the follow. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Ain't nobody had Portugal Moreirense. None of you had that, but also Richardson Soler, number 2. He's one of ours. In fact, oh, actually, no, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had 9. We've had 14 before. That's... Wow. Who are you? Chevrier. Gunter Chevrier. Who's Portuguese-Swiss. I mean, obviously we scout him because he's number 1 on the next gen list, but is he that good? He's decent. I want to know who the Czech Mbappe is too. Yeah, so we've got Richardson Soler, and then he's Richardson and Stevenson as a 1-2 there. It's Konechny. I think he maybe just lacks the ceiling on him. Gunter Chevrolet. Speaking of Gunter Steiner is going to be in the Fox booth for the NASCAR COTA race, which I thought when they announced that was amazing. He's going to Fox smash the booth. It's going to be great. Sonnier, unless it's Jacques Sonnier, you have to call the Prior of Sion round to deal with him. But Benjamin Sonnier, Wonder Kid standard, plays for Auxerre, but oh my god, 50 million quid. Yeah, he a lot. He a lot of money. Nico Christoph, very good player. Bayern Munich, kind of out of our wheelhouse. Guadalupe Cruz. We've got a couple of Mexicans now. Why not bring another one? He's an unpredictable attacking midfielder. You love it. Barney Stinson. Have you met Chato? Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Diaz. There's a lot of Mexicans on this list. I think I'm already currently scouting him as it goes. Aeon Jordan. Thank you for the follow. Fox smash the checkered flag. Oh, it's going to be so good. Long as the number 9's name. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. King Steph, thank you for the follow. This is Gio Reyna 2 Electric Boogaloo. He's still quite good, isn't he? How is he that bad? Just to fill you guys in, his name is Giovanni Reyna. Thank you, Barney. That's super nice of you. I'm kind of curious now as to what made you think that, though. Yeah, so basically we call him that because his literal name is Giovanni Reyna, who's an American region. I mean, what do you want me to do, right? Maybe one of our shit scouts. I'm going to scout him again. In fact, no, I'm going to specifically... Shit. I'm genuinely, specifically, going to send Romeo Jozak to Rochin for 2 months. Because I trust Romeo's opinion more than anybody else at this team right now. What do I do? That seems fine. FIFA Horizon depends on you managing, right? And he can speak a bit of Spanish too. He's outspoken. He's outspeaking Spanish. He's a good player. I don't think he'd ever be like amazing, and he'd cost too much for what he kind of is, and that might be why they rated him lower, because his value is maybe higher than, but still, good player. So there's Oktay Bistier of the Turkish parish. Solid option, 19, but we don't care so much about that anymore. What we got here? Henry with the 25 months. How's it going, man? Hi, Henry, I should say. Don't worry, I will get to the lookups in a second. So this is Gwendol Morrissey. Gwendol as a first name. I'm here for it because I feel like I'm in a fantasy novel again. I feel like he'd sell me herbs in a tavern. Very expensive, of course, yeah. I'm excellent, Henry. Apart from us getting twatted out of the Champions League by Manchester City. He is ridiculous, by the way. Like, look at the state of him. If only he could have a bit of finishing. He's so good. Way too expensive for us, but damn, he good. Ah! Labros Kontovrakis. £10 million. As good as he is, £10 million. He's just not £10 million good. I mean, he actually is quite good, but I wouldn't want to drop £10 million on him, unfortunately. There's Enio Vidal Souza. He's intriguing. 18-year-old Brazilian striker. Looks a bit good. Yeah, I feel like... Again, he's no way that star either, for sure. There's also this guy here. Vladimir Brush. Basil's Russian cousin. Sorry, Czech cousin. I like his attributes. He's really well-rounded. Oh, we're already scouting him. There's Joseph Goetze. They are just really just desperately trying to create a new Mario, aren't they? Well, tough. Get Mario Maker. There's this guy here, Sandro Barth. Smells delicious. Smells amazing. His special move is the bath bomb. Slush. We got... Oh, that's Aaron DeBelder, who's definitely facing the game. How is he considered? Oh, he's £24 million now. Right. Okay. That's not happening. What about you, Michael Johannesson, if that is your real name? He's a bit of all right. Maybe scout him again. Northern brother is just Bath. Uma Karabulat. Not actually. He's no. What is this? Do I have to send Romeo to clear up you guys' mess again? I might just send him to the scouting pool for 2 months again, just to keep annoying me with him until I go, nah. There's Joshua De Bruyne, Parvanov, Volsky, Mutt. Miguel Angel Mutt. I do kind of like that as a $5,000 a week already. There's probably a spankingly good player out of there, but the fact that he's on the next gen list at 16 is kind of mental. And there's this guy, Amarildo Ricardo. 16, 12, 13. Solid. Personality, none. He has no personality. Not even one. Quite expensive. This is the way that Amarildo, apparently so. The Slivka, he's the guy we missed out on a few years ago. We nearly signed him. A couple of guys at Dortmund or Barca. Darwin Caicedo was one of our dudes. Sanchez. Oh, another guy. What kind of youth intake did they have at Moredench? I've never known how to say that one, but we'll definitely scout him too. Because Carlos Camara's stacked as well. There's Jason Lutz. I'm trying to think how I can make that sound French. Jason Lutz, I guess. You've also got Ray Neville. Has Phil Neville been sowing his seed across New York City? Don't know. Born in Manhattan. So, presumably every time he goes past a defender, he goes, I'm walking here. That's Brooklyn, isn't it? But regardless, we move. We've got Mantuan. Oh, also to New York City. He's well too expensive. No, we haven't got to it yet, Tim. I'm still doing the next gen list at the moment. Mate Ferher, he must have Hungarian second nash. What? Okay, apparently not. One of the European teams. That's true, yeah. They could end up being quite good, couldn't they? Speaking of quite good, he is actually quite good. Ah, already on the list. Nice. Wait, that's the... Yeah, that's one of our guys as well, actually, isn't it? Dovidas. Him. František Novak. Barwick's on here as well? Some of these guys are developing into quite good footballers. Another Portuguese dude. Well, technically South African, but... Oh, where did they get... God damn, how did they get him before we did? Zolani Mathlong. He's quite decent as well, but obviously would cost us a fortune because Porto. Final 10. Is he ever out contract? No, that's his loan contract. It prioritizes their loan contract over their actual contract there for some reason. Don't have regen faces. So basically, they are... It's a special pack you can get, Barney. What it does basically is it replaces regen faces with real looking faces that aren't actually real people. They're AI generated faces. They're sick. It just keeps you like a little bit more immersed. So Zua's there. Gonzalez. Oh, hello. Martin Cuzqueta. I think I must have seen him before too, but we'll just throw him back in the pile again. It's Capolino? Ah, he's everything except being able to finish. Plays 1-2s, presumably with the post, but we'll scout him again anyway. Guy at CF Montreal would cost... He'd cost too much, probably. Though, that being said, he's got 10 Canada caps already. Espinoza? He ain't awful either. Swiss dude at 80. Wow, okay. I want more information on him. Even if it gets discarded again. Silva, then there's Mora. Another Costa Rican dude. Although, interesting place for America to Cali. He's quite good as well. Nice. And then obviously Redacted's on there, but we don't talk about that. Yeah, Vernett's intriguing to me. Just based on his attributes alone. We'll have to find out what that's going to be like once we get a full scout report on him, but he's very interesting. Right, now to the lookups. Ranheim. So with Ranheim, you're probably not going to... What am I typing that? There's not much I can really show you other than that they exist, because I feel like something should be in that box. They're currently in the Obos League, and so they have been relegated, or that's where they were. I'm not entirely sure which of the two. But, yeah. I can't really do much more than that. I can show you the squad, maybe, if they've even got a squad left still. They do have a couple of players, including Johannes Solberg, on loan from Rosenborg, but not much more than that, really. I can maybe try to figure out which league they've played in, but I suspect it's going to be a case of... It feels like they've been mostly... In fact, they actually went down to the 3rd tier in Norway at one point. Redacted context. There's no context. Just... I can't tell you about him because unfortunately a man will come with a gun and he'll shoot me in the face and stuff, and it's just not... There'll be blood everywhere, and it's awkward to clear up, innit? Michael Holdford. Come on, show me Michael Holdford. Oh, I got excited then. Wait a minute.
Just thought it'd drop in.
Hey, Fred. How's it going, man? Thank you very much for the 13 months. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Any ollies? Nope. Still no Mike and Holly. It just doesn't work, does it? Shola. Nope. Yeah, Sahola. That's what I'm looking for, Matt. That's Shola tire. Let's see if it... How's uni stuff going? So he's at Forest. Presumably, yeah. Didn't get a game at United. Left to go to Forest. And to be fair, a couple of solid seasons for them in the Premier League. Now back in the Championship, doing a bit better there. Just to make my feel part of this. Air Bear! What a great name. Thank you for the follow. England, yeah. England's ones take place in March, roughly. I think there might be a couple in April, but we'll check. We can always check in the summer again. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. One start. God damn. Career resurrect this man immediately. Dodo. That might not be... Ooh, is it this one? Yes, it is. Damn, he's quite good, actually. Am I correct? Indeed, Saz, yes. The skin will just explode, and then there'll be mess everywhere, and like, nobody wants that, do they? So there's Dodo. Looks like his time at Bayern Munich was certainly endangered. Oh, my God. 18 million Bayern spent on him, and then just didn't play him. He was at Bayern for how long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years at Bayern Munich. And how many times did he actually play for them in total? 19 appearances for Bayern Munich in 7 years. The career resurrection. Help this man. Like, Jesus. Wow, I've done a lot of lookups here. Christ. We're never going to get to that next match, are we? That's exactly it, Stewie. Like, that's why I've been trying to say this whole time, and no one seems to listen when I say it. It's like, actually, all right, fine. I feel like I'm being a bit of a dick here. Let me actually explain the situation that's going on with the redacted player, because I feel like some people have been asking. So basically, what's going on with redacted? I hope that clears it up. Fair. I think we're all on the same page. I could have said anything there, you know. I could put that into words I never could have found. Good. Right, well, I'm glad that's cleared things up there. The Danes have got to me. But I'm glad everyone can now finally understand. So, Evan Ferguson's actually at Bournemouth here, under quite a major injury, it looks like. Oh, shit, he actually is. He's broken his goddamn leg. Only 4 caps for Ireland. That's mad. Kenny said it is better than... Oh, fully agreed, Frosh. I'd have said that out loud. Did some magic. He did some magic, yes. But the kind of magic that, like, would make you wake up with poo in your bed. You know? Bum magic. I've not had any sugar, I promise. I'm just in one of those moods today. You don't ask for that kind of magic. No one does. But when a magician turns up and he's got his hat and his wand, what you're supposed to do, right? Yeah, he made all the good youth in Hungary just disappear. Free transfer. Wow, he just doesn't... Bear in mind, he's had a massive bump in the new patch, I think. So this is the pre-patch version of him. I've got shit. I don't see anything wrong there. If squads... I mean, Scarborough's... I don't know if they'd even have a squad here. Oh, they do have a squad, in fairness. I'll show you the one who's played like the most minutes, I guess, for them is Gary Nadol. Whoa. Insult to bum magic. Oh, you ain't seen it. They call it dark magic for a reason. Oh. Only one guy has an agent. Yeah, and his agent is Tom Jones. So it's not unusual to play small amounts of league games. And you might be sitting there asking yourself, why, oh why, Ben Morley? But I'm on a fucking roll today, I tell you. I'm on an absolute roll today. Just had a random phrases. Swad, you're right. Next time I do that bit, which I haven't done before ever, I'll be sure to do that. I should have grabbed like a black thing and put it in front of my face or something, just to like hide my mouth. Right. So I'll probably refund your points for that, honestly, Tim. I don't think I showed you enough there. It's Miroslav. Closer. He's the manager of Rheindorf Altach. Wait, is that a real life thing? Because he's been there a while. I don't know if that's real or not. Oh, it is real life. Nice. That's kind of cool. I had no idea that Big Mirror was there. It's nice that he's stuck around. What if it's a shame he can't... He's played 0 matches, which means that they've not been in Europe at any point. So, you know, match. I have not consumed the things that I have put into my body today so far. Pissy drink, as you know, which, as far as I know, doesn't have any sugar in it. Aldi, what you saying? Just effervescent, and I feel effervescent. Damn it. And water. Now else has gone in my system today, chat, other than maybe toothpaste, accidentally. I didn't know you weren't supposed to swallow it, all right? I always... That's just how my body is. I'm generally faster in the day most of the time. It's all them endorphins. It's all the endorphins I've got from that lovely run earlier. It was really nice, actually. Like, heart rate stayed really low, so I was just like, jogging along, listening to football cliches, having a bloody lovely time. Saw a dog. Like, what do you want out of your day? I ask you. Granular... Tell us no. I've never been approached by any of those types of companies, honestly. And I don't know if I would take it anyway. But maybe I'd consider it if it was one that... But then also, I don't drink caffeine, so who would I be? As hard as that is to believe, I realise for somebody that may have just joined, I do not drink caffeine if I can avoid it, generally speaking. This is all natural energy. This probably just comes from many years of undiagnosed ADHD in it. But there's Sam Curtis. If that was the correct Sam Curtis, which I assume it is, yes. He was at St Paddy's, and now he's at St Chammy's. And this year, apparently... Oh, no, this is Ireland, so that's mid-season, innit? Yeah, no caffeine, just pure crack rocks, the entire decaf energy drink. Totally here for it. Red Bull, it gives you sleep. I'm surprised they don't do that, honestly. What if you just like the taste of Red Bull? Who am I kidding? No one likes the taste of Red Bull. It's all right, I suppose. Luis Suarez. Oh, the Almeria guy. I might have to actually hit the big button for this one. Sorry, I'm just having a stroke here. Keystroke. People. It's got to be this guy here, isn't it? The guy at Lyon. Yeah, it is. He's earning less money here than he was before. With that caffeine. I find that it was affecting my sleep. I used to suffer with something called sleep arousal, which isn't what you think it is. always, where basically I'd wake up in the middle of the night, but not in control of my faculties. Not sleepwalking, because I wouldn't be actually moving or anything like that, but I would like see stuff like visual hallucinations in the corner of the room, like a dude standing there or something like that, and I would like get properly scared by it. Basically, kind of like sleep paralysis, but not, because I could actually move, and it would take and then try to fucking Jesus Christ, Adrian. There was me staying on topic for 5 fucking seconds. And yeah, it was like kind of sleep. Yeah, sort of. It's called sleep arousal. Genuinely, is what they said it was called. And I found that when I stopped drinking caffeine, it just no longer happened. Right. I blame all that late night cheese as well. But hey, that's just me, right? That reminds me, actually, Hadrian. I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, and feel free to say no. But I realised that very often in streams, obviously we've got the mods that are around, and you know people kind of come and go on. And this is no disrespect to them at all in any way, but I was wondering if you would maybe like to join the mod team for the Twitch channel, because you're not always here, but you're here a regular amount, and you're a good pillar of the community, so to speak. Everyone bloody loves you. So what I was going to ask you is if you wanted to join the mod team. You wouldn't have to do anything particular. You'd just have mod powers to occasionally ban a wemp, and everyone loves to ban a wemp. Like, but yeah, totally up to you. Okay, everyone except James. There are mods. Sometimes there are mods. I'm just a man standing in front of a chat asking you to mod me. Mod the shit out of me. To a cult. I've already got a beard, right? Is it wise? I don't know. As long as he wields it responsibly. I wouldn't have expected anything less. Real work stuff, but other days, exactly, yeah. But that's fine because we have the other mods around. We've got, you know, Viceroy steps in occasionally. Obviously, Inferno's here quite an amount of time. Vikings sometimes around. Now, can I do it live? I can. Hopefully that's worked. You should see a green sword next to your name now, and you'll have a random mod view thing that will pop up if you refresh it. Not a bad thing. Yeah, so that's slightly different, Matthew, but I know exactly what you mean. There it is. There's that mod. There's that mod logo. He got upgraded. He's now part of the bourgeoisie, chatto. Right, let me get that done. And the will to live. Let's look up the will to live. I want to see if anyone comes up. We're still going. Yeah, don't accidentally click shield mode like I did that time. Somehow the will to live actually generates teams. Remarkably. But there you go. Yeah, true, you lost your VIP. To exclamation mark wimp. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Exactly, yeah. Mods are almost never needed in these chats. There's very rarely an opportunity where something comes along where I've had to rely on the mods. Every now and then there's something. But we barely ever need it. Because I feel like we as a community and as a force, we're just kind of wemping out. There was a guy in here a couple of weeks ago, might have been last week, he wasn't being a dick, he was just trying to get a rise out of a few people, and everyone just ignored him. It was amazing. I didn't say anything at the time, obviously, because that draws attention to it, but I'm saying it now. No, not Pussy guy. It was just a guy that was just being a bit... He was just coming in here and, like, someone would mention something about a football team because we were just talking about it, and then he would then basically start chatting shit about that team in a kind of... He was the guy that was just been like, oh, Spurs aren't a big club, that kind of crap, and just, like, normal sort of shit like that. But, like, just kind of... that, basically. And then chat just ignored him. And he did it, like, 7 or 8 times, and nobody even took the bait at all. It was amazing. I was so proud of you lot. I love seeing shit like that. It gives me... Just inject it into my veins, you know? It's fun when I say it. Async Roasted. Yeah, fuck it, why not? I've got to get through some of these reports. I don't think it was a Husby. I saw you talking to someone. I don't think it was that guy. Even if it was, you weren't, like, taking the bait, though. Julien Chevalier. We'll get a double report on them, because any good players might be in their first team as well. So I'll get a double report. Mimo Sifcom. Yes, I do want the Academy Mimo Sifcom. It was, maybe like a week ago? It's hard to lose. I lose track, you know. The Wempery is so rare these days. Kaka, as in the Kaka. The floppy-haired Kaka. Doesn't appear that we've got our own Kaka. We've got this Kaka, but he's not Kaka. He's just not as good. As an assistant gymnastics coach, that's awesome. Well, good luck with your interview, Chronicle Procrastinator. Hopefully you focus and get to the interview and don't like find something else on the way. What does an assistant gymnastics coach do? Are they the person that like holds people while they do flips so they don't hit their heads? Like, you know? How's it going, Kaka? Looking forward to playing Man United in the semi-final of the FA Cup? I think you can take them. I really do. I'll refund you points for that. Gibraltar in general? God. Yeah, that's Gibraltar. That's the one, isn't it? It's just the gymnastics code. God damn it. Why'd you got to come in with your knowledge? Making me look silly and foolish. Are they better than the assistant to the regional gymnastics coach? Also, Steve Hornby. Don't check his hard drive. So, Gibraltar, 193rd in the world. They have been up as high as 188th, but they've also been as high as 202th, which you can't see because I'm in the way. They've somehow managed to go below the line. Does that mean they were just like basement dwellers in the world? The little point actually goes below the line. So GG them. Oh, I don't know what else I can really show you other than if they've got any maybe cool players in their national team. The guy at Luton, just Callum Clark. Wait, hang on, he might be a regen. He is. Guy at Luton. Luton guy. New county better than Gibraltar just dropped. Hit me with that Rutland. So Southgate, I thought Gareth Southgate was managing Leicester. He's not, is he? Because that's on the save we did last night. 207th. Oh, interesting. Wait, where's Gareth Southgate? Okay, so Southgate's just... He's gone to waistcoat heaven, unfortunately. Hood. Let's have a look at Hood. Not to be confused with Steve. What is going on here? Ah, Football Manager. Never change, never change. Hoofed. Oh my god. I can't type today, man. I really can't. So, Hood, yeah, 3rd tier in Norway. It'd be fine if they... Let me see if they've got any players I can get a little bit of history from. Wow, they don't have many players, do they? But he has been here a while. So, yeah, they've just been a 3rd tier dwelling side for a while now, pretty much. Right, and now look at me go. I'm going to press continue. No worries, Tim. God, we're still on Regen Day. We've got games to play, damn it. In Ilhood. That's true, yeah. If you're going for that gymnastics interview, you very much must know. Yeah. Chat. If you learn one thing today from me, let it be known that if you're going for a gymnastics interview, you very much must know. But did you ever just, you know? What tactic am I rocking? I am rocking this. In fact, we're messing around with a tactic today, so this is probably not ideal for you right now. We're doing some tactical experimentation in the league to try to work out perhaps something better for the long time. I'm using !skin, which is in chat, which oh, there is, yeah, it is in there. Fucking hell, look at us go. Oh yeah, that's the skin link. It says 23. Yeah, we're trying out double playmakers just because for the funnies, really. Don't mistake the white power on the hands for drugs. No, that's just for rock climbing, isn't it, right? Climbing up those crack rocks. I love me an anchor. I'm trying to think, was it Grennans who suggested that? Either way, the anchor has been like a real rock of this team for a little while now. So we're Kubo. Oh, Adam Kubo. Wait. Okay, I was hoping that our physio might have some knowledge to impart on us. There was a mentoring. No, there wasn't. Places shots. Tries long-range passes. Why are you doing that? I mean, actually, his passing and vision's good enough that he might just get away with it. But, like, can you not? Places shots. That might actually help you, Borough, a little bit. Bear in mind, we don't have mentoring turned on. Like, there is no mentoring. This is our mentoring right now. There is none. They're just getting it through, I guess, osmosis? I guess, yeah, if he's placing the shots into, like, not the goal. I guess someone must be doing something somewhere. Yes, that's the thing. Even when you avoid mentoring, you can't escape it. It chases you down like that big ball in Indiana Jones, right? Like, we're all running down the alley and there's this giant boulder coming afterwards saying, hey, would you like some PPMs? That's us right now. Not again. Not again. We've only just been taken over. Could we, like, go one day? Oh. PostNord. Our PostNord, is it like DPD? Is it like a delivery company? We're getting a lot of severe injuries again now, aren't we? Hey, a win! We won a match. I guess they must do. Seri now facing, you've got loads of time, bud. I'll give you a new contract in the summer once you've complained. It could be that. It probably is that, honestly, Samson. Part of me suspects, though, it doesn't start doing it until you accidentally spend a stream setting up mentoring and then remove it. Because we tried that one time. It was one of my, I would say arguably my least favourite streams of all time. Hello, Harv. Harv, you were just being quite nice to me there. So I just have one very important question for. Are you dying? Are you all right? Is there something you need to tell us? Oh, how's it going, man? Yeah, no, I think it went really well last night. It went really smoothly, which I was worried about because you never know with these things, right? We got good footage, which I'll be looking through after stream once I download it. And hopefully you guys will make the video good. Oh, you've not got COVID, right? Surely. Now, people seem to enjoy it. I think it's one of those things where people just didn't expect me to be live that time of day as well, but I was surprised at how many people turned up, honestly. So Ritsu Doan, which is a great name, has I think, been at Freiburg for... No, not the whole... Oh, that might be a real transfer, innit? Feel fine. Oh, that's weird. Maybe you've got, like, super low... Like, low-res COVID. You've got 140p COVID. It's in the wrong aspect ratio as well. Yeah, basically, as I was recording the original video yesterday before stream for it, I was like, shit, wouldn't it be cool? Because I had to record different scenarios for passing it over to chat, depending on how the mood was and how exactly things went. So I recorded like 3 different alternatives. One of them I said, oh, chat, I've got the save file. And I was like, well, shit, I hadn't thought about doing that. It just came out. So I was like, right, we're doing that then. Yeah, when Pog had COVID last year, when we both did, but I kept my taste because I'm a lucky bastard. Wow, look at the state of Velasquez now. I was lucky enough to keep my taste. She lost it, and it was not fun. The only thing she could eat that tasted of anything was Marmite on toast. 6 times. Jesus Christ. You're just a magnet now. I've so far only had it the once, and that was kind of nasty. It did actually kind of hit me. But then I suppose maybe my asthma and the fact that I was and am still, but less so, a fat fuck were probably deciding factors in that as well, I would have suggested. I'll go back when you read this. Maybe. I've seen that happen on several people's saves face. Like, many saves I've seen Birmingham all the way down there. First time having it. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's... I guess it just hits people differently because it depends on what strain. There's so many different factors, aren't they? That guy, as good as that is... Oh, he's the guy that we tried to give Suhi to them for, wasn't he? And then the guy wouldn't... He wanted a stupid amount. He would actually talk to us, but he just wanted way too much money. I've got to keep an eye out for any potentials from the next-gen list rocking up. They shouldn't come up on it too soon. I don't think. Oh, the administration just kind of absolutely sinks them then, I'm guessing. Oh, I've just sent them off for a year. That was not my intention, but oh well. To the Shadow Realm with you. Any funnies in here? They're all quite big clubs, annoyingly. It feels like we genuinely have seen very little out of Romania in this save at all. Like, Romanian clubs are just not producing the type of talent they were in last year's FM for me, anyway. Considering what I'm used to, anyway. Everton's administration, wow. What was it? Was it last night, Hadrian, in that other database? You said that Stoke had failed FFP in that test save I was doing. Yeah, Farkashan's probably the best Romanian we've got so far. The next gen this year was a Portuguese dude from Moreirense, and they had 2 guys in the top 50. So expect a golden generation for them. I think we had number 2 though, because we had Richardson and Stevenson were 2 and 3, weren't they? Right. Okay, let's test this again. So different lineup for this one. I think this might be our last test with the APs though. Did I actually trigger pressure before the last game? Any good? He's decent, but he's one of those wingers that we can't see enough about him yet. So we're just not sure. Once he goes through the scout reports, we'll maybe have a better idea. Hasn't been sold yet. Ah, true. And I guess because they're an AI-controlled club. I've noticed that AI-controlled teams don't ever really cash in those clauses. As you'll have noted from when Hadrian was looking through the Celtic team on stream last night. And, what was it? Like, £9 million worth of clauses. I can beat that, though. The team I moved Madueke to, I actually paid for his transfer solely by selling clauses. I sold £14 million worth of clauses. Mental. Go to Portugal. Nice. Manchester City second leg, yeah. It was 2-0 to Manchester City, which Real Virginia let in an absolute clanger again. Wow, a lot's happened since then, but not a lot of movement. We've mostly been dicking about. A lot of... I'm trying to think what's actually happened in the last hour. Mostly just good vibes, truth be told. It's one of these streams that I'm going to go away from afterwards, just in a really good mood. Just in general. He is back to being a monumental virgin again, yeah. Oh, the map time. We spent a lot of time staring at maps. That isn't a joke either. Bellingham's ball. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. 7 minutes in. Nice football. Open play stuff. Good. Bellingham got into a very interesting position there, considering he's a DM. It's rare when your DM gets to the byline. Yeah, we were trying to improve our scouting knowledge because Hadrian found out that recruitment analysts and performance analysts, their scouting knowledge also counts, as does loan managers. Hey, pleases. Good morning to you in the US of A. It's been great, Millie. I've had a lovely day so far today. It's been good vibes. How are you, man? How are you and Carrie? Matt men. Ooh, Malero. This is Malero distance. This is well within his wheelhouse, particularly with that keeper having a little attack on the line there. Good save, although Fernandes could have catched up with it. We had some great vibes last night, and I think it's just kind of carrying on from that, right? I'm just in a terrific mood. It might be that I have the security of knowing exactly what I need to do on each day for the next week, and that's rare for me, particularly with this whole freeform YouTube thing. Like tomorrow, I've got a recap video to make, do a bit of work on the career resurrection video. Friday, record the next part of the resurrection, get the video out. Good stuff. Next week, straight into the red card video. That is going to be amazing. It's good. I like knowing my pathways. Nearly at 40,000 subs on YouTube now, which is mental too. Except, yeah, the one downside of the day was probably the City game and then Emmett, doing Emmett things. Let's go to Birmingham. Oh my god, I feel sorry for you. Which part? Oh, obviously you don't have to tell us, but which part of Birmingham? Was it the nice bit? That's a lovely pass. Oh yeah, so speaking of Emmett, actually, we've decided that basically this is Emmett's last year as head of youth development if he doesn't pull his shit together for next season. Because his contract expires at the end of next year. If he hasn't produced a decent youth intake, he's gone. He will be released at the end of his contract. And we're going to sign the worst head of youth development possible. Just to see if it makes any fucking difference. It's nice little work from Suhi there as the poacher. He's on a 6.7 as well. Prior to that goal. 6.9 now. So he's not going he's not going missing at the moment. Which is certainly noteworthy. He's actually contributing to the play at the moment. And after, 23 minutes, we look pretty good here. Players looking good. We're creating chances. Sean Rubio. I don't think he'd talk to me anymore. I've already annoyed him enough today. If it comes to you in my dreams, well, I'd only try to shag him anyway. That's a great strike from Malera. It's 3-0. This is more like it. Yakubu Yaboa's not touched the ball. Oh, Malera's playing in the middle again. So it's actually still not the wingers really doing a lot. Silva does okay here. But, yeah, so we've got both our wide players on advanced playmaker at the moment to test that out. But I still think that Anarith's right, and we might have to try the poacher role for the striker like we're doing, but with the inside forward thing. But Suhi, again, is just getting rating. Oh, what team do I support in real life? I'm a Fulham fan. What a great time to be one of those right now. Yeah, I agree, Anno. It's actually really opening up space for Malero or Navarro when he plays there. Malero's so good in the middle, though. Like, when he plays there, he always seems to do well. But I can totally see what you mean. But the thing is, not only is he creating space for him, but Suhi's actually getting... He's involved in the play, and he's getting rating. He's not just going missing all the time. That must be offside. Oh, close. Change it from advanced forward. Oh, because basically we were changing the wide men, and we wondered if... Basically, since the update, our striker role has seemed a little bit less effective. And we wondered if we could try some stuff out to try and make him a little bit more useful in games. And that's what we're essentially experimenting with. But we also thought we'd try out some changes to the wide men too, because with the league games, why not? The wide player experiments. It's basically us just changing the roles on our wide men, trying to find out the perfect setup for them at the moment. So that's why they're both set as advanced playmakers currently. Just testing it out. Having some vibes. But I think we might end up moving them back to inside forwards and just changing the striker role. And that might be all we needed to do. Sometimes simple is better. Oh, nice from Yakubu, though. Oh, lovely. Takes on 3 guys there. Great stuff. Oh, ambitious. That was the hope, Paolo. That was my strategy for the end of the year, was to see if I could hit 50k by the end of the cycle. But if I carry on at this rate, I'd hit it by the end of the year for sure. It's whether I get it by the end of the game cycle is a different question. But that would still be mad. I've already gained more subs this year on YouTube in the first 5 months of this cycle than I have. The last time I gained that amount of subs in a year was Wimbledon days. Bleeding rate on goalkeeper in the first team. It's tough with keepers because obviously the problem with goalkeepers is simple, that there's only one goalkeeping spot in the team. And unless you fancy substituting goalkeepers, your best bet might honestly be to get him some loans initially. Keep Bilo in the team for a while. And yeah. Where did I play tennis? Did I say I played tennis? Did I just say a thing that I must have just said something stupid there. What? Wingbacks on attack. Yeah. So we do have the wingbacks on attack, but you can't play wide playmakers in the advanced role. Wimbledon. Oh! I see what you did there. Sorry, that's how, like, my brain just off the rails there. I was looking through some of my old, like, stats from back in the day. Oh, great. That's exactly what we didn't need. What's that injury looking like? Foot injury. Foot injury ones always scare me, because that can mean a lot of things. But no, I'm just glad it's going well this year. It's nice. I like making YouTube videos that people seem really genuinely excited to watch and participate in, and I think like the Career Resurrection has been a nice change for that. What stroke of luck that was. We've still not created that much. We're getting more possession, is what I will say, but the creativity, we're not being quite as effluvient, maybe. K-Links, thank you for the follow, or Clinks. Give it time. Very rarely do you get a keeper that's that young that's actually going to like make an impact. The one guy for me was Mateusz Johansson. That keeper I had come through at, but maybe Tromsø. He was ridiculously good, as it's all the way through. I'm put over the line by Pereira for 5-0. I mean, we're hammering them, but I still feel like the wide players. Look, that's Navarro bombing into the channel again. He's basically acting like where they would have been, and they're sort of. Wait, is that Pereira there? Yeah, it's Silva there. To be fair, I think that the inside forwards. I reckon next game we try inside forwards with the same of everything else. So the next thing I'm going to be doing that isn't with the Career Resurrection, which will obviously be continuing to go, is I'm going to be doing a video next week where I'm going to try and see how many red cards you can get in a single season with some changes to the database and some stuff. And I've done some tests, and it's not just going to be one of these things where it's a little bit above average. I found a way to get it to be absurd levels of comic, basically, and it's going to be hilarious. A test I did with Bournemouth, I got 32 red cards in 26 league games. I'm trying to emulate Fulham. I should really do it with Fulham. That'd be fucking hilarious. But that's the, there's just so much chaos I can have. Yeah, it's because of the latest update. The latest update changes a few things to do with dirtiness, essentially. And by testing a few things, that's nearly a great pass, you can make a lot of stuff happen. I had one game where I got 4 reds. But that was only for a test for it. So hopefully it happens in the official one too. This is typical. I should. The reason I did it with Bournemouth is because their quality of player was slightly lower. And the rep was as well. And that makes it... I feel like that makes it slightly more easy to get red cards. Particularly against better sides. Suhi's through. It's a lovely effort, but it's just wide of the target. He probably should have scored there. But that was good poacher play. We've looked pretty good in this game, honestly. 5-0. Lots of possession, limited them to no shots on target or shots at all, which is a good sign. I wonder if just the engaging more of the press. So yeah, part of me was like, do I want a league where I can play loads of games, or do I want one that's going to have a huge gap to the quality at the top? So I thought about doing it in the championship, but my concern was there that they'd be too closely matched, despite getting more games. Please don't be too serious. Oh shit. I still think for next game we turn it back to inside forwards. He was the supporting one, wasn't he? I don't want to sit narrower. That was I also had sit narrower on them too. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's something I also switched onto them too. So we'll have that like that, and then we'll keep the role on the striker the same. Anything else? There was a few good players in there, Gully. Just not anyone. But we'll have to see really. Oh, thank you, Graham. I had a good time. It was really good. It's weird streaming 3 days in a row. Is he French? Yeah. But I just felt that the reason I choose Bournemouth is just because it would be more topical in terms of like just you know, I don't like doing Premier League stuff particularly, but it's one of these situations where it just makes a bit more sense to do Premier League a lot of the time. Striker has definitely looked better, for sure. Premier League days. It's one of those things that we'll probably see over the summer, I would say. Because when there's no football on and people are really interested in that, I am slowly working my way through it. But at the moment, my progress with Premier League years is thusly. I've been going through and writing like full-page season notes reviews for every single team in the Premier League, using like the season previews, the season like past positions tables, and looking at key matches as well as the flow of managers' ins and outs and all that sort of stuff. Andres Pereira leaving? Where's he going to go? It's March. That seems bizarre. But no, I haven't even heard that. Like literally haven't heard that. But do tell. I'm curious. But yeah, Premier League liaison will probably be over the summer. Particularly as I'm still trying to find a female voiceover artist, and that's taking some time as well. Because if I'm going to do it, I want to do it properly, you know? But there's a lot of... Richard Andres, really? I mean, actually, it makes sense. But then also, Chelsea being linked with the player is not a huge surprise. But like, is that a move that he really wants immediately? Like, he spent literally most of his entire career just struggling to get football. He finally gets to a club that he's actually going to play for and plays well, and then he's going to piss off after a year and go straight back to that same situation again. It seems like, I mean, maybe he's just not very smart and has bad advice, but that seems like a very strange thing to do after 1 year. Also, don't they just link Chelsea with every single player that, like, breathes these days? Surely he would get in Chelsea's team behind some of the other guys that they've got, right? Well, Chelsea, yeah. I mean, obviously, he's a better player than he was then, and he's had a really good season that seems to have finally developed. But I think he just needed to be at a club where he'd play loads and would be loved by the fans. And I've enjoyed his work tremendously. His delivery is sensational sometimes. Right. Pichiabu. Pro to Newcastle, but who would he be? I mean, is it a good move? For who? I don't feel like he'd get in Newcastle's team ahead of... I don't even know who is Newcastle's number 10. Do they even play a system that has a number 10 at the moment? I thought Newcastle were more of like a defensively like middle two with like with Bruno and I guess Joe Linton, isn't it? Liverpool and PSG the ones in the moment, but again with Liverpool, it's like at this stage I don't see him getting in a Liverpool team either, and certainly not PSG. Like, I mean, look at the team they've got. He doesn't play for them. Maybe he just wants money, of course, and then he wouldn't play anyway. But, like, I don't know. It just seems strange. And also, it's probably just that Sky have got nothing better to do, so they're just like, let's just stir up some rumours, right? One thing that's gone under the radar about the match on Sunday as well, which I found hilarious, is that, just to add to the batshitness of that game, we lost 3-1, had 3 red cards if you count the manager, had the horribleness, and yet Joao Pelini was still man of the match. Like, what the fuck? Love that. Osimhen would be. Yeah, he would. He's so good in the match engine as well. So yeah, they got him for a free. And would you believe it? He's gone to Lens. A little cheeky career resurrection there. Lens comes up a lot in those. But I think for the next one, I am going to open it up to more leagues. And, I think everyone would like Polina, but like, you know, wanting and getting are not the same. I think I'm probably just... There we go. That's... Oh, Seaman, not Simon. My bad. Got them in the end. Wait. Is that him or is that not him?
Sick Matt Jam, sick Matt Jam, sick Matt Jam.
Thank you for the 2 months. I hope you're well. Yeah, no, to be fair, they were really, really good. Like, extremely good. It was nice. The worst thing about the whole Mitchell thing as well is the fact that he was actually having a bloody fantastic game. Like, it's the best I've seen him play since Christmas. So, since the World Cup, pretty much, in that game. He scored the goal, could have had another one, was holding up the play brilliantly. He was doing all the things that you want from him as a player like that. And it just, to shit it away like that. But, oh, well, that's Fulham, isn't it? Very Fulhamish. Mid-table could be an option. Yeah. That might be... What I might do, actually, is instead of doing that for the... Maybe one more I pick another content creator, is have that as its own topic then. Basically. Yeah, world-class midfielder. To be fair, he's part of the Norway side that won the World Cup and the Euros. And got a semi-final of a World Cup as well. Yeah, but Kaka, like, that second game against Brighton should have hammered us. We were trash in that game. We were so lucky that Manor Solomon scored. It was a great goal, but, like, Brighton could have had about 4 in that game. Easily, if it wasn't for Bernd Leno. High PA. The problem with the low CA high PA ones is that often they're still at big clubs, and the player themselves don't want to move to the smaller clubs, and the clubs overvalue the price, and it prices them out of a move to a club where they'd actually get any football. That's the slight problem with them. Because I did look at some guys like that. There was a couple that had like low hundreds PA, but had like good 160 kind of PA. Sorry, PA, you know what I mean? But the issue was that they were too expensive to move to clubs where they'd actually get football. And custom meter doesn't problem. Yes, but the problem is our system is built around the way that he plays. So we do need a plan B though. Agreed. But who that striker is, I'm looking forward to seeing what Carlos Vinicius is going to do for most of the rest of the season. Because I think a run of games in the team actually could be really good for him. And I don't think these records are actually going to cost us that much in the grand scheme of things because of Carlos Vinicius, I think, actually does a good job. And I'm hoping he can now get a run in the team. Willian's only out for one game, and Manol Solomon will start. So like, that's actually an upgrade in many ways sometimes. Yeah, Vinicius, I think he just has never had a run in the team, like a long-term run in the team, and that's often been his problem. He just, because he is, after all, a backup, he's never going to get that run of games, but now he is. So I'll be very curious to see what he does during that period. Career Resurrection. So it's a YouTube series I run days where basically, I mean, there's an explanation there in chat, but that's basically what it is. So I find moves for players as if I was their agent, and then we see if the player does better with my move or with sticking with their original agent, basically. But last night, we did a stream where chat got to pick the moves, and they're competing against me and the AI. It's a video that will be out on the main channel on Friday night, basically. But that's what Career Resurrection is. Wait, I didn't really show it much, though, did I? That's unfair. So, yeah, he's at Austin FC after moving from Lommel on a free. That would be really weird. I mean, we talked about it briefly earlier, but to me, it has to be somewhere between 6 and... To me, it has to be more than that. 6 and 11, right? So if it's like 9, I would not be in any way surprised, and I would fully support it. Like I said earlier, the most annoying thing about it for me was still the fact that it was like completely unjustifiable anyway, because the decision was completely stonewall. Who's in there? Ollie Percival. Oh well, damn, he's good as well. The worst thing is we won't get like Mike and Holly until like season 15 or something, and then they'll both be rubbish anyway. But we should, even so, we should, if they are, we should still try and sign them. I think just for the funnies, right? You've got to at that point. Right. Oh, that's a lot of changes. Castillo, Pereira. That's fine actually, because now we're going to try out the just back to inside forwards. Yeah. Nothing like punishment. It wasn't, but the fact that he didn't receive any punishment for it is nonsense. But we discussed this earlier. I'm not going to go into it again because we're in a good mood. Nakanishi. No, I'll put Yoshi up there. Wow. Oh yeah, sorry. Hang on. Let's move this across. Jarju will go here. And then surely Terra Nova's knocking about, right? My system really does not like Terra Nova. I like Terra Nova a lot. Tom Davis, yeah, but the problem is I can't do... So people often ask, like, oh, you should do, like, this player that's currently in that situation in real life. The problem is that will not make a good video because as far as FM's concerned, when you start a new save, that player's happy. And therefore, they're not going to move. Well, they will, but they'll move for you can't get them on a good fee to a reasonable club. You have to wait for like a year or two for the player to become unhappy about the playing time, then to be set to surplus requirements by the club, and then it actually makes it viable. But yeah. Not if I'm going back. No. But like, there should have been something retrospectively, right, for that. Otherwise, they can't, you know, you have to have some kind of consistency with it. AI Juventus. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't know because I'm not playing. This save obviously is from prior to the update. This save is from November. Okay. This is a tough game as well, so this would be a fascinating test, I would say. Yeah, so that's why it only really has to be the young prospects, guys, that can actually really make those videos. How do they work? Basically, the idea of a roaming playmaker is just that they've got more versatility and they'll move around. Let me just actually show you the description for a roaming playmaker while we're here. But the key thing is that they will get forward a little bit more, but they sit deep. They have a deeper starting point and they cover defensively stuff, but they won't just sit. They have to be a bit more versatile. I like to sort of look at them a bit like a box-to-box guy, but that is relied on to actually pass the ball a lot more. I like them a lot. This year, an RPM and anchor pairing is sexy for me. It's one part of this team I'm super happy. Really striking out. True. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, it's not like I'm not going to play next season, is it? Sims. Version of The Sims called Life by... No? Paradox? Oh, mate, Paul, have you got a link to that trailer? That sounds amazing. Also, City Skylines 2, anyone? Oh, that looks sick as well. So many good games in the pipeline, man. Second of Atlanta. Interesting.
It's good you came in summer.
I think we tried a Second of Atlanta when we were with Dundee United.
Very depressed.
Nothing. Thank you for the follow. Right. Okay, this is interesting because this is now back to inside forwards, but keeping the poacher stuff that we've put on the striker. So this will be... and this is against a good opposition too, which I think is actually a better test for us today. So see how we do against a good side who have got really good players. Oh, damn. Well, speaking of good players, as Zelko Gavric, their best player by a comfortable margin, has just given them the lead inside a minute. Right. Oh, Steam app. Yes, even better. Oh, I can't copy it. That's weird. Let me just load it here. Life by You. Moddable and open life simulation game. Oh, mate. That sounds amazing. Wait, you can play it immediately? Okay. Very intrigued. Yeah, I've been watching City Planner plays for a little while now, and I mean, I used to play... I've got City Skylines. I've played it in the past. It's just one of those games that I prefer watching other people play, I feel like. Sad Sack! Thank you for the follow. I'm sure you're not. Yeah, because it said early access when I went on the Steam page, and I was like, ooh. Modric, yeah. Yeah, Pillar didn't need to run. He had everyone else to do his running for him. Oh, God, yeah. I think it even, like, says that in the actual description, doesn't it? It literally talks about mods, I think. Which is a good sign, I would say. Because I feel like the Sims stuff, because it's EA, they've kind of just... I mean, I haven't played The Sims since probably The Sims 2 back in the day. Back when it was good and you actually, like, get stuff. And now it just seems like they keep removing things from it only to add it back as DLC, right? Ongoing career. Yeah. In fact, that's the only way you can do it. As a lovely finish from Castillo there. That was really good poacher play. Like, genuinely excellent poacher play. But yes, you can, Barney. That's how you do it. Zealand has a guide of how to install it and actually implement it on his channel, I believe. I think it might be linked in the article. 30 video later. 30 minutes! Oh, I know what I'm doing after stream. Oh, crap. Don't stop playing. No! Right. Good. Yeah, that was lovely, actually. Because he got into a really nice position, made that run across the last defender, and then just finished with aplomb. That's what we want out of our strikers. We lost 2-0, Ironic Christian. Virginia dropped an absolute clanger. Think it went really good? Awesome. That's excellent. Did you tell them that you could bring your scouting knowledge with you as an assistant gym coach? As we've already proved that any of those roles will now give scouting knowledge. That could have been what tipped you over the edge. So far, though, possession's actually kind of low in this game for us. Comes with an editor, you can build in chat scenarios that will come up in the game. That's so cool. It feels like the market for that type of game has been huge for a while. And with The Sims being kind of what it is now, the gap's been growing that they need something like that. And I'm so glad that it's Paradox as well that are entering that market. That's exciting to me. Right, Olympic gymnast. Holy shit. Fair one. Turkey. I've never managed in Turkey. Ever. So I have absolutely zero. Other than that, I know that their foreign player rules can be quite strict. Because as we noticed last night when we were potentially going to move someone to Turkey then. I'll tell you one game I have been enjoying, which is a rarity that I bring. Oh, Castillo, look at that. Takes into it. Oh, that is glorious. I don't know if that's even to do with the tactic per se. That was just great striker play from Castillo. Oh. You could have that slight element of things you suspect. True, but I do at least like the games they make. And I just trust them more than EA. That was lovely. The way he takes us into his stride to provide that little bit of space. And then on his left foot, beautiful. Yeah, so there's a game called Loop Hero. I was playing it on Sunday after stream. A friend of mine bought it for me. I can't remember, probably for my birthday a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, really enjoyed it. It's kind of, I'm trying to think, it's like a deck builder with roguelite elements, but it's also got a looping mechanism to it that's kind of fun, and an element of like auto-battlerishness to it too. It's hard to explain without playing, but yeah, but what I would say about the Inside Forwards is that they're both having ratings. One's on a 6.8, one's on a 6.9, which means they're doing something, because otherwise they'd be completely going missing in the game. Otherwise, they'd be sat on like 6.6s and just seeing nothing out of them. That's what makes me think that there's something here. We're lacking possession today. I wonder if that's being a factor in this as well. So Yeboah sort of oscillating between 6.9 and 7. We'll see if as the game wears on, Maybe with the fresh legs in those positions, particularly with the Yeboah. Although the players I can bring in are a little bit... No, Jesus, yeah. I don't really have any options to bring in players there, really. It's a bad example today. I'm going to leave Castillo on, though, because he's actually playing well. Darla's dead. We'll give Medinger a chance, right? Who are the uppercuts on the right-hand side? True. And it could also be, remember, that we have an inside forward on support on the left and attacking on the right. And I wonder if it's the attacking duty that's maybe causing the problem. Because I feel like it's often the right-hand side one that tends to suffer in that system. And I wonder if that's the reason. It's because we play that on attack and that on support. Maybe we should have them both on support with the overlapping wingbacks. Attack on the left. It might have been. I don't know. Let's have a look, actually. It was. But that actually indicates even more reason to think that perhaps it's the... Interesting. It might be worth trying them both on support for a bit at some point. It might be that they're getting in each other's way. There's other factors, potentially. I wonder if maybe next game we could try them both on support because we've got the overlapping wingbacks. Iceland. Ehring's on loan at Ferencváros at the moment. Ironically, not in their team as it goes. Is he on the bench? Ooh, okay, that's gone well. Yeah, so Ehring is on loan at Ferencváros currently. On Trek and the other stay wider. The problem there could be the switching. Could start to fuck with it. But we can definitely try it. But I would like to try the idea as well of just having inside forwards just straight up on support as well. It looks like we're going to get the win. But, oh God, have I jinxed it now? Is Yoshi going to throw this ball randomly? Like, the goals we've scored today have been good. And I've liked what I've seen, especially the first goal. I liked that a lot. Yeah, Pereira just didn't do... Oh, that's a nice pass. Oh, it's all the way through. And Castillo gets it. AMC Trek. How about... Yes. How about striker Trek, defender Trek, goalkeeper Trek? Damn it. We want it all. There hasn't been a whiz quiz yet. No, because for some reason, my bladder is just apparently holding tight today. So the experiment I was going to do was the Mid-Journey badge one, where I've put a badge into Mid-Journey, and it's created like abominations, and you have to guess which team it is. So the little variations, basically because I forgot to do the whiz quiz earlier, and I was like, fuck it, we'll just try this instead. So that's actually given, and Castillo gets a hat-trick today. Poacher seems to be looking good. I think we might have fixed the striker, if nothing else. But it's a question of now just trying to get the best out. Because obviously with the striker role changing slightly, it might have also reduced the effectiveness of the wide players because of slightly different interactions. But now we can work on it. We can then work on that. I think like the striker with those systems... I think the inside forwards have definitely made the striker work better there. But how do we get more out of them? So what was it you were saying for next game? Hi, Arctic. One IF on Trek, other stay wide. Oh, and set to stay wider. Okay, yeah. Nice idea. Nice. That's what I want. I wonder if the support would create more of a funnel. I think that's our next two ideas, right? That's my guess. That's what I think we've got to do next. We do those two things as our next test. Ugalde? That's the guy. Picking the clubs is... Yeah, it's... Well, you'll still get that, Fraj, because you'll get me doing it. But you won't get the part where chat do it, obviously, because you were there on stream. But I was still doing my part, because don't forget, it's not chat versus the AI. It's chat versus me versus the AI. Inverted wingers, we can always revert to that. Late in order for 5.5. Wow. Holy shit. That's an extremely good time. Trek and Fun. Trek and Fun. It does sound like an 80s, like a 90s, like Halo. No. Yeah, like a 90s pop duo. You know the clubs, true. But you don't know the clubs that I'm moving him to. Because it's not the same as chat. I can tell you that for free. So we've got a game against Pushkas soon. Novak has to be cool. Oh, god damn. They really are just loading and not playing, are they? It's so late in the season now, I think. What the fuck? I love how when a player wants to leave, the team seems to be more than happy for you to be like when they're complaining about letting a player leave, if you try to say, hey, that would make us weaker, they're always like, we don't care about that. But weirdly, when they want the new contract one and you say you'd all be queuing up, they always seem to agree with you, even though that's the one that me as a player would be genuinely annoyed about. But hey, whatever. Back at the club. Oh, God. What's the contract? Oh, I love a bit of synthwave. The Midnight. What a band. Okay, that's a weird screen. So, the next two games. I think for the next... Okay, so here's what I want to do. Next game, we're going to do double... Oh, my God. What happened in training? Twisting sharply, turning awkwardly, miscontrolling a ball. We're going to do double support for next game, and then after that, we're going to try Trek Stay Wider against Molfehevar. If you agree to let them leave, they get mad at you. Yeah, you can't win, can you? Yoshi is out again. I'm telling you, he is the most injury-prone player without injury proneness. Carpenter Brute, not a band I am familiar with. Oh, no! Our Georgian country singer's gone. Oh. Stoke Station. Get to the New Street. Oh, fair one. I don't know that much of Birmingham. It's been a long time since I've actually been there. I used to go to New Street area all the time. Like, you know, Pigeon Park. I remember Pog and I went there when we first met. Or around the sort of time we first met. Someone threw a rock at my head. Genuinely. Yes, Mr. Georgian country singer was the star player, man, yeah. I think it's the latest update, Ionic, has made injuries definitely more prevalent. Or something else has changed that has then, as an effect of that, has made more injuries, it seems. Also, Edgardo Fernandez is... He's developing insanely. Have we got a rival for Montiel on our hands here? I've only just noticed that. Okay, nothing actually there, but he is looking like he's actually really cracking on. I don't think it's going to be long before it's a Montiel and Fernandez starting pair every single day, which is incredible considering Alvarado exists. That's true, yeah. Montiel is just a different level, I suppose, but like he's looking pretty good. He's not as good as that guy. Who was it? Last night's stream, or was it yesterday? It might have been on Sunday actually. That had that ridiculously good centre back. That wasn't quite as good as Montiel for me, but he was still fucking excellent. I would have loved a pair of them. Got Kaiser Chiefs there. Got Legia in front of him too. Wukasik. Not good on both feet, but still. Oh, Juanma. No. There was a centre back. Yes, Cabrera. That's it. God, your knowledge, Hadrian. My God. But yeah, that's the guy I was all about. Cabrera. I can't remember whose save it was. Regardless, he was fucking insane. It might have been James. I don't know. The bloody commas always break Twitch chat links, Millie, for some reason. I'm a nerd. Hey, we're all nerds. That's why we're here, right? Okay, so this time around, for this game, I want to do double inside forwards on pure support to see if that balances them out a little bit more. And see if they are more... See if we just get more balanced ratings. Up against Connor and the boys. Right. Okay, I might just take a wee break now anyway, just because reasons. It'd be weird if I didn't at this point. So now you get to do the mid-journey whiz quiz. So, to catch you up, I'll do the lookups in a second after this as well. I've put a badge into mid-journey and it's created a badges based on it. It's up to you to guess. This might be really easy. I don't fucking know. We're going to find out, though. Just had a stroll up the chat there to see who got it first. The correct answer was Vitesse. It was Vitesse. And Mush was the winner of the Whiz Quiz by getting Vitesse. Yeah, this is a fun little one, this one. This is very interesting. I like this as a potential Whiz Quiz game as well. So there you go. It was Vitesse. The reason I decided to give you 4 options as well is just to sort of keep it a little bit more interesting in there too. So there you go. Use and Take was absolutely awful. Like, probably the worst we've ever had, honestly. Better than play. Well, we can always mix it up. I can do like one of each if I ever need a second one, right? And no way to cheat. That's true. You can't cheat this by looking up on Google. That's a good point. Yes. I hadn't even thought about that. What I do is for example with this one, basically, what did I say? I said mid-journey. I said imagine badge for SBV Vitesse and then --V4 --Q2. But that's just like my standard stuff I put on top, which just gives you a higher quality and uses the version 4. I don't think version 5 is out to the public yet, is it? But they're getting closer. So we haven't had an ED7 for a while, honestly. That's just the first guy guesses the badge right. Oh, if only I could actually hand them out like that. You think you'd be able to, right? But no, sadly not. Is it actually out for like human consumption, if you like? Only people with mid-journey can do so. How do you mean? Like, is it actually? Oh, so if I had V5, it would have actually worked. Damn it! Oh well, I'll just change that. I suppose. Okay, cool. Yeah, so obviously you don't need mid-journey to do it because obviously I'm just showing you the output image on screen. Swedish Youth Intakes, I have no idea. I believe it's like, isn't it like September kind of time, maybe? November? I'm not sure. Yeah, if only bear in mind the ED7 song, I suppose I could like remix it in some way, but like that's a lot of time. Besides, you might not even be here. We'll have to create a new segment. That's what we should do, though. We should create a new segment for the new head of youth development that replaces Emmett. With the same kind of setup, but with a different song. Depending on who it is. God, Conor Lithgow is a tall-ass boy, isn't he? He's a very tall man. That's a great pass. And look at that for Silva. Lovely run from Brandon Silva. That's a lovely run from the inside forward on support there. Oh. Lovely stuff. Matt is scum. Lovely pass as well from Seri. Smacking it into the channel. Great work from Silva. Good little finish. Pokes it through the keeper's legs. Good stuff. Oh, was I actually right? I guess I must have remembered that from my time with, was it Degerforge? And who was the other Swedish side I managed? How have I forgotten the other Swedish side I managed? Oh, fucking Orebro. Yeah. That was nice, actually, the way that Silva came inside there. Allowed Abdul Nabi a little bit of extra space out wide. Provided the gap for him. So far, first 10 minutes of this game, we look kind of on it at the moment. But it's early days yet. We'll see what kind of chances we create again. But look at that. Silva's sat in a great position. Allowing these overlaps. We've got support as well from Velazquez. Oh. But now, chance for a breakaway. No, we just keep recycling the possession. We've had 7 shots in the first 10 minutes. Which is a real sign of goodness, hopefully, for getting that amount of shot output. Like, we're actually getting through them enough to get those types of chances. Okay, this excites me. I do wonder if just double inside forwards on support. We'll obviously still try the track thing, though. But maybe this was what we needed. I want to see how the striker does today as well, though. That's the key. To make sure that Castillo still gets a chance to play well. Here we go. Yeboah can look up and find him. No, go short instead. Oh, nearly. Montiel is just everywhere. He's just everywhere. Oh, what a pass. Great touch from Brahim Diaz. He might get a penalty here, maybe? No. Takes it deep. Seri can bend it. Oh, it's off that same part of the post that every single shot from that area hits. Well, I want to try and find a terrible... What we need, I think, in place of Emmett is a terrible but memeable Hoyd. That's the dream. Exactly, Basil, yeah. We need a meme person that is also terrible at the same time. Although if they're a little bit good, it might not matter so much. As long as there's a meme. Oh, we got it! Oh, it's in! It's what on earth? I mean, that's poachery, just from a different type of poachery. It's MTK2. Pushkash. Nil. Nemeth might be up for it. I think he'd be up for anything at this point, right? Rick rolls, if only. That was a weird one. Like, he just sort of left the ball and then little tapped effort there. Well, we can have a look through the Hoyds, for sure. Could we just filter it by age, won't we? So we had to see the ex-players. Stuff like that. John T. Craigus. Ex-famous... Yeah, that's what we were looking for. We're looking for a recognizable name that's like a noteworthily terrible Hoyd. Oh, Yaboa can slip this into the channel. No. Oh, he's got it back again. Go on, Yakubi. You could have a go at goal here. Oh, what a save. Holy shit. That was an unbelievable stop. I think Gavin... I don't think he's even manager of... Who was it he was managing? Was it Buda? No, it was Budaos, wasn't it? Alvarado over the bar. We look really good in this first 25 minutes here. I'm really enjoying our output. We're having a lot of shots. We're creating chances. This is a goal because Castillo's taking it for some reason. Oh, okay, that's why it's not a goal. Did he move to the top flight side? You're right, he is, isn't he? Is it... He might be Dale Shuri, actually. He might be the one responsible for their terrible form right now. How has that not crossed the line as well? We are creating absolute chaos here. Super loads of amounts of possession. Complete domination. But look at that. Yaboa's on a 7.3 and Silva's on a 7.9. Striker's had a good game too. Diaz is looking okay. This is looking good at the moment anyway. We're actually underperforming the XG a little bit here, but we're creating loads of opportunities to go with it. My only concern is I wonder if they're getting in the way of him a little bit, but I don't know. I'm liking it though. Hopefully we follow it up with some more goals in the second half. Ideally. Or watch us just fall off entirely. You're right. I can't remember who it is. We'll have to look after the game. Radulescu. Well, that sounds like a Romanian name. How have they found a good Romanian player? Crowd, that's true. It could be their system that's causing him a bit of problems there. V-Cookie, thank you for the follow. We'll see. But the wingers certainly seem to have woken up with the... Not the wingers, you know what I mean? The wide men. Repositions so we can get the game more true. It's working for the poacher. Actually, that's not a bad shout. Since we're quite content that this is looking good right now, having him find little pockets more... that particular follow voice, I believe, was saying bring on the Flugelclimber. If you've seen the movie Euro Trip, you'll know where that's from. Let's start with Roman Playmaker. Hey, no, if it works for you, it works for you. Diaz has lost a bit of rating, actually. I might try and get Navarro on for a bit as well. See how he performs in that role. Get Medinger in too. I kind of want to keep quite a strong side out here, but he is looking a bit knackered. So we'll get Maecha in as well. Getting quite out. That's true. Maybe they are just doing the dirty work a bit more. Scotty definitely doesn't know, that's for sure. This feels like a third goal that won't matter too much for the overall rating. There it is, yeah. Yeah, the wingbacks looks... But we've often had trouble with the wingbacks as well, struggling for rating sometimes too, and I wonder if this is providing a nice balance. The film I meant to watch when I first saw Eurotrip, that would be Ice Age 2. That isn't a joke. No, we got crap youth yet again. To the point that we're probably going to sack our head of youth development for next season. Well, no, if he doesn't perform this season. Sorry, if he doesn't perform next season, his contract will be expiring and so will he. Well, no, that's a bit more of a threat. Oh, go on, Darla. Bang it. Oh, he's gone for it. It's 4-0. Emmanuel Darla with the goal. Yeah, true. They're not getting caught up the pitch as much, so it feels like it's creating a more balanced team overall. So the fullbacks can go forward and the inside forwards are covering over. The wingbacks aren't getting as exposed and they're not failing in their duties to get back sometimes as well. That is not a goal that should have gone in. Meeting movement. Yeah. I love both went for the same thought. The greatest Irishman in history. Yeah, he has to perform. It's just the rules. Navarro is already up to a 6.8 upon coming off the bench. He's only been on the pitch like 20 under 20 minutes. And he's already gained rating in that position, which wasn't really happening with Diaz. So that's noteworthy. So maybe the roam from position thing works on that. Potentially. Oh, right, go on. Give us a fifth goal. Okay, maybe you could have just headed that. But that's fine too. Oh, it's wide. We'd have to get an Irishman. That's true. How quick you forgot. That was decent. Like, everyone kind of did their part. That was nice. It was a balanced performance. Navarro looked good in that role, especially after that little tweak. I think it might be worth putting that tweak on anyway. Honestly. Just as like a default thing. And then test out that Trek thing we want to try for the next one. Competition measure mode. Yeah, it just happened to point him in Emmett's direction. No biggie. Right, so one thing I want to do is quickly adjust that. Put room for position on there. On that. And then next time... Yeah, I'll do the lookups in a sec. I just want to quickly do this. And then we'll do Trek with stay wider on the left. Just to see if it makes any difference. I've tried Treks before and I've almost felt like they don't quite do what I want them to. But maybe it's a different game, you know. You never know. So, let's try UEL. They haven't had a semi-final yet, I don't think. They're only at the quarterfinal stage currently. But as things currently stand, Sporting are at least losing. So that's helpful. Newcastle probably going to win the whole damn thing, aren't they, at this rate? Hertha losing at home to... Wow. Any surprises in here? Celtic 3-0 down to Real Madrid. Arsenal 3-0 down to Liverpool. Bayern Munich 3-0 up against Porto. At least that's good. And Man City beating PSG. Elsewhere, Everton looking good. Hajduk Split looking very good. Other ties sort of still in the balance, especially that one, though. We need an agreement signed, Chairman. I want a player that's like 4-star potential or better from him. Doesn't have to be the whole youth intake. I just want a player that's decent. That makes me go, yeah, fuck it.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Right.
I am familiar with over 6
Elendio, thank you for the follow.
And I am programmed to get freaky.
3.5 star. 4. 4 or above. I draw the line. Got to meet me all the way. So Trek out wide with... Ooh, wow, what a good game that was. It looks like Hallidash, by the way, who start 3rd tier, if I recall, actually are going to stay up this year, which is kind of remarkable considering how many games they've lost and by how many goals. Diosuri still without a win. Significant upgrades. Oh, is this a Spurs badge? That's some... pretty good, honestly. I feel like if I'd have done Spurs, you'd have definitely got that one. No, not CA. PA. Oh, yeah, Gavin. Got to check on Big Gav. Gavin. Oh, no. Typing the wrong box again. Gavin Alvin. Watch him have now retired. He's the manager of Unemployed. He was the Mezhkovej manager. That didn't go well for him, did he? He took them down, and I think they might even be getting relegated again. Oh, no. Damn, they've pulled it around. Jesus. They were in the relegation zone last time we looked. Also, Pekshi looking to get promoted with our guy as their main striker. Can he be a Hoyd? Oh, that's what we were going to do, weren't we? We were going to look to see if there were any potential Hoyds that would suit our memeable... so I want recruitment staff. No, I don't. I want coaching. Head of youth development. Right. Okay, cool. So there's 1,000 of them exist. Let me just actually get our Hoyd filter out. And I'll set an age filter so that we can have like maximum of like... Wait, where the hell... I guess why would you want age as like a default thing? Right, so age. Maximum age of 40, maybe? That should get all the former players, right? And then maybe sort by rating, just to see if there's any fun ones knocking about. Matt Hale, that's the guy that was... Wasn't he Southampton manager on the save last night? Drew Sherman. Lisandro Lopez? Yes, we do. No, technically, Mano, we don't, because we replaced him in the in-game. We used the pre-game editor before... to give our own guy from a previous save the job. Flipper, oh, you want some crap? True. The problem is that they might not have name recognition to the point where... Cameron Jerome? Did I do at least 40? Ah. You're right, I did. That gives us way more people. How about Kim Cuck Bomb? Have you ever just wanted to Kim Cuck Bomb? There's Adama Traore. That's the wrong one. Joseph Cox. What a great name that is. Yeah, it's the wrong guy. There's Rally Walia. Tamas Wild, but he's Hungarian. Bernie Burke. Lefo, thank you for the follow. Or Lefo. We want to name... Oh, wait, is that the actual Adama Traore? No, it's another Adama Traore, but still not the correct one. I want a recognizable name that's like... A person we recognize. Manually assign to his tasks if you get a new one. You do, but again, like I said, we didn't. We added our own one in the pre-game editor, so you don't have to do that because the game just starts with it, basically. But yes, I did know about that though. Issa Diouf. We've got Joseph Hare. Where are the names I recognize? Damn it. I was kind of hoping that more people would have become these. There's Dion Charles. Surely it has to be Todd Cantwell. That's so perfect for this storyline. He's just woeful. Right, I'm going to shortlist. I'm going to staff shortlist Todd Cantwell. How do we do this? Lovely. Okay, so that's one option. And a very strong option. I can't think of anyone better than Todd Cantwell right now. Other than maybe Hakim Ziyech. He's the only one that could maybe take... I thought the guy's name was Recession there. Kamar Beckford. Ronan Curtis. Jefferson. It's not looking good, you know. He can't find players well. True. It'll be perfect for the role. There's Thales. There's just not that many people, honestly. I mean, there's loads of people. Just mostly not names we recognise. There's a lot of nationalities knocking about in here. As to be expected, given that we got this on well. But alright, that was the idea. We're looking for crap ones. No, Lawrence Figaro. Was he there? I just feel like we're not going to find anyone better than Todd. And by better, I mean worse. Imagine getting Mitra. Which just every player comes through with 20 agreement. Baba Rahman. Ibu Toure. Had him on many saves before. Yeah, Todd Cantwell's perfect because he's got so much history in this save already. He's the perfect meme signing for that role. Yeah, the Hungarian connection he's already got. The fact that he came to Hungary, played with Kazic Barshika. We're not getting rid of him yet. I don't think we can find better than him, honestly, because we've been scrolling forever. We'll keep him on the shortlist. Emmett's got one last chance to save his job, which is next year's youth intake. Because his contract finishes at the end of next year. So if he doesn't... The fact that Cantwell's become a member of staff, watch him now retire or something, and his job is saved by Cantwell retiring. Why would I give you... Why would... No, obviously not. Whole team meeting. No, definitely not. Never do that. 1 4-star player. I just want a good player. That's all I want from you. Boa's now a Hungarian citizen. That won't matter, though, because he has, like, 30 caps for Ghana. You said 4-star. Yeah, 4-star player. Yeah. That's all I want. I want a 4-star player. Good on it. Well, it would help. Shit, 4-star. Do you want to take a 4-star? No. I mean, allegedly, it's supposed to make a difference. Although, in my last few years of FM experience, it's not notably made much. We had one of the best youth intake. Sorry, one of the best head of youth developments in the world on our last save. This guy called Billy Henderson. It looked like he'd crawled out of a hedge like a proper swamp monster. Right? 2020 to everything basically. Never got good youth intakes under him at all. Emmett retired from football and became a head of youth development. Crap. We signed him up anyway. Started getting banging youth intakes. Almost immediately. He brought through Aaron Johnson and he brought through Manuel Jizzy as well. Right. Okay, so Pereira. I don't really want to do Pereira as the Trek, though. Shit, we don't have much choice. It's not ideal. I feel like there are better players. Actually, how is he in that role? Actually, take that back. He's pretty solid for it. Maybe I'm just judging him too harshly. Oh yeah, he gets a brand new contract with that. If he gets the elite talent. Well, hopefully Todd Cantwell's reputation doesn't precede him. Well, we are missing a lot of players now, aren't we? Yeah, fuck it, we'll have to do. The games are quite close together. Okay, so this is the latest experiment. So they've got Parvanov and Awono and Ari. And He's playing as a centre-back? Okay. Interesting choice. You'll love to see it. Ah, dear. Seymour Bush. I don't know who that is, but that seems like a Seymour Butts type of joke. Only 3 stars on the look back. No, well, 3 stars potentially, but Arnold Jonsson became a ridiculously good player, if I remember correctly. And besides, they were a lot better than anything else that had come through prior to that. We hadn't even had any players that could even touch that team before then. And Jizzy became a solid player, but it was Jonsson was the one that became really good in the end. But they were certainly better than anything we'd had for the previous, like, 15 seasons of the save. So that's certainly worth noting, particularly as our squad was at its maximum quality at that point. Jizzy did get quite a big move, I think. I don't know. It's been a long time. The VOD will be on there somewhere. Ooh, wow. Lots of possession so far, but intriguing. So we've got the Trek on the left-hand side is Pereira today. We'll see if that makes a difference. Silva's... Well, are they both on bookings already? So here he is. There's Pereira. Slipping out wide. So what a pass. What a pass. Oh, what a pass and a goal. And it was Pereira with the assist. Cutting inside there and playing a great pass to Navarro. What a ball. That was gorgeous. Takes his time, waits for the run, dissects 5 players. And look at that finish from Navarro. Oh, he sent the keeper for a bag of chips. Glorious. Hello, Pog. How's it going, love? Well, it's our first shot of the match, but what a chance it was. We certainly bided our time here, and these are a good side. Like, Molfeher are no pushovers here. So if we play well here, that's a good sign as Castillo's in. Oh, why is he trying to shoot from there? Just pass it around. Maybe Sarri can bang one from range. Okay. This is intriguing now. I want to see how often they get on the ball as well. That's going to be quite a key factor here. See whether their ratings start to change at all. And make sure the striker stays involved in the game. Doesn't get completely lost, because he does seem to be dropping rating at the moment, which is not ideal. Hopefully he'll get a chance in the game at some point here. Because the last thing we want is to lose our poacher's quality after we've just won it. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Yes, this is nice. Navarro again. I'll tell you what, if nothing else, the AMC is absolutely overpowered now. What is he? I thought he was twerking. That is lovely. The football there was yet again lovely. Was Pereira involved in this again? Oh, it was Silva this time that set that up. Well, then Castillo. Nice pass, though. From Castillo, actually. The striker got involved, gets an assist. Navarro's very good. That was nice. That's 2 really good chances we've made. Haven't made a large quantity of chances in this game, but what we have had have been really good. More clear, so you prefer... I would like things to be cleared. I don't like black box stuff, i.e. where you don't know what variables go into creating a certain result. So it'd be nice if certain things were cleared up. But there is an element of the magic being spoiled with certain things, I guess. But I don't know. It's hard to know what to make of it. We've not had a great quality. Sorry, no, we've had a great quality of chances in this game, but not a high quantity. Which is interesting. But they are a good side. I'd be willing to take this into another game against a slightly weaker side and see if it continues to look decent. Castillo from a... But Silva's struggled a bit today so far. H-Bag, thank you for the follow. See that, Prince? Mark specific position. Yeah. Maybe. So Silva's on the ball now. Right, now the Trek's making a nice little run, but Navarro's making a great run again. He's going to be offside here, I think. If they played that ball quicker... No, he is onside. Okay, Darla might... How is that going to be allowed? Do you want to be any closer to the line there? But it might be onside, you know. So yeah, the tiebreaker in this league is games 1. Disallowed, yeah. He looked a little offside there. Might not have been as much as I thought, because the guy did drop quite deep with him, didn't he? Oh yeah, no, he's offside. It's very poachery, though. The little flick shot. It was a bit like what Savitzer did against Fulham at the weekend. But we look decent. Possession solid. As much as they've apparently had chances, we've seen nothing of it. I'm a little bit concerned about Silva, though. Maybe we'll try Yeboah there for a bit. Wow, we are missing a lot of people at the moment. That's not helping. Oh, no, I know that you can do the arms thing, but sometimes they're hidden behind the VAR screen. thought we could have gone for that there. This is nice football in the box. Just dribble a grip. Oh, Navarro should have had a hattie. He could be having an off game, particularly as he has that consistency issue, where the consistency issue actually does appear to matter. He's one of those players that does seem to really play badly sometimes. Injuries, yes, Anavar, yeah, definitely. Not just injuries, but also the length of time in the injuries. Oh, yeah, as you said at the bottom, yeah. I've noticed more injuries, but I've also noticed the injuries seem to be more severe, and the players seem to be out for a much longer period of time, which is a little bit annoying. So we might have to look into trying to solve that. That's a dreadful touch from Yeboah there. Good defending. Ooh, now he's going to have to do some defending himself. That was actually quite nice defending from Yeboah there. Whether he can catch up with this, I don't know, is a different matter. This might be an equaliser for them. It's not like it's been an equaliser given that we're 2 goals up. The injuries are very severe, yeah. So watch out, Iash Mariva. It's coming through. This is some nice football out from the back. Shoot that good clearance pass or to someone just to open the space up a little bit. Now spread it. Yes, that's better. Right, now make that run. Pick him out. Oh, he's picked him out, all right. Oh, he's picked him out, all right. Oh, Navarro. Do you need a striker? Do you even need a striker anymore when you've got Guillermo Navarro? Lovely pass from Pereira again. The Trek, look at this brilliant pass. He's just floated this in. Gorgeous little touch from Navarro to get himself right on goal and then just roofs it over the goalkeeper there. Glorious. Holy shit. Anavar, thank you for the 500 bits. That was very nice. And so is that of you.
It wasn't just me. Thanks so much.
No worries, man. Have you noticed more red cards too? Well, it certainly turned Navarro into a goat, and Castillo's still contributing to the play. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's going to shoot from range, isn't he? All right. It's worth a go. It's not quite the goal against Arsenal the other week. I don't know. It looks like it went under his body and then up, almost. Navarro's in a different... He's in a league of his own at this point. That was really bad from us there. But also, notice that Pereira played 2 excellent passes from that Trek roll on the left. And maybe it was just Silva was just not really having a good game. I think it's definitely worth taking into a match against the worst side to see when we're given a bit more space if we can make more of it. And here's Pereira again. Will he be able to cut back inside and find another pass? Maybe to Castillo this time. No, he's not got the energy. So we haven't actually touched Navarro other than to make him roam from position. That's the one slight tweak on Navarro. The big change is on the other areas of the pitch, really, more than him. Right, now Castillo could get the run. Oh, hang on, he's still got it. Navarro's making a run inside, you know. He's going to find him. Navarro's going to score. Oh, no, he should have. He could have had 5 goals in this game, honestly. He's had 2 other chances that were absolutely golden. He could have easily netted 5 times. He just looks on a different world. See what Yeboah can do out on this left-hand side in the Trek roll now. Because he'll want to cut back inside and find that pass. He's got support as well from Jarju. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. Yeah, sweeper keepers, I've completely gone off this year. We use goalkeeper defend because even with goalkeeper on defend, he still makes stupid decisions and comes out when he shouldn't do. So it's best to just kind of avoid it in general. That's what we've been doing. ED7 for the hat-trick. We'll have the Navarro 7. Oh, we probably should do an ED7 anyway, just to seal the deal on our particular agreement that I have with his representatives. That was good from Virginia.
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
Useful spark. Thank you for the follow. Wow, that was a very strange choice to do that. There we go. I feel like a 4th goal. Considering these guys are probably 2nd or 3rd best side in the league at the moment, we have slowly worked our way into this game and created some wonderful openings. And I'd rather have a game like this where we're creating good quality chances, just maybe a few less of them. Because I feel like it means we can cut through teams when we want to. It makes a big difference. Long range efforts. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Quick on the trigger. Maybe, yeah. Knock it down. No. Right. I just want us to get the ball back again and have another go at this. Yoshi can pass this inside, and he's got support from Tony from Yakubu. Here we go. This is more like it. Castillo. Yes, where's the run from Navarro? It's Pereira instead. He's through, and it's going to be 4. Lovely. Great work from Castillo again. He may not have scored today, but Castillo has been involved in the build-up. He's been active in most of the plays, and it's a lovely pass again. That's 2 assists from our striker. Our strikers don't get lots of assists in this tactic at all. But yet again, he's dropped deep, pops it around. This is a poacher that's dropping deep and popping things around the corner. Love this. It's such a... Plus, the football we're playing is really entertaining. Like, the goals we're scoring are of the highest quality. And it's dead on 3 XG as well, which you can't go wrong with that. Great. Navarro was superb. He could have had 5 in that game. Pereira was very good value for that goal, but also his 2 assists were fantastic too. And I don't think he's even top 3 players in that position. So someone else in that role on his day could kill it. Malero would absolutely kill it there potentially. Oh, this is exciting. I want to keep this exactly the same for the next game and not make any changes to the tactic. And what do you reckon? No, he doesn't have comes deep to get ball either. Or does he? Or he might do. He might do. Maybe it actually works better for him in this particular one. Rob Mack, thank you very much for the 2 years. You love to see it. Thank you, friend.
2 years of the world's oakiest streamer.
I try my best. You've got to be oaky, right? Sometimes even cokey. Right, I reckon 31 million, despite us not having any money. Because I reckon we were guaranteed like 30 million in budget or something stupid like that. I reckon it's going to be way more than you think it's going to be. I'm saying 32 million. Even though we've got no cash. 30.2. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. Obviously, we're not going to be able to spend it in the same way that we have in recent years because we don't have that. We literally only have 28 million pounds in the bank. Our youth today was absolutely awful, Nuke Bomb. Sadly. But that was a great performance from Navarro especially. What's he up to now this season? He's got 15 goals already this year. He could easily get 20 with this style. Probably more than that, honestly. Oh, we got a little bit. He might not be able to start the next game though. I'm going to reject that because I'd much rather him just leave on his end of his contract. Intriguing. So we got Kishvada midweek. God, we don't get much gaps here. Yeah, we got to sell Suhi. That's going to be the key. I think selling Suhi, because remember we've also got some future transfers to come out of that money as well already, which I think is going to cost us a decent. Because we got Hurley's going to cost us like 12 million quid. And then the other guy we signed today was another, 4 million. Yeah, legitimately, this is how bad the youth intake was. Next year, if the head of youth development doesn't step up, he's being sacked and replaced with Todd Cantwell. That's the levels we're at with him now. So Adam Vera, still on loan at Budapest. He's turned into a really solid second division player for one of these types of teams. Sell Suhi. Oh no, that's definitely what the plan. But we're obviously not in the transfer window. We tried to sell him in January, but the money wasn't right. Basically, I'm hoping we can get a nice bid on him in the summer. Todd Flanders would do a better job. Maybe. Because the youth intake will contain nothing at all. I realise that's Ned, but still, I'm moving with it. What was I going to test? Fuck. I've forgotten. Oh, yeah. I was going to look at future signings to show you how much of this money is going to come out already. Because we've already got set up Pascual, Hurley, and Benavides. Obviously, Benavides will... Oh, no, he will join us this summer, actually. So Benavides for £4 million. We've got Pascual for £425,000. Am I still scouting him? Yes, I am. Cool. And then obviously we've got Hurley for £12 million. But he is a little bit of oof. Actually, how was he like as a track? Good passing, good vision. Only lacks the finishing. I think he's going to settle in really nicely. But obviously if we sell Suhi, it balances things out a little bit and we've got some more money. Secure the title. I thought we'd already done that. We had to... It's weird that they did it now. I guess this is that chart. I feel like there's so much more information that could be on this, you know? This feels like such dead space that I'm glad it exists, but I feel like they could be doing much more with that. Right, okay. Like the rest of the nations, yeah, that would help. Like, maybe make it scrollable. Maybe add some extra statistics that you can't get from just looking on the coefficient page. Just little bits that could be so much cooler. No, I won't actually set players available for that. And I certainly don't want to set players available for that. Like how many users... Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Just little stuff like that would be so filthy to make that menu. Ooh, did I just see a guy called Vosterek? Who looked half alright. A bit of alright. Damn, we're going to have like 35 players that are a 4-star and above here. Yes. Okay, we're definitely getting to the business end with some of these. Yeah, look at this guy, Wojciech. 60... What the fuck? He's a bit alright. Tackling is the one problem with him, but he is a bit of alright. Particularly given that he's only 16 at the moment. For that kind of quality at that age. Consistency as well. Yeah, it's just that tackling. That's the one thing that could let him down because it will not improve that much. rest of these guys are mostly from bigger sides, although there does seem to be some quality in there. There's Hurley as well. Isn't 16? I feel like... Oh, no, that was... Oh, God, there was a Czech centre-back as well from a few years ago. He now plays for Sevilla in this save. What was he called? Hopefully he's actually in their first team. There he is. Oh, he's a left back. I think this is one of the other guys we're looking at. This is Rojpal. Yeah, he sticks... Usually they don't have... that tackling is the one thing that does let him down. He might still be worth perusing. Potentially in the summer, once we get him fully scouted anyway. Suhi. Do we try Suhi? I suppose we might have to just because of the lack of fitness levels. Although, surely Pereira can't play another game there. I think I'll start Yakubu there for a bit. Seri, Jarju at left back doesn't really suit what we want to do. Surely Terranova's back here. No, he's not. Christ. Xavier Lethbridge could tell anyone? Yeah, I'll have to do. And it's a different system. And it's a different team. Which I think is a good thing of what we need here. Dara can play. Can he? Why wasn't he in the team? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can. I just don't want to get him injured. I think he's just come back from injury. But he'll definitely do a job. Right. Oh, they've got... Look at that strike force as well. Antoine Merler and Joshua De Bruyne. They've got... I think Mbaye's on loan from us as well. Or he might be a permanent signing for them now. Not sure. Zwane is definitely sellable, yeah, but he's actually really good as well. Like, he is one of those players that has a low star rating, but has phenomenal attributes. But I have had bids from Portuguese sides on him before of like £12 million. So I do wonder if he's the kind of player that we might be able to get the Italians involved and potentially bid up to like 20 if they want him enough. He's the type of guy that we could do a Patrice Omgba on him. He's very much a sleeper, yeah, for sure. Bootie's still playing. I think he is, you know. In fact, he's still here, right? So I'm fairly certain Bootie's still out on loan. Just doesn't play for Pakshi anymore. I think he's at, might be Budo's. Brahim Diaz straight in there. Okay, so match 2 of trying this tactical style out. Let's see if we get any better here. Or at least look similarly good. Seri, oh, look at that. Was it Budafok? Yeah. That was really nice build-up on the edge of the box there. We didn't rush. We didn't take the shot too early. We didn't shoot on sight. Which is usually what happens in these positions. They'll get the box. Usually, in these type of situations, when this pass is here, he just yeets it. But the fact that we played 2 more passes and Yeboah scores too. Lovely play shot from the Trek as well. Good point. 2 minutes in. Good strike. Let's see if we keep creating high-quality chances. Let's see if Diaz is just as prolific in that role as Navarro was in the last game. He probably isn't going to be quite as good because he's just simply not as good. But I want to see if he has at least a decent game in there. Right, Silva should not that mid... No, he's not got the height for it. Oh, Jesus, that was a nasty one. But now, Abdul Nabi's completely inside here. Go on, find a pass. I mean, that is very fortunate. It's very fortunate indeed that it's come to Yakubu Yeboah. It is 2-0. The Trekker scored twice in the first 13 minutes. I think he was shooting there. I'm fairly certain that Velasquez was about to have a shot, and that's just deflected into the path of Yakubu. But he got in the right position again and was there to finish it. Abdul is completely inside him. He's balls deep. Another good chance. Yeah, that's what we seem to have created now. A tactic that creates good quality chances, just a slightly less of them because we hold onto the ball and we workshop it a bit more. Oh, that's a good ball. Nearly. We'll see how Suhi does today. He's on a 6.8, which means he has at least stepped up slightly since the start of the game. So he's clearly getting involved as well. Be good to see what a striker that doesn't have the, like, you know. Jealous look. Seri's in. He's found Silva. He's through. And it's another one from that same position again. That's the 3rd goal that the Trek has scored today. Not what you'd expect. Trek's there for other things, but that's the 3rd one now. Makes a lovely little run in behind. Stretches them. Almost looks like an extra striker there. Yeah, Trek might well be the answer, you know. It's 3-0. And that's all 3 of them have come from that same position. How about 4 of them? You can't ever just have one scoop of ice cream, can you, Hadrian? You're always like, no, I'm having the whole tub. Oh, could go for some ice cream now. But that's the other thing. Yeah, you're right. Not only are we scoring goals, but it's not just like industrial football. We're actually playing some lovely little passing circles. Passing circles! No, it's a penalty. Hey, chat, did you ever just pass in a circle? Vaki or Vatsy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Czech is great. We're literally just looking at an insane Czech centre-back. And your Boa's now missed it. But it was a won by a pen, won by a Trek, missed by a Trek. Standard. Oh. But we're also creating a lot from open play, which is nice, because obviously it's nice to have set pieces be effective for you, but I like them to be the icing on the cake rather than what you have to rely on, right? I think we're Team Trek now as Darla's bombing into the box. Can he square this for someone? Maybe a Trek of some sort? Silver? Here he is. That was just a bit unnecessary, but no, Shibara at the back post for the hat-trick anyway. He wasn't the Trek that time, but it was assisted by one. Oh, it wasn't. I think it was Darla. It's 4. 4-0. We've missed a penalty as well. Yeboah has a hat-trick in the first 25 minutes of the game. Yeah, the T in MTK stands for Trek now, I've just decided. Oh. Lovely cross from Darla. Look at that first time on the volley. Yeboah's won a header. It's a hat-trick. A little bit concerned about Brahim. So far, he's looked a bit lost out there. But hopefully as the game wears on, the striker in the centre mid will come into the game a little bit more. Now that we've got a 4-0 lead. You tend to open up when you're 4-0 up. Oh, he's going to get... Oh, he could have got that. Yeboah is not a tall man, no. He's a sort of flary, fancy-ass winger. He's a fancy Dan. And we love that around here. My formation is that the one with all the treks? To be 4... I reckon we could go for like... If we get 7 here, I wouldn't be surprised. And that would be a much better result than we've been looking at lately. For Lazquez, Brahim, here we go. Yeboah's in there again. What a pass. What a pass. The football. That was lovely. That was great. Lovely link up. Should have been a goal, honestly. Oh, no. It's about to get worse for Kishvara as Utara's now gone. Suhi has to bury that. And Rene Tulberg's in, chat. Oh, worry not. I was hoping we'd get a shot from that free kick there. Bit boring in this kind of social job like that. Maybe, but at the moment it's not, because we're obviously trying to develop tactical stuff, so we're actually paying attention. But often that's why I tend to do some of them off stream. We focus on other stuff. But I can see how it could get boring, but I try to do everything I can to make it not be, in that we just don't focus on it when we're not in... Yeah. The football is nice too. What a first half. Quite a way to win the league as well. We kind of tailed off a little bit there. But Diaz and Suhi, despite not being amazing today, they have not lost rating. They look solid. They're not going... I've had games where we're 4-0 up and our striker's still on a 6.5 because he's getting nowhere near. He's just getting nowhere near the ball. Yeah, then we do tactics and cartography. Sounds like a podcast I'd definitely listen to. We might be due for some fresh legs soon. Suhi did miss the sitter, true. So he might have lost rating for that, honestly. Feels like we just seem to go off the boiling games. Right, I'm going to do half an hour of... Oh, God. Maybe not. Fuck it, we'll do half an hour of Castillo. Get Medinger on for a bit as well. I was kind of hoping that Navarro was at least available off the bench or something, so I could just bring him on for half an hour. Yep. In fact, I'll show you now. Because he's on the bench. God, he's good. He's so fucking good. He's just... He's only 22. He's better than any defender we ever had with Treaty United. He would get in that... He'd be easily the best defender in that Treaty United side that we won multiple Champions Leagues with. He's that good. And he's going to get better because he's still only 22. Those mentals are going to keep getting better as well. What a guy. No, he's not a real player. He came through at Nacional in 2024. Picked him up for 850 grand. Exactly how good he is. How are you going to do that? Oh, are you using the thing that would like calculate his CA maybe? Yeah, him and Gilberto Neslo would be filth. So Yeboah's on the right for this little period, it would appear. Yes, he is. So it's Silver on the left this time. We've kind of stopped scoring goals ever since they got the red card. Oh, okay. Interesting. He must be sort of... I would guess that he's surely looking at like the mid 170 CA at this point. So cheap. We started doing our international youth team scouting, and he was one of the first reports. Yeboah's in again. Can he square it for someone? Oh, he should have done. How has Brahim Diaz missed that? We're creating absolute sitters here, and then we're doing that. No, the guy that turned us down was Alvarado, who we ended up signing anyway. Montiel was just a straight up buy. Better than Muller. Who's better than Muller? Montiel? I'm not sure who Muller is. In fact, I'm going to bring him on for a little bit. Show off his wares for a bit. And also maybe a little bit of late Pereira, because he just does things, right? He seems to suit this system. This might be the renaissance of his career. Thomas Muller. Oh, sorry, yeah, but he's a centre back, isn't he? So it's a bit different. So I don't know. I still think that he's probably in that range. Maybe. Oh, it's a great pass. I think Castillo might be a touch offside there. But if not, then that's good to see him getting involved. Brahim Diaz has struggled a bit today. He has looked a little bit lost. It might just be the system. It could just be that Diaz just is not the player he is, and that is awarded. So Castillo does get another goal. It feels like Castillo suits this system better than Suhi does. He just seems to get into better positions to do that kind of poetry. Although, Suhi did do it in the first half. He just missed the chance when it appeared to him. He does seem to fit the role better, though, you're right. I wonder if that's because he does have that comes deep to get ball. Because he does, doesn't he? Oh, no, he doesn't. Who would it... Is it Suhi that has it? Oh, it was Flavian. Not Flavian. Fran, FX Hardy's the one that has it. So that shows that it isn't purely down to that PPM. I think there's just something about Castillo that makes him work better in this system, which is even more reason to move Suhi on for big money in the summer. Here's your... Oh, he's just absolutely skinned him. Surely not. Oh, he nearly had another one. Yeboah's had one of those games. He's been on it the whole game. He should have scored another one there. But 4.4 XG as well. That's a lot of creativity. And there's Montiel over the bar. A background Deuter. Yeah, Ehring had it, but there was another player that we had that we signed because he had the same PPM as Ehring. And I think it was Fran, actually. Must have been, I guess. But Castillo certainly seems to be the man for the role. 5-0 win. Won the title. Good shit. We just look way more defensively stable as well. We're scoring more goals. We're creating much nicer goals as well. We're not having to rely on set pieces, but they're nice on top. We look like, even against the better sides, because these last few teams have been good teams in Hungary. Kishvada are like a top 5 side. Fourth. They're fourth in the league. And we just hammered them 5-0 away from home. Every international... No, just the once. Because if you do it a few times a season, then you're going to just fall over your own feet and you'll be scouting the same players multiple times, and that just sort of wastes time. I pick one international window, which is the one in September, to do it. That's where I do it. Retain the league, obviously. That's our 30th one. We get to add a star to our badge now. That's nice. Yeboah, once again, with another 3 goals for him. Valero needs to come back soon. We need him. Lots of more fines. Oh, God, they're all getting fined. Who's actually our top scorer now? I've got a little bit of a curiosity on. 22 for Castillo. Navarro's done really well. Suhi, look at that. He's just underperforming. And Brandon Silva still needs to get his shit together. Look at his XG. It's enormous. He just needs to really get that going a little bit more. But Castillo's also got 4 assists. But Suhi's got 5. The strikers definitely seem to be getting involved more. Who is in the cup final? I don't know. It's us, presumably. And Kishvada, in fact. Yeah, that's true. The first time shot thing could work. Pakshi. No, I know we've only got like a minute left, but I'm still going to do this last game with you lot. Because why not? And the moment I do it, Idrik, is the moment that you've got enough money for worldwide scouting. Once you can afford worldwide scouting, that's when you do it. Or that's when you start to do it, anyway. Before then, there's other methods I think are more... Yeah. Why did I pick MTK? Basically, it's because Hungary was the league we wanted to do. Or the nation, if you like. Mostly league. And MTK, they start in the second tier, which was perfect for us because we wanted the second tier side to begin with. And they've got a huge history in Hungarian football in terms of like their relevance overall. So it was just the perfect system because then you got to bring a team up as well. That's where the fun is for me. It's always better to start in the second tier with these types of saves. Barwick's doing well as well. Scorches talk of takeover. Wow. Okay. I guess Joe Labou is a serious boy. These guys have got worse. Or have they? They've got a little bit better. Teeny bit better. So Pakshi are a much worse side. So I'm expecting a better result here. or us to at least show that little bit of extra quality. That is league number 30, so if I can find a... Well, not find a way. It shouldn't be too difficult. I should, if I remember, to... Yeah, go on, Hadrian. How good is Montiel CA-wise? I reckon he's 172. $176. I still think he's got PA in the... I reckon he's got PA in the mid-190s. Not mid-190s, but like... high 180s, low 190s PA. I genuinely think he's world class. Recommend to do? Depends what type of save you want to do. If you want to do exactly like this, then Hungary's great. Poland's very good as well. Ireland, if you want to start a bit lower. Those are like my 3 that I always recommend. No recruitment focuses. I don't touch them. They're shite. Sorry, no, they're not shite. I think they're shite. I don't use them personally because I just think that everything we do gives us the same results but faster and better. So recruitment focuses to me are kind of obsolete by that. But, you know, some people have got them to work, just not for me. Yeah, he's world class. He is way world class. He's got to be high 180s. But that also means that he's going to continue getting better because there's no reason why he wouldn't do. Resolute personality, regular football. Unless he gets a serious injury, I don't see anything stopping him from being... I don't know if you can really... It's unlikely we're going to see a centre-back of ours win the Ballon d'Or, but if anyone deserves it, it's fucking him. Navarro's back now. Bellingham's in. We'll get Yoshi there for a little bit to try and mix things up a little bit. Okay, we're still going to play this game, even though we're sort of at 3 o'clock, but I'm enjoying this tactical tweak now. Expecting a... Ooh. He's got no hope. You never know. Maybe the next maybe the next Pushkash will come along, as in the next Pushkash. I don't know if I set up their thingy, did I? Anyway, wouldn't work. I don't know what the squad reg rules are like in Ukraine and Denmark, quite simply, Ryan. So that's what would potentially hold you back. Is I don't know how many foreign players you're able to register in those leagues. Denmark, I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've managed... Oh, no, it wasn't. I did Sudioska. Yeah, I can't remember exactly. Denmark might be okay. When the summer window closes to you, does the youth team in December? I mean, you can't sign them till January. But yeah, but you're starting to scout 1,200 people. So you won't even have them fully scouted until the next summer. So what you're doing is you start the scouting in September so that by the time the summer rolls around, you've got those players scouted and ready to go. That's the idea of it. Because these are all like 15, 16-year-old, 17-year-olds. So it doesn't matter if you don't get them immediately. And besides, remember, you can sign players outside of a transfer window. They just won't join you yet. Belgium start like 4th. Sorry, no. Belgium are like a top 10 nation, aren't they? So, I mean, you could do building a nation there, but to me, it's not as fun because you start too high. But, I mean, you could do it. I don't know what the foreign player rules are like in Belgium either. New tactics video. Maybe. Although, I don't know if I'm really the guy for that kind of video, honestly. I don't think it's really for my audience. That's a good hit, actually. I thought I was expecting a goal there. It feels like this is the same kind of system that City played against us, isn't it? And a bit like the one that Atalanta were playing last night on stream. Come on. We've also not conceded a goal since we started changing this tactic up. With the last couple of tweaks as well. We look really, really stable. Right, come on. Win it off of him here. We can have a little bit of a breakaway. That's it. Patience. Plus with Montiel in the back line today. This is probably our preferred pairing now. Fernandes and Montiel. You're not scoring past these two, I don't think. Look at that pass from Navarro. Right, Castillo, show me your goods. Good lord, could you put any more whip on that? Great pass from Navarro, though. Really nice. He's immediately just there. Novice level. I suppose, yeah.
Focus definition. Novice level scouting.
Thank you very much, though, for the 69 bits. I appreciate that. It was a very cool whip, yeah. Nice pass from Navarro. That's the key thing. He's immediately settled into this and is straight away creating more than Brahim Diaz was in that other game. Different system, though, in fairness. So we don't know what Brahim could have done against this shape. That's a great pass. Oh, just drill it. Oh, it's so easy. Pereira looks really good as a Trek. Yeboah looked great as a Trek too. Silva, not yet. 4 Ukrainian players are not optimal. Yeah. But the youth rating's irrelevant. So, yeah. I mean, do what you like, of course. But, like, for the type of saves I'm doing with this building a nation, the youth rating of the nation is absolutely irrelevant to it. Because it doesn't help the league grow. I suppose it could if you can get better players, but barely. It's minimal differences. Except for Emmett. Yeah, except for Emmett, of course. You could have 210 youth rating and Emmett would still be struggling to find players. Yeah, I heard some people saying that was just really good in the latest update anyway. So that definitely seems like a thing we could look for. God forbid we have to try and mentor it on him. Look at Pereira again. He's attracted 2 people to him there. Bellingham could pop this in, but he's not going to for some reason, because Yoshi will. He's going to get to the second ball here. Nice. Oh, very nice. Oh, off we go. We're pinging it about here too. Abdul Nabi's through. Whips it across. It's nearly in the back of the net as well. I don't know how the keeper's nearly let that in, but he has. Similar story though. High XG, low number of shots. I think this is the sort of thing that could work quite well against good sides as well, because we're going to create better chances. We're not just going to give the ball away meaninglessly. There's enough Ukrainian talent to make a top Champions League. I just don't know if there is, personally, but you never know. Like, I think if that was the case, to make a top Champions League team, a Ukrainian national team would have to be like winning stuff. That's the level of good. As Evan Polden's in for Pakshi and has drilled it wide. That was bad from us. PPM you could... Oh, it's a PPM, isn't it? What am I talking about? Sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I forgot you could just train PPMs. They're much easier to train than they are to remove, that's for sure. We have been a little bit iffy in this game so far. But we've had like slow starts in matches before, and then it's kind of brought to life a little bit. We're playing some lovely stuff on the edge of their box here. Oh, bloody hell. Abdul Nabi just really wants a goal, doesn't he? It does feel like our fullbacks have looked more stable too. Yoshi's maybe getting the short end of the stick a little bit with Pereira in front of him, but we look really composed. I'm liking it. Benfica. Oh, really? Jarju's just winning us corners. They do just appear. I mean, Navarro's been solid again today. Castillo's looked good. Obviously scored the goal. Pereira with the assist for the goal. It's just Silva. Because of his inconsistency sometimes, I feel like he's not always a fine representative. Yeah, it is Job. Hard to play against. Well, we're still doing okay with it so far. We look good, but just maybe aren't going to be quite as virile against it. Because actually, I mean, they've had that one big chance with Polden, but here's Abdul Nabi again. He's just getting into this position over and over again. It's so congested with all the players they've got there. We might need like a couple of long ranges or something like this, potentially. Oh, like the idea. Nakanishi just wasn't really ready for it. Oh, that's a ball. That's a ball. That's more like it. Brandon Silva seems to be much better when he's in that position. I don't know if he doesn't feel like, of the treks that we've tried so far, Brandon Silva doesn't feel like he's at his best when he ends up on the left. He feels much better when he's on that right-hand side, making those diagonal runs across to get into those positions. But that's nice. Yeah, it'd be like if a Man City pulls this type of system out against us, which, to be fair, I believe that's exactly what they were doing, right? Swapping wingers off, maybe, yeah. That's not a bad shout. I do like the chaos that it causes, though, potentially. Especially when you've got, say, Pereira and Yeboah at the same time. Silva's in again. I mean, do you see what I'm saying about Silva on the right and not the left? When he... Because Yeboah's great on the left as the Trek. Pereira looks great as the Trek, especially for the creative standpoint, but it feels like Silva just loves these out-to-win runs to get in behind them there, and now he scored twice in today's game. In fact, I'm going to do it now, before half-time. Not that it makes much difference, but... We'll just turn it off for a bit and try it out. Change replays. I just don't know what we'd add to him to maybe make that different, but I just want to see if with just not switching the wings and keeping him in that position gives us more stability, or it maybe loses that chaos that we like so much. Because he seems to score most of his goals when he plays on the right-hand side, even though he can play both sides. And it feels like Yeboah and Pereira look better when they play on the left of that set, maybe. But we do look very good again. See if... Oh, he's made the run. Oh, it's Navarro this time. Oh, it's close. Great run. Really, really nice. The run was good. The pass was good. Shame he couldn't quite get the finish, but it was a tight angle. I think we've still got probably another 2 goals in this game for ourselves yet. Because look at the space out left here. Pereira can easily deliver something beautiful from here if he gets in the right position. Play it around a little bit. Patience. Nice. Oh, Fernandez is out wide. Montiel, they're both under the box. Ah, silly. Wait, what? Hurley, at the moment, is a right-sided player, but we're going to train him on the left as well because he's got good on both feet. Yeah, Yoshi's not even the starting player there. I don't think this is going to be given. Oh, no, it has been given. Silva from the spot. Smashes it. Hat-trick. Brandon Silva scored. Well, I said he needed to add a few more goals to his game, and boy, has he. 4-0 up. Brandon Silva's now scored a hat-trick. This is very good. To probably give it to Hossam. Hey, if he wants to score, he has to stop shooting from range so much. It looks like we've sort of opened the floodgates a little bit now. Pereira. Come on. If we explode into them in the second half, then maybe that was the thing. Oh, look at this football. Pereira has hit the bar. Oh, he's on it as well. I feel like your Boa for Pereira might be a second half change I make. Because I know they both seem to like that position a lot. That would have been gorgeous. But Yoshi's look good. I think Yoshi's passing ability is really helping in a game like today, when he's sort of got no defensive duties particularly. So he's just getting forward and spraying passes around from left back. He's almost like a playmaker fullback when he plays there. Pereira does seem to love this role. And Yakubu, Pereira seems to be more creative in this role, i.e. he provides chances for other people. Yakubu seems to score more in this role. Interesting. What a pass. He must be offside, surely. Oh. It's Pesky Joao Cancelo, yeah. With a better attitude, though. All right, now we're going to give half an hour of Yakubu. Oh, no. Actually, what about half an hour of Kwane Zwane? You never know. He might be an absolute monster in this. And I might give Suhi a chance, too. I don't want to make too many changes. Maybe Dala for Yoshi, just to keep him fresh. Zinchenko, yeah. He's very Zinchenko, actually. Did I press it? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. I want to see if this makes any difference. My expectation is that I want to see what Kwane Zwane can do in this type of tactic. Whether he is actually a player that we should consider keeping around. And a little, what a pass! Oh! Castillo with another assist. He's like a striker playmaker. He seems to have scored more assists than he's got goals. Lovely. That was great. The fact that he did this all by himself as well. Like, gets the ball, takes the defender on, keeps on running, and eventually just pulls a beautiful pullback, and Navarro's in there again. Another goal for Navarro. 5-0 with half an hour to go, and now the subs. We also seem to make other teams play really poorly as well. Like, other teams seem to be getting really bad ratings against us that wasn't happening before as often. But okay, Jordan, thank you for the follow. Game will probably go off the boil now because we've made these changes. I've often noticed that. If we can get a good header away here, there's another break on for us. That's really good from Suhi there. Straight away. Right, Zwane on the ball. Come on. What's he got as the trek? Now make that run. Yes, good. Really nice link up. Pop it across for someone. I reckon we could get to 7 here, which would be really nice. That's a great pass again, or is it? No. Oh. Thank you, Frausch. That's really, really kind. That's what I wanted. I wanted to create like that type of experiment type of video that I would like to watch. Navarro's into the box. And he scored again. Darlow with the assist. Navarro with another. He's certainly woken up. Our results. We can check after the game, but I think we've had 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. Because it was 4-0 away at Molfehavar. It was 5-0 against Kishvarda, and now it's 6-0 against Pakshi. Lovely pass from Darla as well, pushing up. And Navarro, out of nowhere in the second half, has now suddenly scored twice. That's lovely. This is looking... And look at our XG as well. We're getting more of the ball. We're creating more. The team's more balanced overall, even defensively. Yes. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do for basically. I wanted to try and make that type of video that something I would really want to watch that's a little bit different and still had the potential for a series if people really enjoyed it. I don't think the first one was 5 and 10. I think the first one was 5 and 10 for me and then full for the scenario, because otherwise you just have too much. I didn't want the video to be too long at the same time as well. So you might find that the Friday one does the same thing with chat, because otherwise I don't want to... I know that the amount of time I've got with people is very small, and I want to make sure that I don't waste it and get people to switch off. So that's the reason I do it like that, basically. I'm very intrigued by how this tactic is going to start to develop for us, particularly as the players will still have to learn the little bits about it too. Like, I think they'll get better at it as we go. Retire early. Interesting. That's fascinating. Because it feels like on your one, he definitely did retire early. I'm hoping that doesn't happen with my pick or your pick overall. We're just going to hold on to the ball for the next full minute. Yeah, it's just to do with things like viewer retention, ready for. I always try to go less is more, right? Oh, look at Jarju go. Oh, what a waste. Just pass it. Where is Jarju even playing? Oh, yeah, that's right. He's the anchor. You know it's good when your anchor is the one bombing into the box trying to get late chances for you, as it is now going to be... No. Oh, how have we not scored another goal? Jesus Christ. That's the end of the match. It's 6-0 to MTK Budapest. What was that? XG of 4.37 in the end. 26 shots. Oh. Yeah, we've been messing with some stuff, person. And I think we might be onto something with our last few tweaks. Player instructions. So I'll do a little rundown before we leave. Because I realize we've gone like 50 minutes longer today. But I've just been enjoying doing some tactics tweaks, honestly. Because I'd only be playing these games off stream anyway. So. Yeah, our goal difference is actually starting to catch up now. We were miles off of it. Classy Silver with a hat-trick. We've had our hat-tricks in like the last few games, haven't we? So yeah, the last few games since we switched this tactic was... We did a test with stuff with push gas, but it wasn't the same. It was the Trek roll here. Yeah, it was against Molfevar because Pereira was assisting basically every goal, wasn't he? Check your low magic. True. So yeah, it was these 3 games here. So it was 5-0, sorry, 4-0, 5-0, 6, all away from home as well. That's another factor that genuinely does matter because you, generally speaking, don't get such good results away from home. At home against Haladash, it's very much doable. So yeah, the changes we made. So we've got a poacher now with run, move into channels and roam from position. No, unfortunately not, Mike. I'll refund your points straight away. We looked earlier. Not here yet. So that's the changes to the poacher. We've got inside forward. That's not changed, actually. The AM now has roam from position on as well. And then we've got a trek on the left-hand side with shoot less often, obviously, and stay wider. That's the changes. I don't think any of the actual instructions are any different. That's just the change we've made. It seems to balance out way better, generally speaking. I'm surprised, actually, considering Yoshi's the one, like, not weak point, but it does make me wonder if it might be better to have the anchor on the left instead of the right, because it gives more cover when this side gets a bit overexposed, whereas this side has a bit more defensive cover. Well, Josh, he just played wingback last game because we needed someone to cover the role. He kind of plays wherever we need him to at this rate. The wonderful thing about Yoshi is he's so versatile, he can do both. That might be my one other thing, is maybe switching these two over, potentially. And not the actual players, the roles themselves. So the anchor sits on this side to give us a bit more cover, because both of these two are both, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think we made them play bad, because we weren't getting those ratings before, and I think it's helping. Hello, Bill. Yeah, we were doing some tactics tests and got a bit carried away, frankly, and it's been really, really fun. So, as for next stream, because I've got quite a bit to do off camera, we'll be back for, of course, transfer stream on Thursday. So what I'm going to do now between... Oh, it's only like 5 games. That's fine. So I'm going to play these games off stream, and then we're going to come back for next stream. Transfers, we've got a decent amount of money. We'll hopefully get some sales done, sign up some new lovely people, and keep working on this tactic, which I think could make us could take us a long way. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. I'm going to get myself a raid sorted so we can find out who's streaming this afternoon, since I've got a bit longer than my usual time slot. How dare I? Tactically and scoring goals for... Yeah, exactly. You'd love to see it. Oh, let's do Gav. Gav was in here earlier, because that's how I choose raids. Just they were in here earlier. Bear in mind, the tactical link you're seeing there is not the tactic we're currently using. It's a modified version because we've been working on it all day. Yeah, we did, Bill. Joao Virginia dropped to Clanger again. Summarize the new tactic. Unfortunately, I literally just did that after you'd come in as well. So I'm not going to do it again just because we only just summarized the whole thing. But it's good. I actually, because I responded to what you said and then I summarized the whole tactic. But yeah, it seems to be working so far, but we don't know if that's just because of poor opposition. Yeah. It'll be in the VOD. Besides, you could actually just rewind the stream. That would actually, technically, I think would allow you to see it. It was literally like a couple of minutes ago. I literally just ran through it. That should work, right? Anyway, I'm going to send you guys over to Gavin right now and have a lovely rest of your day. I'm going to enjoy a little bit of, well, more of these games, honestly. Might watch a movie, go pick up Pog, have a lovely time. I'm dropping frames like crazy. See you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.
So we're going to have to move him now.